Hello everyone and welcome to the US East Regional Qualifier. I am Duke Designated Asian.
I'm Sparky878.
How you doing, Sparky?
Dude, I'm doing absolutely fantastic today. We had a lights out night last night with the Rivalcade 2v2, and then so far this season, we've had Kyler Alice from the Australia servers. We've had Tiger from SEA. We've had Multimum from EU. We've had LDZ from US West. We've had Kroots from South America. And like this is the last one, and arguably this might be the biggest one. This is the last regional qualifier.
Yeah, this is going to be the final piece of the regional qualifier puzzle, and to some degree it's the most contested. You know, we've both you and I have had conversations along the way with players, kind of like, who do you think is going to be the winner, right? A lot of times it was not maybe obvious, but there were some front runners. You know, Tiger was the main pick of SEA. Kyler Alice, the big pick of Australia. Kreutzberg, the big pick of Brazil. Maltimum, a little bit of an upset in EU. US West, I think most people expected LDZ. But we go to US East, and a lot of people are saying that it could literally go to any of the top 8 people. It is just a matter of getting a little bit lucky with the bracket and getting a little bit lucky of who you were going to fight along the way.
Generally, most of the top players in North America tend to play on US East. Most of them have the best connection to US East.
Well, not only that, but just it's one of those things where because some of the quote-unquote best players play in US East, you'll get the best competition on US East, which means that it's kind of forced itself into being this zone of competing, and they're fighting each other and kind of learning off each other and building on what they learned against each other. And it's kind of its own little, I'm not sure if nexus is the proper word, but it's a hub of competition in US East.
That's where all the ranked monsters come to really kind of flex their muscles. That's where the big gains of ELO come and go. It's the headquarters for North America competitive Brawlhalla for sure.
There's a lot of heavy hitters, and we're gonna be seeing them later on in the tournament. But right now, we're gonna be starting off with two relative unknowns. They've had meager success. It's gonna be Krylik versus F Breezy, formerly known as Fat Breeze, I believe you were saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is used to be the artist formerly known as Fat Breeze 32. Krylik, I wouldn't say he's relatively unknown. I definitely know his name. I've seen him in ranked. I think he probably usually beats me in ranked. I think Fat Breeze beats me in ranked as well. Krylik definitely a huge Hattori player. I'm not as caught up on Fat Breeze though.
I mean, he's got Nash. I was gonna say I'm familiar with his Nash. He's got a pretty strong Nash game. It's not like Milo. Milo kind of the champion of the Nash players. Fat Breeze kind of has built his own play style, not as signature and read heavy, more aggressive. He really likes those side sigs in particular, the long distance of those signatures.
If you see a Nash player, you really kind of see them favor that side sig on the spear. That Superman punch covers enough distance to where it's not as readable as like the hammer down sig, which if you miss, it kind of puts you could be in a goofy spot.
Not to mention the fact that it comes out super fast, but not as fast as the hammer neutralite. The first damage Fat Breeze has been, or F Breezy, excuse me, has been able to put out so far. Krylik has just been so effective. He was doing a lot of work with that spear. That downlight covers a lot of aerial moves, and F Breeze is kind of trying to approach from the sky, but the Krylik switches up. He's got that sword now and is just keeping pressure on top. Gets the first kill with that nair.
And Krylik, 5 defense on Nash, like that's nothing to just kind of shake a stick at. It's still gonna take some effort to kill him, but Krylik made it look almost easy. Less than 40 seconds getting a kill onto Nash without even going past like the middle of yellow damage on himself.
Oh yeah, Krylik has just done a fantastic job of completely avoiding damage. F Breeze really hasn't been able to put any pressure on Krylik, just so aggressive. That's the Egg Soup standard, that low to the ground gravity cancel downlight. It completely confuses edge guards. You know, F Breeze went for that ground pound. It's a very vertical move, but Krylik to the side got a gravity cancel downlight.
And the name of the game so far is Krylik has just been getting in on Fat Breeze. It doesn't matter what weapons he's using. F Breezy's just, oh, he went for the Russian Mafia, but it was, Krylik was just too far into the red. That really, I don't know the exact damage where it cuts off, but once you get past orange, it is undoable.
Yeah, as you get deeper into the red, you kind of have to change up. Sometimes it's not the dare, it'll have to be the Sair or then Nair. In that case, Krylik just had so much damage on him, not to mention the fact that he's Hattori. Hattori, slightly lower defense of 4 means that when you get hit by those moves, you're gonna get sent flying a lot harder, and that Sair just took down F-Breeze.
If he would have gone something maybe a little bit more simple, just to stomp Sair, something as easy as that, I'm sure it would have killed at that point.
I mean, he wasn't punished for dropping it. He ended up picking up a Sair at the end of it. He just wanted a little bit of style to his name, and sometimes that's not the worst decision in the world. Styling on your opponent can kind of put them on their heel, give them a little bit of a tilt, get in their heads a little bit, and maybe that's what F-Breeze was going for.
And now we're seeing that F-Breeze is starting to throw out those signatures. He's getting a little bit more generous with them, and he hit 2, just 2 right off the bat with that 7 force that Nash has. Those are gonna see some early kills, especially on lower armored characters like Hattori.
And I know in the tooltip in the little stats chart, it says that Nash has 3 dexterity to go along with that high force. But his 6 come out so fast you would not expect it to be that 3 dexterity.
Every time I try to punish a Nash signature, I swear that he always has a dodge up or he's always able to jump out of the way. And like that, F-Breeze is gonna fall. Krylik, for a Hattori player, he didn't use a lot of SIGs, and he really he didn't have to at all. I think he maybe used like less than 4.
We didn't see a whole lot. I mean, a lot of high tier Hattori's really like that down sig and that neutral sig on that sword, right? The neutral sig, really great positioning. It'll put your opponent into an edge guard, and if you hit the second one off of a gravity cancel or a slide charge, it's instant death. Down sig, great for punishing approaches, but Krylik just played pretty standard aggressive sword and spear, and it worked out great. But he's switching characters. He's gonna come in with a Cassidy as F-Breeze switches to the Scarlet. What do you think about these picks?
I think Scarlet is going to have similar like throw hitboxes. I don't know if he's going for, he's already starting to throw the huge hammer hitbox, the huge lance throw hitbox. He sort of had that with Nash as well, also having the hammer, also having a spear hitbox, but we didn't see him throw as much with the Nash, so I'm a little bit confused. This Scarlet pick seems a little bit out of nowhere.
I don't actually know which one got to lock in first. Maybe it's a counter to the Cassidy pick. So far, not showing a strong counter as Krylik gets the first kill, not taking a whole lot of damage again. But it is an interesting option. He had some success with those hammer tosses, and maybe he's just trying to look for a little bit more by way of weapon toss, like you're saying.
His hammer seemed a little bit stronger on Nash than his spear did, so I can definitely see going to a hammer character over switching to a spear character. And between Scarlet and Cassidy, it's in contention who has the best hammer right now. Both of them have amazing force. Scarlet has the 8 force, Cassidy has the 8 dex, so it's a dex versus force thought right here. And that was a very, there's no way he planned for that recovery to do what it did. There's no way.
He went for the Russian Mafia. That was the standard down light into a chase dodge recovery, but just due to the fact that King's Pass has that shenanigans area, it doesn't have the standard just flat central spot. Krylik ends up sending F-Breeze into that shenanigans, and he was able to have the presence of mind to follow up with a nice weapon toss for the finisher.
That was an incredibly just fortunate force vector for Krylik right there, sending F-Breeze straight down the middle, and then Krylik followed it up with the weapon throw, and then you see just now he doesn't even need weapons. It doesn't matter what is in Krylik's hands. He's ready to throw out hitboxes. He has an understanding of the weapons, be it guns, be it hands, be it hammer, and how to win the game just straight convincingly.
I mean, is he a black belt? Because he has to register those hands as lethal weapons, I believe. That's what as legal weapons. Does he have a concealed carry for those hands?
Well, as long as he has them out and doesn't put them in his pockets. If he puts them in his pockets, then he has to have a concealed hand license.
Is that how that works for handguns? As long as you're waving the handgun around, you don't need the license.
Oh, I mean, in Texas we do have open carry as well as concealed carry, but I don't know. Krylik, my man has skills with everything. Never put something in his hands and some handcuff him. But even then, he might be able to use those because it's just two hands together. He can club you with.
Anyways, Krylik, really strong aggression, really great showing from him. Just starting off the bat, going full force, full aggro mode. Didn't give his opponent any time to breathe and was able to take it out 2-0 as we move on. It is going to be Yiaku of Static versus I Can't Kill Anyone of Waka Ika. Waka Ika.
His clan's just Waka. His name.
Well, I mean, he's got Waka, and then he's got the line, and then he's got Ika, and then he's got a hyphen, and then he's got I Can't Kill Anyone.
I wish you would just like shorten his name. Like just come on, B-I-C-K-A. You got it. Yiaku coming in. Queen Nai. We don't see a lot of Queen Nais in 1v1. Definitely not anymore. We used to back in the day. Foda kind of championed her to the front, and people kind of got on board and realized how strong Queen Nai was. But we really haven't seen her lately, especially since LDZ stopped playing her.
She generally struggles, right? The lack of movement speed means that she's going to have trouble chasing opponents. If Ika runs to opposite sides of the map, not that I think he's going to just avoid Yiaku by any stretch of the imagination, but he's kind of got that leniency of if he's having trouble, he can completely avoid Yiaku and wait for a weapon to spawn. If he's got control and Yiaku has no weapon to his name, then I Can't Kill Anyone with the higher movement speed will just be able to chase down Yiaku, and that 3 movement speed just ends up being very difficult for a lot of Queen Nai mains.
It's gonna be tough. Let's see how he plays against ICKIA's Lance, because he can just kind of zoom around, and Lance can be readable, but if you can't catch up to Lance, you can't punish Lance.
And the other weapon that Ika has is going to be that spear, and that is a very fantastic weapon specifically for this map, just because Ika, he can do the Orion special. He can just go into the shenanigans, go anywhere on the map, throw out that gravity cancel neutral stick, and it'll spike Yiaku down. Sure, he's got 8 defense, it's gonna make it a lot harder to survive, but he's also got 3 movement speed, and he can't move up! Gets taken down just due to the no movement.
And after an amazing showing yesterday in the Rivalcade 2v2, that's a little bit not expected coming out of Yiaku right now.
I mean, the environment of a 2v2 is very different from a 1v1. You have that teammate. If you get stuck in that below the map shenanigans area, your teammate can sometimes go down and help you out. Unfortunately, this is a 1v1, and Yiaku does not have that teammate to help him out.
He's looking very sluggish right now on Queen Nai, more sluggish than you would expect. It looked like every time Ika moves that Yiaku is just kind of trying to play catch up, and he's almost just a little bit behind at all times.
Well, that's that movement speed incarnate. Yiaku is just struggling to get any positioning, especially on a map. Once again, King's Pass, there's no central area. Usually, if you're playing Queen Nai, you want to just control the middle and then have your opponent come to you. Unfortunately, Yiaku is on King's Pass where there's no middle for him to go to.
That was a nice gravity cancel neutral sig there, but Yiaku is just having trouble adjusting to I Can't Kill Anyone right now. I Can't Kill Anyone not living up to his name as he picks up a second kill without dying. 3 stocks to 1 right now. Every time Yiaku's been doing a move, it's basically where I Can't Kill Anyone was maybe 1 or 2 seconds ago.
Yiaku is just behind, and now he's got to play catch up. It's not impossible for a Queen Nai. Once again, she's got that 8 defense. It makes her very, very tanky. Sure, I Can't Kill Anyone has 6 defense, so there's about 2 difference as far as survivability goes. But on the other side, Yiaku has 6 force, and that is going to negate that defense and give him kill opportunities. But he's fighting those shenanigans where he had trouble earlier on. How I feel about this.
Yiaku hasn't even touched I Can't Kill Anyone, finally getting the Sair, sending him down below. But the fact that I Can't Kill Anyone was able to maneuver around everything that Yiaku did, even though Yiaku had the weapon advantage, Qatar's against unarmed, that's got to be a little mentally defeating for Yiaku, and that's got to feel good for I Can't Kill Anyone.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I Can't Kill Anyone is very happy with how he's performing right now. He might be a little bit tilted. I know he likes his Lance strings. He had a lot of Lance combos in mind coming into this. He hasn't really been able to show up anything just yet, but he doesn't need to as he picks up that side air to finish off Yiaku.
And oh my gosh, the damage differential between the two. Yiaku only putting out 247 damage, which that was mostly on the first stock of I Can't Kill Anyone. He wasn't even into the mid yellow when on his second stock when he won the game.
Yeah, a lot of that was just Yiku not really being able to trade out with Queen Knight's stats. He can take damage and then deal it back, especially with those Katars. Those Katars come out incredibly fast. If I Can't Kill Anyone hits them, Yiku can just turn around, side air back. They trade back and forth, and Yiku will slowly win out on those trades. But just due to that early Gimp, he was behind from the very beginning, and that it's not easy to make trades when you were behind.
And it built on itself. He was 1 stock behind. Then all of a sudden he was 2 stocks behind. Then he finally got the kill, but it was so much of too little too late. But now he's coming back. Yiku with a salty run back. Same costume, same character, different color. He's trying to show his mastery of Orion right here. I Can't Kill Anyone went with the yellow color. You only need, is it level 10 or 15?
I believe it's 10 for white.
Okay, it's level 10 for the white color. Yiku wants to show that he has at least a level 25 Orion with that black color, showing he has a higher mastery than I Can't Kill Anyone does.
And he also seems to have a little bit higher mastery with that lance as he gets the first couple strings onto Aika. And I mean, Aika loves the lance. Aika is the one person who, if you're ever like, man, Lance, it could use a little bit of love, Aika's like, I'll do it. It's mine. I love it.
Yeah, the only other really NA player that loves Lance a lot is pretty much Silly Gobi. I think he's really the only one. Him and Ika are the only guys who do that. But okay, it doesn't matter how many strings that Yiku hit in the beginning. It doesn't matter how many times he hit Ika with the Lance, because Ika's just gonna sidelight him into the mine and send him to the Reddit.
He was fishing for that for a while. You saw that mine was there. You saw him kind of fishing for a couple of sidelights, and it's got a little bit of a mental defeat when you know your opponent is trying to hit that same sidelight constantly, and yet you still end up falling into it.
It's just it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when it happens to me in ranked. I'm sure it's embarrassing when it happens to somebody in a tournament.
Meanwhile, Yiku still not able to clean up this stock. Aika's gonna be going out to the outside. Yiku not able to edge guard. Neutral sig isn't gonna connect. Aika turning around. Both of them go for the neutral sigs, but Aika's the one to be a little bit above and pick it up. Not enough to kill though.
I don't know if he expected Ika to come in with a spear ground pound, but Ika was clearly below him. I don't know what he thought was gonna happen to where that gravity cancel neutral sig would be a surprise and pick him up.
Well, it wasn't expected by any regard. I don't think Ika was expecting Yiku to throw out the gravity cancel neutral sig. It's just that Ika had better positioning. His neutral sig covered the entire wall, which is exactly what Yiku was kind of trying to get to, whereas Yiku was expecting Ika to make some sort of approach, and he didn't.
There's a nice recovery from Ika. We haven't been seeing from either player. We haven't been seeing any of like the second pops from the Lance recovery. If you have jumps left, you can get a second pop, a little bit of a boost on that Lance recovery, and we haven't seen that at all from either player. I don't even think we saw it yesterday.
I don't think it's not a common thing on the Lance. A lot of players don't really remember that you get a free second recovery off of the Lance recovery. Usually they just go for the one. Most often it's either for high force off of a sidelight, you know, for a kill, or it's because they're off the map and they're trying to get that max range off that recovery. And a lot of players don't want to make the risk of using that recovery in inopportune spots because how easily it gets stopped by walking into it.
I love to use it. Like, you and I don't play together as much as we used to, especially not in 1v1. If we play, it's a 2v2. But I try to use it as much as I possibly can. You crank it up when you're high in the air, then it either hits and it's great, or they see it coming, and whenever it goes off, you just turn around and hit it again, and they never expect the second one, and you're already so high in the air, you can sometimes get kills in orange.
It's got a lot of mix-up potential. Hopefully they'll start bringing out maybe Ika, of all people, he's the one who's been thinking the most about Lance. Maybe he's planning something in mind. I know he really likes reverse nairs in particular. He goes for a lot of like sidelight reverse nair into a dare. Haven't seen really a whole lot by the way of that.
I think he hit one reverse nair earlier, but he did it off a sidelight. so you could have just done a normal nair. It's a true combo. So that reverse nair was unnecessary. But I really think reverse nairs are strong.
Reverse nair, fun fact, if you hit with the latter parts of the nair, I believe it's more damage on the nair. And not to mention the fact that reverse nair, you can follow up with a dare true at certain health percentages.
Yes, there is that option there.
So even though, yes, he could have gone for the regular nair, it was still a little bit of optimization for that extra bit of damage from Ika. And that optimization is working out great for him as he's got the health advantage. Picks up the recovery, not enough to finish just yet, though. That'll do it.
That was a side air from almost the middle of the main stage. Ika showing that he is the Orion Lord, and Yiku should have never stepped onto the battlefield playing Orion, and that he was not going to be disrespected today.
To a degree, I think it wasn't a disrespect. Yiku did better with Orion. Like, just plain and simple, his Orion did better. And I think even though he didn't end up winning it out, he still had a better performance on the Orion and maybe should have brought it out in game 1 and just kind of tried to use game 1 as a feeler out of his opponent, kind of learn what Ika likes to do. I saw a lot of spear play from Ika, not a whole lot of the Orion special, only I believe like once or twice. So you just kind of like pick up on those little tendencies.
It was, even though Queen Nai like has the low movement speed, everything he did with Queen Nai felt slow. Not even just the movement speed, but just his entire playstyle felt slow and it felt sluggish. That completely changed when he went to Orion. Now Orion does have literally double the movement speed. It goes from 3 to 6. But just everything, his mindset, his reactions, the way he was playing, his positioning, everything just seemed quicker, more snappy, and more responsive with that Orion switch.
It's things like that where when you're in later stages of tournaments and you're like, why is X player playing his main when the main clearly is at the deficit in this matchup? It's about the comfort, and sometimes the comfort is far more important than trying to play the matchup. And even though he didn't win it, Yiku still felt more comfortable on Orion, and hopefully he'll be able to keep that comfort level going through the lower bracket. But we're going to be moving on. It is going to be Clockwork Gaming's Enya versus Arum. How much music of Enya have you listened to lately?
I think my sister had an Enya CD like maybe 12 years ago. Yeah. I've probably heard one Enya song. Like, I think there's one Enya song that like everybody has heard. I think that's the one I've heard. Dude, I don't know what it is though.
I'm a fan of Enya. Like, it's not something I'll listen to all the time. Like, I'm not gonna go work out to Enya or something like that. But if Enya comes up on the radio, like I'll listen. I am down for some Enya.
When was the last time Enya came on the radio?
Don't worry about it. Maybe you listen to the wrong stations. But on the other side, we've got Arum. Arum took a little break, went to Korea, came back. Some people saying he's a little bit washed, but we're gonna be seeing if his Ada, that 3 defense, will be able to hold up against the just dominating musical performances of the Enya Bodvar.
I wish that Arum would have gone with like the DJ Ada skin to continue the music theme there, but Arum
dropped the ball, man.
Struggle a little bit yesterday in the 2v2. The 3 defense really led to his early knockouts, and he's didn't go for those weapons immediately. He tried to contest a sword with unarmed in the shenanigan area, and he's kind of just getting manhandled by Enya right now.
He's just struggling to find any hits. His spear, Enya was just inside of the neutral light or just outside of the downlights, and still Arum has yet to touch Enya. Enya with this sword hasn't really thought about switching weapons. We haven't seen a whole lot of like weapon toss setups or anything like that. Enya just finding gaps in Arum's attacks.
Arum is he's the one actually looking sluggish now. Ooh. And that's a clean stop.
That's death? Is that death? That's death. Clean stop. A perfect 100-0. Wasn't the fastest or the shiniest, but Enya took literally 0 damage. That is the first damage he took, and that was an end light.
He's like, that's barely enough for a color change on his health in the top right-hand corner. That's huge for Enya right now.
Enya is looking dominating right now. He's stuck on the hammer. Looks like he's a little bit uncomfortable with it. He's gonna be waiting for a new weapon spawn. But the second he's got that sword, I think Auram's gonna have to focus on keeping Enya off of it. Just try to weapon starve him. Because in this unarmed play of Enya, Auram's not doing terrible. He's already gotten him into the red. He's been able to space it out, and now he's gonna go back to the spear versus sword matchup.
I think pretty much 99% of the damage that Auram was able to do was with guns. It looks like he's struggling a little bit with the spear to do anything. I think the first thing he hit with spear was that ground pound that we just saw.
I think he's struggling a little bit, but it doesn't matter because he picks up a big down sig. Spear, generally a good weapon against sword. Enya clearly favoring the sword from what we've seen so far. I don't hate that Auram is kind of trying to stick with the spear just because the spear has a lot of good options against the sword. It can kind of punish the approaches. End light comes out 1 frame slower than sword end light, but has incredible range. Spear side air so fast, and you can string together. You saw him get a side light, down light, side air. I don't hate the spear.
It's like frame wise, everything from spear comes out a little bit slower, and I mean a little bit slower than sword does, but the boost that you get in range is the reason that spear can be so dominant and is one of the best, if not the best, spacing tool if used correctly to its maximum potential.
But Enya is finding the gaps inside of that spacing, and despite the fact that Auram has been incredibly effective punishing Enya after he respawned, keeping Enya off of any weaponry, Enya's come back, he's gotten the ground pound, and Auram's gonna be taken down. We'll see if Auram can pick up a stock. He's gonna come in, I believe he's on guns now? Yep, guns.
We saw right there on Enya's edge guard, both characters were in the red, so Enya might have been at the level where a spear recovery could have killed him, so he zoned off with the hammer throw, forced Auram to burn absolutely everything so that Enya could just come and pop in, hit that simple sword ground pound, and get the kill with it.
And the simplest strategy worked. It was a lot of patience from Enya to just wait out Auram. Auram came up, and Enya was ready. He was just, all right, now it's safe. I can ground pound. You have no more options. Ends up getting the first stock, but Auram comes back. Enya, just unarmed, is getting knocked around by Auram with his gun.
We're seeing Enya try to play unarmed into guns pretty much the only way you can play into it. It's overspace all of guns hitboxes and then wait to go in and punish. That's just how you have to play that matchup. But with that force, that 6 force from Ada's guns, even though Enya was in orange, that high ground pound was able, or sorry, the high recovery with those guns was able to kill.
Yeah, recovery has a lot of vertical movement and ends up having a little bit higher kill potential the higher up you get into the map. Because, I mean, obviously you're getting closer to that kill box. Auram, though, he knew exactly what to do against Enya in the sense of he had spear versus Enya's swords. Enya just was, he didn't do anything with the hammer. Every time he had the hammer, he threw it away. Sure, now it's become a little more standardized. You have the 50-50. But you still have to be comfortable enough with your secondary weapon that you're not going to get completely dismembered the way Auram was able to do so.
I mean, really, the only thing worthy of note that we saw with Enya's hammer, it was on the second stock. It was towards the end of Auram's second stock. He hit a side air with it, and then he threw it and got the kill with the sword ground pound. His hammer just wasn't up to snuff compared to that fantastic sword we saw take the entire first clean stock from Auram, and that probably is why he switched to Hattori. Still has a sword, but now has a spear. And Auram goes from losing his first stock completely clean to coming back and winning that game.
That was a very well-paced comeback from Auram. I like the decision by Enya to switch to this Hattori. Now, if he gets stuck in a spear versus sword matchup, he can just throw away this sword and try to fight out the spear versus spear matchup. Plus, he's got more movement speed. He's got that 8 movement speed, which is going to help him get inside of those empty spaces on the gun end lights and the spear end lights and whatnot.
I'd still be expecting Auram to stick with those guns, though, which, if Enya decides...
Stick to his guns?
There's 2 ways to go. Enya can try and space out the guns with the spear, or he can risk getting in, try to play it like he did a little bit with unarmed, overspace things, then get in and just tear Auram to shreds.
I'd like to see aggression from Enya. It wasn't like hyper aggressive on the first stock of game 1, but still that proper pressure from Enya on top of Auram, Auram was not ready for it. I think he woke up a little bit after that first stock and was like, all right, I'm gonna hunker down and go back to my roots with my play style. But now we're seeing Enya starting off with a sword throw, but he's going to try to weapon starve Aurum.
And he doesn't get the chance to weapon star. RNG helping out Aurum there, spawning a weapon all the way on the left side of the stage while Enya was guarding the one on the right.
I like this adjust from Enya. We're seeing a whole lot more weapon tosses from him. You know, there's basically two ways to get past the wall of gun hitboxes. Option 1, outspace and go in. That's what he did in game 1. Game 2, he is going with weapon toss to open up and try to follow up with either unarmed or a pickup. And that's what he's going for.
And that's a general play style mix-up. That's not even necessarily a mix-up from initiation to initiation in a single game. That's just a mix-up in general from game to game.
Those little mix-ups are what Enya's doing properly. He's gotten the first stock almost. If he can finish it off, yes, Aurum doesn't have the touch. And Enya, not as clean as game 1, but still able to take the first stock off of Aurum.
Who are these Hattoris today, and what are they doing with the Hattori meta? This is the second Hattori we've seen who's not throwing out signatures all over the place.
Oh, no!
No! Close 2 times. Third time could have been the charm, but you're just gonna sidelight straight into it. He had to have been frustrated.
Oh, you know he wanted it. He got the down light down there. The angle was so close. He got the neutral light. The force was so close. And then he went for the side light and rolled over the mine himself.
He wanted to do the sidelight dunk into the mine just to make sure. He was gonna make dang sure that time he was gonna go into the mine. Oh, Aurum's gotta be feeling, he's gotta have a smile on his face after that.
I'm sure he's laughing a little bit, kind of hyped up, but he can't laugh too hard right now. He's still gotta win out this entire set. Got the guns, and Enya is not fighting the approaches. Gets caught by the side sig from Aurum. That does cover stacked, or at least that space in front of him that the end light doesn't.
And he's been doing a good job so far of not getting hit by gun sares. A lot of gun players tend to really go for gun Sair spacing in a way that a lot of spear players will go for spear Sair spacing. But Enya's been doing a good job of just completely avoiding them.
How many Sairs has Aurum really thrown out? Usually, at least with spear, it's been a follow-up after downlight. With guns, I've seen a little bit more grounded play from Aurum so far.
And that could just be he's not necessarily the most comfortable with the air game. If you're not hitting a bunch of gun Sairs, we haven't seen him hit, I don't think, maybe even a single nair. We saw him get a couple kills with gun recovery, but if you're not winning the air game, stay grounded. Like, there's no reason to force the air game.
That was an interesting option. Enya trying to play that air game a little bit floaty. Aurum went for a dodge in, usually you'll see a dodge in downlight. He had the spear in hand. Downlight, great anti-air. It moves you up and it'll pick your opponent out and you can follow up with a side air. But instead he went for a dodge and a weapon toss, maybe expecting the hit stun to lead into an unarmed neutral air.
That's what he might have been doing, and he still needs some more damage right now. He needs to hit nairs, he needs to hit downlight Sairs, he needs to hit Sairs in the air, he needs to hit some more recoveries, some more ground pounds. He just needs more damage. It's not quite kill time yet, even though Aurum does have that 3 defense.
I mean, Aurum is pretty close to kill time. If he can get a well-placed signature, punish the neutral sig, not quite enough. Enya just needs one signature to connect onto Aurum, but he can't throw him out like that. He's gonna get punished by Aurum's side sig.
And we've just seen 2 signatures. I think maybe Enya's thrown out less than 7 total, and both of those got immediately punished by Aurum.
Might be getting a little bit antsy now. He can't overdo it. We saw it earlier. He got antsy, wanted to hit Aurum into the mine, but now a lot more standard, a lot more patience. Just hits one side air, waits for the opportunity. Aurum goes up with the recovery, and then hits him with another side air for the clean finish.
You know, Hattori players tend to throw out that sword neutral sig like it's going out of style. But I'm glad Enya just kind of relaxed for a moment and did what worked for him in the previous game. He killed with just hitting a jump Sair. He didn't even have to do a downlight Sair ladder like someone like Twilight will do to kill somebody. He waited for Aurum to make his way back to the platform, and then he just hit a jump and a Sair. He played safe, he played smart, and he won.
It is keeping it simple that is working for Enya. He doesn't have to go for the stylish plays. Sure, he got a neutral sig here and there, and it might have worked out for him. But you saw, as he got to the later stages of that game 2, he got a little antsy for those signatures. You know, we saw him get the neutral sig and Aurum punished. We saw him go for a down sig. Aurum punishes again. It's the simple plays from Enya that are working out great. Even if we're gonna go back to game 1, the entire first stock where he 100-0 took no damage, there was not a signature in it.
Isn't it? It's Occam's razor, right? That you go for the more simple one.
Yep.
I looked it up last night.
If that's too complicated, if Occam's razor is too complicated for you, just remember in Jet Li's The One, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's what I remember that from. Is that weird? Is that weird that that's what I remember that from?
Not like math?
Yeah. It's because he's like punching a wall and he's just like the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and it's Jet Li's awesome. All right, Enya is going to be playing Hattori, sticking with it. It's the simple things that are working out for these guys, especially for these Hattori players today. And we're going to be getting ready to go to game 3, but I'm sure they are thinking long and hard. Neither of them wants to make a mistake. This is the US East Regional Qualifier. This is do or die. Only one person can win, and nobody wants to make the lower bracket run.
Yeah, first place, like, if you've seen Talladega Nights, this is very much a case of if you're not first, you're last. The first place finisher gets a plane ticket in their hotel room paid for at BCX. Everybody else has to go home, hopefully knowing that they had fun and played well. But let's be real, it's all about that first place finish right now.
Yeah, I mean, the first place is the first step onto the road to BCX. In fact, it's a ticket and a hotel room at BCX. So nobody wants to make a mistake, and that is why they are thinking long and hard. But we're going to be going into the map bans. Great Hall, first one taken off the map. Brilliant decision from Aurum. He doesn't have sword, and Great Hall favors the sword 100% due to ledge cancels with the sword. You can get that quadruple down light into a Nair recovery, instant death.
I mean, maybe Aurum could go for spear downlight ledge cancels, but at this point, I wouldn't even risk it. We haven't seen a ton of downlight work from Hattori. Usually, especially in the NA sword meta, you see a lot of downlight sayers, a lot of downlight recoveries, a lot of just building blocks off of the downlight. But Enya hasn't really been focusing on that normally.
Right, we actually haven't seen a whole lot of downlight, double downlights from Enya. We saw that one downlight dare where he was close to mining Aurum, but at the end of the day, not an insane amount of downlights from Enya.
His sword play has kind of just been, it's been a hit every few seconds. There haven't been any gigantic strings. There haven't been any gigantic gimps. It's just been, I'm going to hit you right now. I'm going to hit you right now. I'm going to hit you right now. And he's going to build up that 8 to 12 damage consistently every few seconds. And on against a 3 defense character, that's how you kill.
He can get away with that paced play. He doesn't need those big plays because, well, Aurum will die slightly faster due to that lack of defense. We're seeing Aurum has been able to pace it out a little bit better, was able to rack up more damage, gets a nice side air onto Enya, but Enya is going to be able to survive in part due to that helpfulness of the island.
We're seeing Aurum start to hit those stairs a little bit more. We saw him hit a handful more last game on Shipwreck. Oh, Enya wants to catch it.
It's going to bounce back. Respects it. It bounces over. Still has it.
Not doing that.
I mean, that is some dangerous plays from Enya. We're seeing Enya's recognizing Aurum is getting close to kill percentage. He's got that 3 defense. Enya knows if he can get a downlight gravity cancel end sig or just like a well-spaced down sig at maybe off the island, it will kill Aurum. And Aurum knows it too. He's gonna start playing on the island a little bit more defensively.
Aurum was smart in picking Twilight Grove. The Sair into the recovery. We talked about it a little bit last night, but we didn't see a lot of guns last night. And it's a little bit different in a 2v2 situation, but if you can Sair your opponent into the island so that they ricochet off, you can reliably pick up a gun recovery for the kill.
I mean, it's also a good map in the sense that both of them have neutral sigs, strong anti-airs, which can hit inside of that island. A lot of trouble people have with this map is that signatures, kill moves will bounce them off the island and people will survive a little bit longer. When it comes to Ada and Hattori in particular, that's not as much of a problem. If Aurum hits the neutral sig, right here, it'll send Enya down between the between that platform and island. Enya has the same potential with his sword neutral sig.
And also Enya does have the sword side sig where it's going to redirect the force. So if you're on the island side, you're going to bounce them off the island. If you're not on the island side, it's going to turn them around and it's going to send them where the island isn't there to save their life.
Right, but on the other side, there is that soft platform, which is a little bit more of an extended space, but not extended enough for Aurum to not get that kill onto Enya as he picks up the side air. That was a lot of patience for Aurum. He did not want to take any damage before taking off that stock from Enya, and you can see it in the top right-hand corner. They are basically even in health.
And right now it's going to come down to who can play Spear better. And Aurum looks like he's getting a little bit the better of Enya. Enya now disarmed. Enya with the sword. He's going to look to get in. Aurum now disarmed. I believe there's 2 weapons on the field. The other one on the left, one on the right. Aurum's going to get those guns that he's been playing. He's definitely been playing better with the guns than the spear.
Well, Enya's also been able to find a lot of openings onto Aurum's gunplay, but now, once again, Aurum, he's seeming a little bit timid. I don't blame him. He's got 3 defense, and when you're 3 defense, you cannot take hits. But at the same time, Aurum might be a little bit too defensive. He hasn't really been able to get any major damage. It's just been like an end light here and there.
Yeah, so far the past like maybe 10, 20, 30 seconds has been to make space, let Enya come in, and throw out that neutral light.
And Enya, I mean, he's getting caught off by it. He needs to find the proper approaches onto Aurum, but Aurum is slowly picking him apart, gets the double recovery, and Enya now is a stock behind. Will Aurum take this as his message to get a little bit more aggressive? He's got a little bit more health to play around with. And yeah, he's gonna start going forward.
That bomb almost delivered the message right into his body. That might have killed. Aurum is in orange right now. Enya looking to really build up that damage. There's a downlight Sayer.
Neutral sig will do it!
Just
that is standard.
That is basically the Hattori / sword meta right there. Hit him with a downlight Sayer to get him off the main platform, then follow up with a neutral sig to send him straight and down into the left.
I mean, we were joking yesterday about you have to get your license to play. Well, Enya, to get your Hattori license, you have to be able to hit those N-Sigs, those gravity cancel N-Sigs, or those sled charge N-Sigs, and that force direction is so brutal, especially on the side. Aurum gets taken down, and the stocks have been evened up.
And he hasn't been throwing them out. He hasn't been just showing Aurum the cards in his hand. He's been sitting on that neutral sig. He hasn't been wasting it. He hasn't been showing his approach. He let Aurum come back, and it was just simple.
It's the simplest strategies, and the fact you were kind of talking about it earlier, where you were like, why aren't these Hattori players going for a lot of signatures? And there you see it. Enya knows exactly why. It's so that his opponent isn't expecting the signatures. They're just expecting more standard play, and it's Aurum who picks up the standardest of gun kills, the gun recovery to take down Enya in game 3, wins it out 2-1.
That right there is one of the examples of why I love Ada's guns. Normally I play Vrax with 4 force on the guns. They really have to be red for you to kind of get into kill territory with the gun recovery, but Ada with the 6 force is able to kill with gun recovery a lot earlier.
It definitely helps, especially in those situations. I mean, that's kind of the trade-off, right? With Ada, you have 3 defense, which makes you faster to kill, but you also have higher force and higher dexterity, meaning that you can put out damage faster and then end up picking up those kills faster. A lot of times we'll see Ada's go for those side sigs, but I think he got one off, and then he just kind of expected his opponent to be ready for it. So instead, Aurum goes for more standard gun stuff, which is the gun recovery.
Coming into this next game, though, we have Scythe and Achilles. Scythe, one of the really, really big Lucian champions out there. We've seen a lot of mixed results with Lucian in probably all of BCS. We don't really see a lot of Lucian play. That 3 force that Lucian has makes it really, really tough to kill sometimes.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that it's harder to rack up damage with Lucian, once again, due to that 3 force. He doesn't do as much damage as, I mean, obviously, like a 5 force or even a 4 force character like a Suri. But the person who comes to mind as far as like actual success on Lucian goes is Mori, and the way he does it, some people kind of take issue with it. It's a little bit slower paced, but it's 100% taking advantage of the other stats. It's focusing on the good of Lucian, which is he's got a lot of defense. He's got 6 defense. He's got 8 movement speed, and he can just run around the map, not take a whole lot of damage, and then just slowly whittle away at the opponent. But Scythe not gonna be going defensive, goes face forward onto Achilles with the unarmed play.
And now we have Katars into Katars right now. Most Lucian players actually rely on the Lucian guns over the Lucian Katars, and Asuri is kind of regarded as one of the best Katar characters.
And those Katars are going to be really strong against guns just because, A, Katars have gotten a buff with the new speed dodge changes, making it a lot easier to get in on your opponent as well as to keep your aggression going, and B, the whole point of Katars is to get in onto guns. The whole point of guns is to keep your opponent off of you. So Katars, once they're on top of you, they just get to run wild.
And we were talking about the Orion special earlier with the gravity cancel neutral sig. We also see those a ton from Asuri players. That neutral sig, if you don't bounce your opponent off of anything, that neutral sig on Katars can kill so early.
Oh yeah, if you can get him into that empty space, it's got a similar force vector like Hattori neutral sig, where it just makes it very difficult to recover back. But Scythe comes in, picks up the standard anti-air against Achilles, who is trying to bounce around, waiting for a weapon to spawn.
And we saw it didn't actually get the kill, but we saw just like textbook Lucian play, where you'll try to just run, dodge through, turn around, and get like a Katar side sig on your opponent. You're able to do that faster than your opponent would think because of that movement speed. You're just able to get in that position quicker. And not that Lucian has the highest dex in the game, but his dex isn't low by any means.
It is not something to be scoffed at. The only thing that you might want to scoff at is that the damage, that 3 force, but he's making it work. He's racked up more damage onto Achilles than Achilles has been able to put onto him. But now that Achilles has got those Katars, he might be able to get in on top of them. We'll find out.
Guns are usually able to keep out Katars in terms of just a pure statistical matchup, but Achilles has done a great job of getting in and getting around on Scythe. Kept it basically even in a weapon matchup that really doesn't favor him.
Well, now he's got the sword against Scythe, who is unarmed, and Scythe is going to be getting knocked down by the side stick. Achilles is going to be sticking with these Katars. You said it earlier, Katars are something that a lot of Asuri mains like. She's got arguably the strongest Katars, and I think Achilles has taken that to heart and is just trying to play that out against Scythe's guns.
Achilles has been doing a great job of mixing up the way he approaches. He's been going for just all out. I'm gonna aggress with dare, and then I'm just gonna stay on you. I'm gonna dodge with you and just be right up in your grill. But then he's also been doing a good job of over spacing Scythe's guns and then waiting for the punish.
He's finding all sorts of different openings. A lot of them have been aerial, but he's also got a couple. He's gone on the ground, caught him with a sidelight. The sidelight comes out incredibly fast as well. He's also gotten really close to Scythe and just thrown out nairs. Nairs, it's just a full body protective damage bubble.
And these Scythe guns, he's been throwing out a lot of attacks, and just very few of them have hit. He's already creeping in, getting really deep red right now. Achilles has kind of barely been touched on his last stock.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what... I think Scythe is trying to play guns the way that, you know, a lot of Lucians do, which is wall of hitbox. Unfortunately for Scythe, his wall might have a couple holes in it, and Achilles is finding them, getting in on side of him, and just knocking him around.
I would have loved if Achilles would have followed up with a ground pound after that Katar throw. I think he was a little bit worried about getting caught in the Lucian gun recovery, which he was kind of mid-orange, so with that 3 force from Lucian, it wouldn't have killed that low on the wall for sure, but I can understand why Achilles didn't continue that aggression.
I can attest that it's about simplicity at this point. Again, he gets just a very simple side air. He didn't want to over-aggress, make a big mistake. You know, sometimes go for those edge guards and then you end up miscalculating your jumps. You get caught off guard, you fall to your death. Achilles just wanted to win out in the neutral, which is where he was winning out throughout the entirety of game 1. And we're going to be going into game 2 and seeing if Scythe switches it up, because Achilles was finding the openings with those Katars.
And he was really efficient with them too. Looking at the damage numbers, Lucian, with all of the defense that he has, Achilles only did 40 more damage. Both characters were basically in the red at the end, all it took was a little bit extra damage for Achilles to actually get those kills. That's very efficient.
On the other side, it would have taken a whole lot more damage for Scythe to get a kill. Just once again, we are going to keep harping on this 3-force. 3-force, sure, it makes it hard to add up damage, but it also makes it hard to get kills. That recovery has to come out from above the platform if you're going to try to get a recovery kill at that health.
And that's why somebody like Memoria, that's why his games last so long. He does build up that damage, and he builds up the damage very quick. His Sayer spacing is almost second to none, but killing with Gun Sayer, it's a little bit easier now. It has a little bit more force on it from the most recent patch, but Lucian isn't gonna feel that as much. That 3-force seems just pitiful in terms of killing with Gun Sayer.
Well, somebody who doesn't really struggle with kills, it's going to be Sentinel. We don't see a whole lot of Sentinel for a while. He just kind of fell out of favor. The only Sentinel I really remember, SNK Fizek. But Achilles, he's going to be playing the Sentinel. Sentinel's, he's strong. Those hammer signatures, they come out incredibly fast. That side sig, incredibly brutal. And all the Qatar sigs work out well. And he's going to be playing Qatar against Scythe.
I mean, he was doing well with the Asuri Qatar's last game against Scythe. And Sentinel is still incredibly strong. It's kind of a running joke that, like, no matter what the problem is in Brawlhalla, let's just say that Gun Sayer isn't strong enough. Oh, better nerf Sentinel. Sentinel has been the target of so many nerfs for so very long, but he's still incredibly strong. Heck, Maltimum won the EU regional qualifier playing almost, I don't know if he only played Sentinel, but in grand finals he won with Sentinel.
Yeah, and you're seeing Sentinel slowly kind of start to climb his way back up into favor. Hammer is incredibly strong right now just due to the high force. The moves come out pretty quick. Endlight, 3 frames, tied for the fastest move in the game with unarmed Endlight. So it's not surprising to me that as the weapons that Achilles, or that Sentinel is using, as they get more popular, that Sentinel's gonna get more popular.
And even with a little bit of a defense buff from 5 to 7 from Asuri to Sentinel, Achilles was the first to fall, but he turns it around with a nice quick kill, basically keeping this game dead even.
And part of that was Scythe actually played Qatars this time. We didn't see him trying to throw it away immediately and switch to guns. Instead, Scythe is playing Qatars, and Qatars, they're not bad. He did a pretty solid job racking up damage, but now that Achilles is on Qatars, he might be able to find the openings again.
And it looks like Scythe's guns have actually just gotten a wake up. He hit like 3 dares in a row, which we saw him throwing them out like candy last game, and most of them weren't hitting.
It seems like Achilles is trying to mortar up that wall of hitboxes and clean it up. He's getting a nice sidelight. I think that's actually the first sidelight I've seen out of Scythe so far.
And we haven't seen any neutral lights. Yeah. I don't know if he just doesn't want to be locked into that animation for so long and maybe risk an Achilles punish.
I mean, I guess it is a little bit more punishable, but I would say the same argument kind of goes for downlight. The downlight has arguably slightly worse hitbox because it covers the entire ground, but it's got equally long active frames. But it doesn't matter as Scythe picks up the guns, picks up a nice neutral sig to punish Achilles, going for that aerial approach again, and now Achilles is the one who has to clean up this stock.
And I don't know if it's been a download on Scythe's part, but Achilles is just having trouble approaching this game. I mean, he has the Qatars, so he has basically the same kit of light attack approaches that he did last game. He has the same movement speed of 6 that he had with Asuri, but it looks like he's just having a little bit of trouble approaching and actually getting in on Scythe.
Well, it's just that the littlest differences, those slight stat changes, are enough to kind of throw things off. Not to mention the fact that Scythe, he is kind of readjusted his aim. Maybe his sights were a little bit off and he had to re-zero his scopes, but he's catching a lot more gun hits onto Achilles this time.
The scopes on his handguns.
Yep.
You got a 0 in those scopes in your handguns.
Wait, you don't ACOG your deagles?
No, I don't.
You don't have a mil dot on your Glock? You're telling me your 16 barrel Glock doesn't have a mil dot? Regardless, Scythe has been able to rack up quite a bit of damage with these guns, catching Achilles, but Achilles this time he got the opening again, gets a nice recovery, and now Scythe has no weapons to his name, and Achilles is gonna get the edge guard with that ground pound.
And even though Achilles was starting to throw out signatures more towards the end, Scythe was doing a great job spacing them out. Sentinel has a very, very strong signature kit. It's dynamic. It covers a lot of space. Each sig is pretty different. So if you're guessing about what a signature is going to be, anywhere you're going to be on the map, you have a chance to get hit. But that's not what it took. Scythe was overspacing all of those signatures, wasn't letting any of them hit.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think Achilles had a whole lot of success with the Sentinel signatures. A lot of his kills came down to standard edge guards, Qatar play, recoveries. No big, like, Sentinel just coming out, pops out a side sig. Nothing like that. Honestly, it was kills that he could have done with a Suri.
Yeah, I don't. That's 100% true. It's stuff that he could have done with a Suri. Maybe he's just warming up the Sentinel so he can have that little bit of defense buff later on, while having a hard-hitting weapon like Hammer and still having those Qatars that he's familiar with. It could be any number of things, but regardless, Achilles still takes it 2-0.
Really great job from Achilles. And as we move on, we're going to be going into round 3. It's going to be Ilyu. We've seen one Lucian. Let's see another one. And on the other side of that match, it's going to be Rainier from Team Neko.
I know that Ilyu is a player that tends to get tilted, especially against slightly more passive play styles. You've seen him post about it on the Reddit. He's definitely someone that considers himself a very, very, very aggressive player.
Well, that aggression, it's going to be helpful. He's got 8 movement speed to help with that aggression, and he's going up against Queen Nai. We've talked about both of these legends. Queen Nai just struggles with that 3 defense, and when you're going up against essentially the opposite extreme in movement speed, Ilyu can run wild, especially if he picks up those Qatars before Rainier.
If I was Rainier right now, I would just try to completely passive this out. I would play a very passive, I would play a very boring Nai.
What?
Just completely tilt Ilyu.
Promoting passive play?
It's about getting the W, my man.
It is.
Hotel room, there is a plane ticket on the line. Second place don't matter. Get that W, my brother.
But we are not going to be seeing passive play coming out from Rainier. Instead, solid spear play. I mean, it's harder to do with Queen Nai just due to that movement speed, but he gets a side light, down light, side air, but comes back, and now Ilyu with that movement speed is going to be able to space out Rainier and keep Rainier from getting on top of him.
And there, Ilyu is going to get the first kill with a gun recovery kind of from that top platform. I'm surprised that killed. The Great Hawk kill ceiling is pretty low off the top.
It's low if you can hit it from the top platform. Sometimes if you're going from the central platform and you're trying to get those kills, it can feel like it is a mile, but Ilyu with those guns is able to pick up with that 3-force and send Rainier into the sky, and is already racking up damage onto Rainier, again picking up the recovery.
In no time at all, Ilyu remaining in the red just almost got that kill. He took Rainier from just absolutely no damage to red in seconds flat.
And it is 100% move speed. Ilyu can he can see exactly what Rainier's doing and adjust as ever he sees fit. Rainier comes into the ground pound. Ilyu has all the time in the world to just walk to the side and throw out his side sig and punish everything Rainier wants to do.
Even with the 3 soft platforms in here, Ilyu is not feeling claustrophobic. He's able to maneuver in, around, and through those platforms just with complete ease, completely dominating this game in terms of damage, positioning, and movement.
But Rainier is able to find the right spot as Ilyu has to recover to the wall. Rainier throws down the spear, covers a huge amount of that wall, and takes down Ilyu. That's 1 stock closer to winning game 1, but it's not close enough by any means.
Both players need to focus on speed here. Ilyu needs to keep up this rapid pace.
Oh,
so far, and he
what?
just there.
What?
Kill with like the double. It would have been a triple Sayer if Rainier didn't die. But I can't believe Rainier needs to just slow this pace down. He needs to keep Ilyu just completely frustrated with how the game is going.
What? That was 536 damage put out by Ilyu. That is kill efficiency on one of the hardest characters to kill efficiently. That is absolutely absurd. 3/4, and he essentially got 2 stocks for free, and then the third one was so incredibly clean. Sure, he lost 1 stock, but that is impressive aggression from Ilyu. Rainier is going to switch it up and say, hey, you're going high move speed. Well, I'm going to go fairly high move speed, but incredibly high dexterity. He's going to be switching it up to the Koji, who we haven't seen so far in this tournament.
Ilyu just killed 1, a Queen Nai, impossible. 2, with Lucian, impossible. 3, with Gunsair, impossible.
Well, they buffed Gunsair, all right. It's now moved from impossible to slightly improbable, all right.
And I don't know, this the switch for Rainier to Koji. He's gonna try and beat Ilyu at his own game here of just speed, just throwing out hitboxes, being dynamic. The amount of attacks coming out, his APM just going through the roof, and I don't think that's necessarily the way you try and beat Ilyu, but he is staying pretty even so far.
I mean, he had the lead for a while, is able to get the Gimp with that unarmed side air, or sorry, not unarmed, bow side air on the side of Ilyu while he's going for that recovery, but took a lot of damage. He had a lot of potential. He had Ilyu into the red while he was only in the yellow, but Ilyu just found the spot, got the guns, caught him with a couple down airs and side airs, and is going to be able to even this up if he can pick up the signature.
The way Rainier is playing with Koji makes me question why he even decided to start with Queen Nai. They don't share any weapons. They don't share any stats. Koji is a very high dex. Not necessarily the hardest hitting in the game. Definitely doesn't have the highest defense in the game. Not necessarily the fastest, but still, it's sort of just a completely different change.
I think it was a little bit of a switch flip from Rainier. He's like, all right, well, I'm gonna try one extreme, and that's gonna be Queen Nai. If that extreme doesn't work, let's go to the other extreme with Koji, and this is the correct extreme so far as he gets Ilyu into the red again. But if Ilyu can find those openings, rack up the damage, he's immediately taking Rainier into the red.
Now we're seeing that game immediately slow down. Bo has very low recovery times, especially compared to Sword. So he was pushing the speed limit with that bow. His attacks per minute were through the roof. Then he slows it down with the Sword and completely changes it up on Ilyu, waiting for Ilyu to come to him. That I definitely love, and I agree with it.
Is there a speedometer in chat? I don't know if Rainier was in fact breaking the speed limit, but he will be getting ticketed if he was. Is there an
nobody
officer?
tell the Twitch police. All right, no snitches here.
There's no Twitch police here. But Ilyu able to pick up the gun neutral sig again onto Rainier. I think Rainier, he's done a great job of keeping this aggression onto Ilyu, but we're seeing a lot of Lucians pick up these gun end sigs as their opponents are trying to approach aerial.
We used to see a lot of Lucians back in the day just completely demolish everybody with side sig. The range on it, the gigantic hitbox of it, how quickly it came out. And now the game is so much more airy, it's more floaty. People spend more time living in the air than they used to maybe 8 months ago. And so things like those neutral sigs, it's a quick anti-air.
It's a great anti-air. Like you were saying, a lot of people like to stay in the air just because there's a little bit more movement options. You can dodge all 8 directions when you're on the ground. You can only dodge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you count spot dodge, but it doesn't matter as Ilyu not able to dodge any of the attacks of Rainier as Rainier gets a Gimp on the right side.
And Rainier switching it up, playing Ilyu at his own game and beating Ilyu in his own game, tying up the set. I don't actually see the character select. I was still looking at the damage numbers. I'm guessing he stuck
right into it. I think they're sticking with it.
Stuck with Koji.
I don't think there was any time for any sort of character swaps. They're gonna go right back into it. The aggression, just it worked for Rainier. It was a little bit close, to be completely honest. He kept getting Ilyu into the red, and then Ilyu came back, got Rainier back into the red. Rainier cleans up the stock, and then Ilyu cleans up the stock. Rainier gets Ilyu in the red. Rinse, repeat, and that little bit of a lead was enough that Rainier was able to take game 2. But usually you want to see a lot more of a lead if you want confidence that you're gonna win the set.
But compare that to game 1 where Ilyu he wasn't even orange, was he, on his second stock when he killed Rainier?
No, I think he was like maybe yellow as he is now.
So that is an immediate transformation, and so far, it's still pretty even. But like last game, Rainier got a little bit of a lead, and sometimes that's just how these games go. All it takes is a little bit of a lead. You get a kill, your opponent turns around and gets a kill. You get a kill, your opponent turns around and gets a kill. Then you get a kill. Hey, guess what? Game's over. They don't have the chance to turn around and get a kill.
Right now, we're seeing an adjustment from Ilyu. We're seeing not necessarily passive play, but he did play a little bit more standard guns, kind of going to the outside, waiting for Rainier to try to make an approach, and then punishing. Now that he's got the stock advantage, he's going a little bit more aggressive, but he goes back, staying on the hard platforms, and going for those side light and side airs to try to punish approaches from Rainier.
That was a nice little X pivot there that Ilyu did. We saw like Cody Travis, I think probably in total, throw out like 100 X pivot dares yesterday. But that was a nice little X pivot there. I saw that, Ilyu. I got you.
Props where props are due, and Ilyu with his gunplay has been able to space out Rainier. Rainier just not able to get on top of him. He was hitbox to hitbox on Ilyu, but he didn't do the bow nair, the one move that is the best for stacked hits.
If you're in the air, you pretty much... all of Bo's moves are incredible. Don't necessarily always use ground pound unless you're on the edge, but like bow nair is so amazing. Bow recovery got a force buff. Bow dare is an incredible gimping tool. It can create so much space. Nice slide charge down sig there. The breakdance kind of styling it out a little bit, but Bo just has such a strong air game because of the kit. The kit is incredibly utilitarian.
If he can find the utility here, because Ilyu with these guns is just finding the spacing. He's switched it up now. He's got the guitars. Guitars not generally good against sword, as swords can space out the approaches. Guitars usually a little bit more standard on the approaches. It's usually dare, sidelight, dodging. Those are kind of like the big three guitar approaches, and sword can kind of shut all of those down. But Ilyu, all he needs is one approach and he can get the kill.
We almost saw Rainier get that ground pound. I think that might have killed him, but we saw him play sword into Ilyu's guitars exactly the way he needed to. He waited to see for a moment if Ilyu was going to initiate so he could space it out with the sword hitboxes. If Ilyu didn't initiate, Rainier then counter initiated on him and put out hitboxes and put out damage.
And thanks to that, Ilyu has the stock advantage. Rainier is literally a full stock behind as he picks up a nair onto Ilyu. Ilyu on the right side is gonna get potentially gimped by the bow play. One more hit. There it is. Ground pound onto Ilyu. Stock's evened up.
Nice follow-up ground pound. He didn't want to give Ilyu time to breathe. He threw out the weapon toss, threw out the ground pound, even though those missed and didn't kill, he was ready with another ground pound to make sure Ilyu died. But look at this, the double neutralite followed up with a recovery, the Sair in the air. Rainier is dead. Ilyu just completely clean. That was a JV2.
Great play from Ilyu. It wasn't absurd aggression, but it was definitely a lot more aggressive than we've seen from Lucians in the past, and that little bit of aggression, that counter aggression against Rainier, is exactly what he needed. He found the right spacing when it came to guns, but he was still aggressive. He would hit like a side light and then immediately go into a chase dodge of some sort with a follow-up down air or end light or down light.
Nice adaptation from Ilyu there. Game 2, incredibly even. Game 3, Ilyu had Rainier's number. He knew how his Koji played, and there was adaptation from Ilyu. There wasn't adaptation from Rainier, and that's why Ilyu won.
Yeah, I think Rainier kind of wanted to play what he played in game 2. He was like, oh, you know, I won it. I'll just kind of keep at the pace that I'm going. But Ilyu made the adjustment, and unfortunately for Rainier, he wasn't able to counter adjust to Ilyu's adjustment. And with that, we're going to be moving on. It's going to be Compute of Kingdom Esports versus Silly Trinket. Compute, you might be familiar with. He was on he's on Kingdom Esports. He was on the showcase on Friday for esports, and he's been around for quite a while. Silly Trinket on the other side, he apparently placed 5th at DragonCon.
And wait, so another person in NA is playing Sentinel right now? Somebody in NA is playing Sentinel. People are listening. People are paying attention to what is happening. And
you say that.
They're seeing Sentinels doing good stuff, so they're like, hey, maybe we're finally gonna understand in North America that Sentinel is a good character.
You say that, but he's playing Sentinel against Compute. Let's go through weapons. Sentinel's got Katars. Axe, sword, space it out. Hammer, on Sentinel. Axe, sword, wait for him to make a move. Then once he whiffs it, huge punish window. Sword is going to be faster. Axe can follow up and just cover the entire other hitbox. By pure weapon to weapon, Compute has the advantage. The biggest thing Compute has against him is that 3 defense, and if Silly Trinket hits, you know, like 3 head side sigs in a row, it's gonna be death.
All right, look, man, like I know that the Sentinel, the weapon matchup wise, not the best pick right here, but NA is growing. All right, they're showing progress, and it's
you're just proud of the baby.
Sword. Yeah, even if they lose North America, I'm proud of you. All right.
Well, unfortunately, I think it would be a little bit more exciting if he can win out with the Sentinel, and that is what is happening right now as Compute is already getting knocked into the red, but you're seeing a little bit more aerial play as, well, Hammer, it's hard to counter aerial unless you're doing jump dares, and Compute just has to expect that jump dare and punish.
He's doing a pretty good job of it here. He's keeping Silly Trinket pretty even right now. He's keeping Silly Trinket down below. I'm not sure what that turnaround down
that was a mistake. He was trying to fall through the platform and pull out a dare immediately. He just, there's a little bit too much leniency on that ledge cancel. Instead, got a ledge cancel down light. That was a slight mistake. He wasn't punished for it though, so not the worst thing in the world, but I recognize that was an awkward move.
Now I'm hoping Compute has been paying attention to Burnt Pan's axe. That's his 2v2 partner, and Burnt Pan has one of the best axes probably in definitely in North America, maybe the world. I'm hoping that Compute has kind of paid attention to the way his 2v2 partner plays axe, and I'm hoping he can adapt that to his own axe.
Well, he's going to be coming in with a sword instead of the axe, and sword is a pretty standard NA weapon. A lot of people are they're comfortable with it. For a while there, sword was really, really powerful, and subsequently, basically everyone in NA at one point or another played sword and is familiar with the standard bread and butters of sword play. We're going to see Compute switch it up. He's got the axe versus Silly Trinket, unarmed. Axe is going to be able to space out any sort of approach that Silly Trinket wants to do.
Spot dodge in the mind, but Silly Trinket coming in, starting to use those signatures, those hammer signatures, cover so much space, come out so quickly. He has a down sig to punish approaches. He has a neutral sig, a nice anti-air. That side sig can cover so much territory.
Well, it looks like the weapon tosses are going to be able to cover even more territory. Stomp into a side light from Silly Gobi, able to pick up the side air as Compute tries to dodge in. Looks like, or sorry, Silly Trinket. Excuse me. But Silly Trinket is just, he's punishing these dodge-ins from Compute. Compute gets hit and wants to keep his aggression going, and Silly Trinket is punishing it.
Silly Trinket here. Weapon matchups, be darned. It doesn't matter. The second stock is going completely different than the first stock. First stock was relatively even, but now Silly Trinket is basically an entire full stock up in terms of stock number and health.
And that is troublesome, especially given the fact that, once again, Compute has 3 defense. He has the lowest defense in the game, tied with, you know, Ada. And every single time that Silly Trinket gets a hit, it is going to feel double against Compute, because Silly Trinket, I mean, he's got 6 defense. He gets to tank double as much damage as Compute.
And there's that side C that covers. That was from the middle of the platform. Was Compute even red?
No. That was an incredibly fast kill. That is the power of Sentinel, and the reason why we have been saying for so long, Sentinel needs a little bit more love from the players, but we're seeing Compute. He's going to be switching it up. He liked his axe play, so he's going to be going to Brit.
Everybody needs to be playing this character as much as people in NA play Bodvar right now. Play this character. This character is good. Silly Trinket just showed that even if weapon matchups are against you, you can still win.
Speaking of weapon matchups, I still think it goes a little bit in Compute's favor. Spear, similar to Sword, will be able to space out Katars, will be able to find openings in the hammer play, but if game 1 was any indicator of what Silly Trinket can do, he's gonna punish Compute for dodging in after getting it. He's gonna punish Compute for trying to space out of these Katars, and he's gonna just open up Compute, tear him apart, throw him away, and go on in the tournament.
He showed that Compute can't be aggressive or he's going to punish. He showed that Compute can't be passive or he's going to punish. If Compute is defensive, he's going to punish. Anything that Compute might have in his tool belt, Silly Trinket's there to punish it.
Got the axe in hand now. He gets a nice side light into a down light, but Silly Trinket immediately just going for these weapon tosses to interrupt Compute and stop the aggression.
Every time you accidentally say Silly Gobi, I just want to say,
I love Silly Gobi.
Yo, is that my boy Gobi?
Such a nice guy. But Compute with this axe has found it. Silly Trinket, no weapons to his name now as Compute clears the board, picks up the spear, gets a nice ground pound onto Silly Trinket, and Silly Trinket, he might get the wall touch, but just the little adjust, the increased defense for Bryn it's gonna be enough that Compute might be able to take this. If he can get the stun, gets the first one, and he's only in the yellow.
It was just zoning. Zoning with that spear was incredible. He's able to just throw out a simple ground pound when Silly Trinket is completely out of range. If Silly Trinket tries to come into range to punish, he's going to get hit by it. If Silly Trinket stays out of range, then he just got a ground pound for free, and he's putting himself into no risk. It's either a zero-sum game or he wins.
Clearly, he is winning right now. Silly Trinket has the Katars in hands, but Compute has no weapon for him, and Silly Trinket is able to completely capitalize on the fact that Compute is playing unarmed into Silly Trinket, but Compute's not dead yet.
That bounce
Silly
pass
Trinket
line,
threw away the hammer.
Compute almost got that bounce pass bomb kill.
Do you think it would have killed?
I don't know. Compute,
He's got not a lot of damage.
he's been following up on everything he's done. This spear has been so strong so far. Silly Trinket's gonna get the turnaround neutral sig.
Gets through, he gets the neutral sig. Compute comes back, picks up an axe as Silly Trinket with the hammer in hand gets a pretty standard hammer string, but it's not nearly enough. Looking at the damage at the top right, Compute only has to get 2 more strings, add up about 70 damage, and he'll have Silly Trinket in kill range.
And we've started seeing Silly Trinket to continue to throw his weapons. It started at the beginning of the match. Now Compute started doing it, and Silly Trinket Compute's seeing them coming, and sometimes they're missing, and if they don't miss, Compute is ready to follow up and force Silly Trinket away so that the weapons just despawn.
Oh.
And there we have it again. Silly Trinket was disarmed, and so Compute got the free edge guard with the axe there.
That's the pitfall of that weapon toss playstyle. Sure, if you get the hits, it stun locks your opponent. You can follow up with a lot of unarmed play. It's a great opener. But if your opponent is ready for it, like Compute is, you can just find the right dodge times, avoid the weapon tosses, and then completely dismantle the fact that you are unarmed against their weapon.
And the weapons now despawn faster after a handful of patches ago. And Silly Trinket started off throwing them very, very vertical. Up or down with a little at like a 45-degree angle at maybe most, but now that he's throwing them horizontally and Compute knows that they're coming, he just dodges them and then they despawn before Silly Trinket can pick them up. It's just he's not throwing safely.
Right, there's once again another horizontal throw from Silly Trinket. He's trying to play this Qatar game, but he's playing Qatars into Spear. It's a difficult matchup for Silly Trinket. He needs to completely find those gaps in the Spear, and since that Spear, it's kind of a horizontal weapon. There isn't a lot in the way of just straight up and down attacks. You've got down air, and then you can recovery.
Yeah, other than that, you have Sair, you have neutral light, you have side light, all of which very much left and right. Even Bryn's Sigs, the side Sig is very left. The down Sig on Axe very much covers left and right. You have the down Sig on Spear, but even that's just mostly an in-place coverage. It doesn't really cover more vertical than horizontal or anything like that. And on Shipwreck, you have the option to do those very lateral movements.
Right, but if Silly Trinket picks up a hammer, can get above Compute. Compute doesn't have a whole lot of options to punish, but Compute is able to pick up the side air and take down Silly Trinket, and that is going to be going game 2, going the way of Compute. We're going to go into game 3. Will Silly Trinket switch up characters?
I don't know what else he's comfortable playing.
His Sentinel was strong, But I'd like to see something other than Sentinel. That sounds like a terrible sentence, but I would really like to see something like, I'm looking through it right now. I would actually like an Ember. I think an Ember would be a strong pick. You'd have the bow. The bow can get those awkward angles. You can get falling nairs on top of the spear. And he'll have a lot of edge guard potential against Compute, but it looks like he's going to try to stick with his Sentinel play. I mean, I can't blame him. He's level 62 with it. Obviously, he likes the character enough to get level 62, but I don't know. I just think when it comes to pure weapon matchups, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Silly Trinket.
I think that's really the case here. I think Compute, because he's now played 2 games against Silly Trinket, he's started to really pay attention and adapt to what Silly Trinket's doing, and it's now turning into more of the weapon matchups actually making the difference.
So are you saying Compute, has he gotten his Sharingan? Is he at Mangekyo Sharingan? Is he at Rinnegan? Or is he just kind of like Sharingan level 1? Like where is he at in the download process?
I mean, I think he's got his Gunner Lagar going. He's ready to rah fight the power. Naruto Shippuden, Sasuke, brother my brother.
You're just saying anime terms now, right?
Yes.
I would have loved to Giga Drill somewhere in between there, but Compute and Silly Trinket are here. Game 3. Only one of them can continue on, and Compute has the axe in hand. But I don't like this map, or I don't hate this map pick for Silly Trinket. If he can go into the shenanigans, he'll actually have the advantage. That hammer will be able to pick up recoveries, and it's such a vertical space inside of there that it will be difficult for Compute if he has the guitars in that shenanigans area. There's a lot of gimp potential. He just has to dare left, right, throw in a couple nairs and a side air, and it is going to be death for Compute.
Compute also could have an advantage in that shenanigan zone with the axe. He has dare potential there, and with the way he's been spacing out Silly Trinket so far, he could just overspace everything and then fast fall into a dare, into a ground pound, into a recovery, hit with the bottom of that recovery, and send Silly Trinket down.
But if he's on Spear, Spear doesn't have a lot in the way of, once again, vertical hits. At best, in the shenanigans, Spear has dare. And if dare, it really doesn't have a lot in a hitbox. It's got a lot of distance, but it's a very small hitbox. Other than that, you've got Spear, ground pound, and recovery, which sure covers a lot of space, but you can also just spot dodge it and punish.
Even if you get hit by that ground pound, it's going to do exactly what you just saw there. It's going to send you either to the left or to the right, which if you're in the shenanigans, that's pretty much just going to pinball you back and forth, which yes, that's damage, but when you're in the red, you're not looking to get more damage. You're looking to kill.
Absolutely, he is trying to get the kills right now. Compute, though, is the one with the weapon and the kill potential. If he can rack it up, he's knocked Silly Trinket into the shenanigans, and that is probably the only time where Silly Trinket is going to be in trouble in the shenanigans, is when he is unarmed against Compute. But other than that, I mean, not in the worst shape, but that was really odd approaches from Silly Trinket. He did a lot of getting hit and then trying to dodge right down and pick up something, but he didn't go for the fastest move, the hammer end light on a stacked opponent.
And that's just those things of completely optimal play. Maybe it's not going to have the most force on it, but Compute's an orange, you're not looking to kill him right now. And even if you hit a dare, if you hit a Sair, if you hit anything, you're not going to kill him. You need to get him into kill percentage with things like hammer in light, because if it's just pure frame data knowledge, the hammer neutral light will win out.
I mean, it's just, in that position, it was 100% the best move. He was going for stomps, and stomps are nice. You can follow up with down airs, you can follow up with side airs, but like you were saying, Compute just wasn't in a position where that would have been worth it. That wouldn't have been better than just hitting an end light on your stacked opponent.
And like follow-ups are great. Follow-ups are fantastic. That's your way to really build up damage quickly. But if the first hit doesn't have the correct small number of frames to actually hit, it doesn't matter if you could follow it up with a million moves, because if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit.
You can't follow up something that doesn't connect. Silly Trinket now has to take down this stock of Compute. He's gonna try to do it unarmed as he throws away the guitars. I don't know if he was going for maybe a weapon toss, hoping it'll bounce Compute into a recovery, but why not just hammer recovery like that?
Hammer, dude, I don't even care that they nerfed it, dude.
Oh, they nerfed it. They nerfed it. Don't it.
Hammer recovery's still so good, dude. We've seen 2 hammer recoveries, kill.
Okay, BB.
One of them was like really, really goofy through the shenanigans zone on King's Pass, but like that one, hammer recovery is such a good kill option.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier on. That's just a really great position on King's Pass inside of that shenanigans area because it launches them straight down. It is the equivalent of a ground pound on their head, but from below. It is so strong in that shenanigans area. And honestly, I kind of want Silly Trinket to play a little shenanigansy. I think that would really help him out inside of this map.
Usually, if you're below your opponent, especially in like a shenanigan zone, you're usually at the disadvantage there. But with hammer recovery, it turns that weakness and turns it into a strength. Not only could it possibly kill, it kills a lot of the time, but even if it hits and it doesn't kill, it puts space between you and your opponent.
Well, unfortunately for Silly Trinket, he wasn't able to space out the axe play from Compute, went into the shenanigans, but I don't think he had a weapon in his hands, and Compute was able to close it out, takes it takes it in game 3, takes it out 2-1 over Silly Trinket.
And it's just, again, it was like we said at the beginning of game 3, weapon matchups are really hurting Silly Trinket right now. Compute has understood the play style. He's understood the approaches. So it's not goofy things from Silly Trinket that are catching Compute off guard now. Compute is understanding what's going to happen, and he's using the matchup to his advantage.
Unfortunately for Silly Trinket, he didn't really have another option. It seemed like his standard comfort pick was the only pick he had. But we're going to be moving on. It's going to be two names that we are all familiar with. The fan favorite by a lot of people's opinions. It's going to be Egg Soup of Boo versus Cody Travis, the mercenary. The guy who has been... He's clan hopped for a while. He's finally settled down with Kingdom Esports. We saw him play yesterday. He had a pretty ballin' Barraza. You were talking about his X-Pivot dares. No guns this time, except he's not... Nope. Yeah, he's just in the Ogrim. It's cool.
Cody, please don't do this.
Do it!
After
he's switching the axe.
He Steam messaged me and said, or maybe it was a Discord message, but regardless, he said, I'm sorry I let you down, Daddy. But he wasn't actually sorry, or he wouldn't be doing this right here. This lets me down. He could lose 1,000,000 matches, and it would never let me down as much as him picking Olgrim over his Barraza right now.
Look. I love this pick. Not because it is anti whatever you have against Olgrim, but because I was talking to Egg Soup earlier on, and maybe I'm revealing too many secrets before Egg Soup gets towards the end of the tournament, but Egg Soup has had 2 hours of sleep. That is a nap for some people. That is I nap longer than
you
Egg
ain't
Soup
napping
slept.
hard enough, dog. You ain't ready to nap with me yet. Then if you think 2 hours, that ain't no nap.
I'm just saying, like that is like he tripped and he just had to lay on the ground for an hour. And he also said, I was like, who are you most worried about in the tournament today? And Egg Soup said, axe players. Said axe and bow are his biggest threats. What does Cody Travis have in his hands right now? It is the fireman's axe. And Cody Travis is going to be coming in with the Olgrim versus Egg Soup on Val, not the Egg Soup that is famous for Hattori. Instead, he's going to be switching up to Val, giving away the spear, and be switching to gauntlets.
If he's most worried about axe, literally play any other axe character. If he's worried about axe and bow, dude, play axe and bow. Azoth exists.
No. Egg Soup doesn't want to play axe and bow. He's worried about losing to axe and bow.
Okay, so if he is, then Cody Travis should play axe and bow. Or play
Cody Travis didn't know that.
Then play any other axe character, dude. Don't play Olgrim. You play Barraza on the reg, so just play him.
No, but Cody Travis, he's also got a lance in hand. Egg Soup, though, has had more aggression and more connections on hits. He's throwing a lot of these Val N-Sigs out, and it's surprising to me that Egg Soup's doing it. When Val came out, I was like, Egg, I like Val N-Sig, and he was like, I don't. And I'm like, why? It's like, because it sends them to the corners and makes it hard to kill them. Just like that, Egg Soup goes to the corner, and if you want to talk about the greatest distance on the square is between the two corners, and that is why it is so difficult to get kills with the Val Sword neutral sig. But the Gauntlet side sig, not a problem. Just gets a side sig on the Cody Travis.
Olgrim does have 7 defense. Like I'll give that to him. So those corner kills are going to be even harder. Not only are they going to be more difficult because of that, but because the corners are so far away, and because it's on Blackguard. The vertical kill box on Blackguard is ridiculously tall.
Yeah, I think, was it Egg Soup who got the really big gauntlet vertical gimp in the 2v2 yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to pull that off on this map. It's the vertical kill box of this map it's difficult. I think Egg's going to have a lot more success going with this gauntlet play because gauntlet side stick, we saw it earlier on. He got the first stock with it. If he just sticks to the gauntlet side stick, it actually has a lot of force, not to mention the fact that gauntlet ground pound is devastating when it connects.
If he ever gets Cody Travis to the point where he can get that vertical gimp on Blackguard keep, that just means he's being inefficient and he was wasting damage earlier that he should have used to kill with.
But he's gonna get the nice neutral light.
Egg, please don't do this to the Egg. Don't
Nope.
I know you're tired, but you gotta dig deep. You can lose the next set. Just please don't. Please
Don't lose to an Olgrim. He's fishing for a lot of vertical moves right now. Egg, he had the punish opportunity, but instead he went vertical. He gets a nice down sig on a Cody Travis, but that down sig is not going to be a kill move. Instead, down sig generally just a better setup. It's like a long range side light. You can follow it up like a standard side light, but Egg, he needs to get this kill off of Cody Travis.
He's really going to start feeling that 4 force that Val has against the 7 defense that Olgrim has. He's basically going to have to work twice as hard to get these kills.
Or Cody Travis will do the work for him as he falls to his death, trying to get the gimp on the side, but Egg Soup, he's already in the orange. He's taken quite a bit of damage. He's going to be sticking with these gauntlets, which if he can get the strings will do a lot of damage, but right now he's not really getting on top of him to get those strings.
That was a nice read from Cody Travis with the like 45-degree angle spike ball throw, just completely countering the double jump from Egg.
That was a great play from Cody Travis. And there's a nice lance toss. Wants to just use those tosses to kind of cover any approaches from Egg Soup as he waits for a better weapon to spawn, aka he wants the axe. Down sig will do it. That'll clean up the first stock. And the Olgrim pick, it worked. All right, it worked.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
It worked.
That would just oh, Cody, please play Brawlhalla, please. Just play
Hey,
Brawlhalla. Egg, I swear, if you do this to me, oh, please don't, Egg Soup. You're gonna let all of your millions and millions of Egomaniacs out there. You're gonna let them down.
That's their nickname, the Egomaniacs.
Yeah, probably.
Well,
more importantly, you're gonna let me down.
I think you should be used to getting let down. But Egg Soup is gonna be running it back. They're gonna be going to Thunderguard Stadium this time. Egg Soup, he's gotta make the adjustment. He's gotta stick to the gauntlet play. It worked out all right, and it has a little bit more kill potential, but he also has to find approaches on Cody Travis, and he hasn't really been able to follow up a lot of his hits with those gauntlets.
The gauntlets are gonna have the kind of same problem that Katars do of getting into Axe. They can be read and they can be absolutely outranged by the axe. It just has the incredibly long, huge, sweeping, overarching hitbox that covers a lot of approach options.
I know you said words, but I got really distracted when Egg Soup did the wonkiest down dodge diagonal recovery in the shenanigans that I just couldn't. I literally just paused in my brain and was like, did just do that? Because Egg Soup is famous for doing things that nobody else does, and that right there is an example of it. Nobody does that diagonal dodge inside of a shenanigans, follows up, is just like this weird diamond of damage in the shenanigans. He almost got a kill with the side kick,
speaking of damage, Cody Travis has so much damage on him. The sidekick coming in almost killed Cody Travis, and I want Egg to stick with this sword. That's what we've seen him actually really build up damage with compared to the gauntlets.
Also got to be careful though, because he's getting close to kill percentage. That bomb has been on the board, but Cody Travis not able to connect. He's got the lance. Egg has punish opportunity. Shenanigans? Nope. Egg's not even gonna go in.
Egg hasn't had a lot of luck with those gauntlets so far. Consequently, Cody Travis hasn't had a lot of luck with the spears so far. It's been Egg's sword play and Cody's axe play.
Cody can't have success with a weapon he doesn't have, right?
I said lance, right?
No, you said spear.
Oh, I'm in. I'm just, come on.
It's the same thing.
Triggered right now. Somebody pick Olgrim, and I'm actually saying words. Be happy with what you have.
Yeah, I mean, I know in your head, like, in order to get through this, you're imagining Cody Travis is on the Bryn and is playing Axe and Spear, but unfortunately, he is on the Olgrim, and he is losing out to Egg Soup right now, in part due to Egg's fantastic sword play.
Yeah, I'm in Sparky Town. I'm loving all of these X pivot dares that Cody's doing right now with Barraza's guns.
It's your brain right now is the same brain of the TF2 Pyro, where he just like imagines butterflies and everything, and it's horrible in real life, but the Pyro is happy and in a little magical wonderland. That's what's happening right now. But Egg Soup,
Egg getting
he's
the
got
sword.
the sword.
Cody in the orange. This could be a very different game than we saw before.
Ooh, Chase is down, but Cody not able to turn it around. Cody is going to survive. He's got plenty of jumps. Egg's going to switch it up. He's got the gauntlets, and he gets cut by the down sig. That down sig, and it covers the entire hitbox. Not only does it cover in front of you, and if it hits in front of you, it spikes, but the two axes that come behind you, guess what? Those hit.
That's what I will say about Olgrim is after they buffed the side sig to cover more territory, and I think they made it come out a little bit faster, the side sig on Axe is good. The down sig on Axe is good.
The neutral sig, pretty good too. It's similar to the Asuri Qatar neutral sig. It's got that force vector, as well as the fact that it's ranged. It's got a little bit of safety to it.
It is strong, but it's very readable. You don't see the Orion neutral sigs hitting a lot. You don't see the Asuri's neutral sigs hitting a lot. You don't see Ada neutral sigs hitting a lot. It's kind of in the same vein as all of those. Yeah, if you hit it, it can absolutely lead to like an orange kill very easily. But you do have to hit it, and it's very readable.
Speaking of readable moves, Egg Soup has thrown out a lot of Qatar neutral sigs on the platform. Generally not a good idea. The Qatar neutral sig, if it hits the platform, it's not going to do a whole lot of force. At best, it'll bounce your opponent into the sky. I'd like to see him kind of hold on to it and use it for kind of gimps, kind of like that Orion neutral sig or the Asuri neutral sig, where it's better off stage.
Both players are very, very close to death right now. Egg's neutral light with sword on Cody Travis from like the middle right of the main platform almost sent Cody Travis off screen.
That side air from Egg Soup, I mean, there's just a whole lot of damage, but Egg Soup able to clean it up. Cody Travis went for the recovery. If it had hit, it would have 100% killed Egg Soup, but instead Cody Travis went for it. Egg Soup spaced it out. He was stuck in the recovery animation. Egg Soup got a clean neutral air to finish off the stock, but that was really close.
Cody Travis, like, legit almost 2-0'd Egg. We haven't seen that since, like, Boomy 3-0'd Egg with Wushong in a previous BCS 1v1.
I'm not Johnsing for Eggs, but I mean, 2 hours of sleep, right?
If you lose, you lose. You can't make excuses.
I know, yeah.
Go ahead and try to go up to Delta Airlines and be like, I'll have my ticket, please. I only got 2 hours of sleep. That's that night. Coach is fine. He doesn't have to be first class. I'll be fine.
It totally works. Johns will get you to the podium, but Egg Soup is going to try to get to the podium via pure unadulterated skill as they go into game 3. He's going to be sticking with his vow. Cody Travis not mixing it up. He kind of thought about it, but he's like, no, I think bothering Sparky is the true strategy here as he sticks with the Olgrim in game 3 on Shipwreck.
Like, I'm not kidding. I don't know if Cody Travis has Twitter, but I'm blocking him. I'm removing him from Steam. I'm probably gonna report him. He's still playing Olgrim right now. Play any other character's axe. Every other character has a faster axe, has better axe signatures, just has more versatility. Their other weapon is just considered better, has better matchups. Other than the Goofy pick, he even picked the Goofy skin.
So that's the best skin. What are you talking about? But Egg Soup, his gauntlets were waking up. He was getting a whole lot of damage onto Cody Travis. He had some big strings, but then the second he weapon tosses and falls into a bomb, the switch is flipped, and Egg Soup is gonna be close to the first one to get taken down. One sig will do it. Gauntlets not gonna connect. Egg Soup backs up, He wants to try to pick Cody Travis off with a weapon toss when he is off the platform.
I'm really proud of Cody, the way he's been able to really go even with Egg. Like 2 hours of sleep, be darned. To go even with Egg in any capacity, like that's not something you just take lightly.
Right, Egg Soup was arguably one of the top 5 contenders. Cody Travis, I mean, arguably a top 8 contender, but still, by some regard, a lot of people would have expected Egg Soup to kind of close this out. But Cody Travis is definitely holding his own, and it is definitely in due part to this Axe. We actually haven't seen a whole lot of his Lance play. His Axe play is just doing all of the work for him.
And that's exactly what he should be doing right now. Cody Travis plays mostly Barraza, which is axe and guns. So it's neither of those weapons are a lance. So his lance he doesn't have the experience with it, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just he hasn't played it. So he's really relying on that axe and doing most of the work with it.
And as we were talking about his axe, he switches it up to the lance, and I think we're seeing why he didn't really play lance. He pretty much got manhandled by Egg Soup every single time Cody Travis went for an aerial attack, kind of trying to approach or move around. Egg Soup was there with a big punish. The second he picks up the axe, he's already knocking Egg Soup off the map with a recovery.
We've already almost seen a kill. In 5 seconds with axe, we've seen a down sig hit, and then we saw an axe recovery, and that's what he's been doing so far. That's why his axe has been so good, and it's been doing so much damage, and it's been getting kills.
I thought for a second that Egg Soup was gonna pick up that sword and then use the sword recovery because it's got slightly higher vertical movement than the unarmed recovery, but unfortunately he just didn't have the movement. Cody Travis is able to even it up, and there's the neutral sig off of the platform. Not a lot of force, just because Cody Travis doesn't have a whole lot of damage on him, but still better usage of that gauntlet neutral sig.
And now Cody has that lance. Egg just took the last weapon on the map. He has the sword. Egg Soup very well versed in sword from his time playing. He's played Bodvar, he's played Hattori, he's played a lot of sword characters. He knows how to play sword, but now Cody has that axe again.
That axe is definitely going to be trouble as Egg Soup trying to find hits, but Cody Travis trades it back, and the trades are kind of in Cody Travis's favor. He's got a slight defense advantage, he's got a force advantage over Egg Soup. And if Egg Soup is going blow for blow against Cody Travis, that is not going to be good. But the neutral sig is fantastic. Takes it out, goes all the way to the corner, but he had enough damage on him that it will kill.
Egg just barely taking that out from under Cody Travis. The thing that Cody was able to do is when Cody got in the red, Ed was usually in orange. And so all of a sudden, you saw Cody Travis start building up that damage. Egg is getting deeper and deeper into the orange. Then Egg hits a few moves on Cody. Cody's still in the red. None of the moves kill. All of a sudden, Egg is in the red. Cody has brought him into the red, brought him on basically equal footing with a weapon that can easily kill with side airs once you're in the red. And in the end, Egg was able to just kind of eke that out little by little and finally able to get it. But Cody Travis was right on his heels. His axe play has been fantastic today. The spacing of it, the timing of it, the damage buildup, the knowledge, all of it has been fantastic from Cody Travis.
I think if we've learned anything, buff axe, it needs a true kill combo. Sword's got downlight side air, spear's got downlight side air, guns have ground pound recovery. Axe needs something.
Not
right?
as a kill combo.
Axe needs something.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It needs a kill combo. It needs a kill combo.
Downlight. Get out of here with your selfish axe play.
When has sidelight downlight ever killed anything that wasn't 200 damage?
You have to get to kill potential. Get out of here.
Not a kill combo.
It stops at orange. Oh no.
That's all I'm saying. It's not a kill combo. But we're gonna be moving on. It's gonna be Pugsy on Koji versus Physic on Sentinel. Physic, I mean, we think of him as a Sentinel main. He was saying earlier that the previous Sentinel we were watching has actually been playing Sentinel for a longer time, but we still know Physic for his Sentinel.
And he's really stuck with Sentinel for a while. Qatar's kind of got a hit. I think one of the biggest things they hit was the downlight. That was months and months ago, and that was kind of when Qatar's seemed to fall a little bit out of play, and then especially Sentinel just kept getting hit with nerfs and hit with nerfs and hit with nerfs. But my man Physic has been just he's loyal. He has been loyal to Sentinel from basically day one. He thought about getting a new main months ago, but that never actually took hold. He has stayed with Sentinel.
And we'll see if that loyalty pays out for him. On the other side, Pugsy, not exactly the most loyal in the sense of he's kind of main hopped. We've seen him play Bodbar, we've seen him play Barraza. Pretty sure we've seen him play Sentinel. We saw him play it yesterday, and now we're going to be seeing him on Koji. He isn't as loyal in the character picks, but he is definitely no slouch as far as familiarity with these characters. He's already using that sword to rack up the damage, outspace Physic.
We haven't really seen a lot of Koji from him, like you just said. We saw it yesterday, and I don't know if I thought that might have been just a goofy pick. Holy, okay, he was waiting for that.
That was dirty.
To initiate right there. He was waiting for Physic to go for the Gimp so he could get that really early dare Gimp. Oh my gosh.
And Physic, not going to be deterred, is still trying to ground pound Pugsy. Now Pugsy is going to try to fight out in the neutral for a little bit, especially given the fact that he's got a stock and health advantage. But I think Physic he's kind of gotten a wake-up call, and he's going to have to try to respect the edge guards of Pugsy.
Pugsy basically just made 7 defense look like 0.
I mean, no defense in the world is going to keep you from that kind of absurd dare Gimp at the bottom of the map. You were a pixel away from the kill box to begin with, and just that dare was enough to push you into it.
Pugsy's about to turn around and get another kill. Pugsy's has just officially procced into like actual real red.
And this is on Koji. Koji, generally kind of a glass cannon-y style of character, only 4 defense on him, but he does not care about the defense given the fact that he's really not getting hit a lot. He's just now in the red, and he is just knocking Physic around.
We've seen Pugsy's Gimp potential already in the first stock, and now we've just seen his ability to just play the neutral game, build up damage, and just get a standard side air kill. Keep in mind that was a side air kill from basically the middle of the right platform on Sentinel.
Sentinel, once again, a little bit higher in the defense chart, meaning that when he gets hit by those side airs compared to, like, say, the 4 defense of Koji, he's not gonna get sent flying as far. But Pugsy making it work, added up enough damage for that side air to kill, and Physic still not able to take down the first stock of Pugsy. And if Physic gets a little too greedy for this stock, Pugsy might be able to get another big Gimp punish. They're already in the shenanigans. Oh, but that dare from real deep.
Oh my gosh, that shows how long it took Physic to kill Pugsy. That shows how long Pugsy was able to stretch that stock. He was able to make that 4 defense last forever.
And I think the name of the game for this set is it's gonna come down to the efficiency. When we get to the damage charts at the end of the game, we're gonna see Pugsy took a whole lot of damage, but I mean, he hasn't completely survived this, but if it ended right now, Pugsy will not have taken, or Pugsy will have taken an absurd amount of damage, but have only lost 1 stock. Physic on the other side will probably have taken about equal damage, but lost 3 stocks. Oh, the neutral sig drops though.
The first swipe of that neutral sig.
He tries to do it again.
Physic is very brave to go down there against Pugsy. Pugsy, he didn't even have to get a huge like multi-dare string Gimp. He just turned around and dared. And just Pugsy's absolutely just ruthless play style here was what took Physic down. Every time Physic made a misstep, Pugsy was there to punish it immediately.
A lot of damage put out from Pugsy. Really strong showing. I'm surprised that Physic went for that dare at the bottom of the map, given how quickly he was dismantled on his first stock. But it looks like we're going to go on into game 2. Pugsy and Physic stand with their same characters.
I think at that point, Physic just realized that Pugsy got the early, like basically a full stock up on him. And he needed something big at that point. Even after Pugsy got the kill, he was basically able to build up the damage, and he kept it even in terms of health, even though he was a stock ahead. So Physic just needed something big there. He just needed to reach to the bottom of the barrel and grasp at anything that was there. We're seeing Pugsy stick with the Koji here. He's just trying to completely zone out Physic. Those bow neutral lights are there to punish any down air initiation that Physic might have with Katars. Nice gravity cancel down light there. Nice side sig follow up, even though it does miss. Pugsy is keeping Physic at distance here. He's not letting him get in even a little bit with that hammer. And is this gonna happen again? And just the follow-up with weapon throws, keeping Physic constantly pushed back. Physic wastes a jump, gets hit with a throw. Wastes a jump, gets hit with a throw. Pugsy is there to constantly follow up and keep everything coming at all times. Physic has no room to breathe. And Pugsy looking so strong here. Those dynamic signatures from Physics Sentinel. Pugsy is just somehow seeing them coming. Except for that side sig. That side sig is finally going to kill him. And Physic didn't take too much damage. Physic is in the yellow right now against this Pugsy Koji.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of a closer set in the sense that, well, Pugsy didn't get a gigantic gimp and instant kill Physic. Instead, it's a little bit more standard, a little bit closer to the chest. And we're seeing a lot more weapon tosses. Physic right now.
I think he absolutely needs to just throw those out. If he throws them vertically, he has a better chance to pick them up. And he has an incredible chance to just completely interrupt Pugsy. Momentum has been what has been on Pugsy's side so far.
And he is keeping that momentum going. Physic is in the red. Pugsy gets a nice downlight nair, but that's not going to kill. Not enough force. He goes for the down sig. Covered a lot of options, but it didn't cover the opponent attacking his face option.
You didn't see Physic go to edgeguard Pugsy there. I'm not sure why. He would have been going vertically onto a bow, which isn't the worst place to be. If you're a hammer, you can ground pound in, and then if they dodge above, you have the hammer recovery option.
The biggest issue is it's Koji bow. Koji bow has N-Sig. And that N-Sig is real good at covering right above you. It's not quite the Jala He-Man Sig, but it covers right on top of you, and it makes those vertical approaches very difficult.
Physic was red at the point, so maybe he was just worried about the
follow-up
edge guard from Pugsy.
That's a great recovery.
And Physic, this is completely different than from what we saw last game. You said it at the beginning. If Physic didn't completely get gimped and lose his entire stock, he's keeping it relatively even. Almost dead even.
You and I, we've had quite a few talks with Pugsy. Pugsy's similar to a lot of the other Boo players in the sense that he gets a little bit emotional. And I think right now he might be starting to tilt against Physic. Not like super insane tilt, but we're seeing a little bit of not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not chaos, but it's just his moves aren't clean. He's not connecting as smoothly. Right there, you see the dodge and turnaround side air. He's kind of off. You can kind of feel it, right?
You're seeing him really play with those fast falls right now. He's doing multiple jumps, fast falls down, waiting to bait out a Physic move so he can punish it with that really, really fast bow.
Right now, they are both close to kill percentage. The bow, a little bit more difficult to kill with. You see right there that Nair not going to kill, but the recovery will. Pugsy ends up cleaning up in game 2. Stronger showing from Physic. As long as he doesn't get gimped, he has potential. And he was close to taking it out in game 2, but Pugsy ends up cleaning up at 2-0.
And that's the follow-up that we were talking about a lot yesterday in the 2v2. Pugsy is there to follow up off of Egg Soup. He's also there to follow up off of his own moves in 1v1. The Nair wasn't going to kill. If he did another Nair, it might have killed, but with the somewhat recent buff to the bow recovery force, he followed up with a bow recovery, and that is what killed.
And it is all about those follow-ups. It's all about the, it's the stuff after the stuff. The whole point of the new-ish speed dodge buffs is that you hit, and then you get to keep hitting. It's kind of like Crank. Once you get a hit, you keep hitting, stay Crank. But it's Pugsy saying once you get in there, keep chasing, get that recovery, and stay in the lead to finish it out in game 2 over Physic.
I really hope that the Pugsy was listening and heard that F-dot reference.
Yeah, I mean that was 100% for Pugsy. Praise it. But now we're gonna be moving on. It is gonna be 2 names that we are both familiar with. It's gonna be Vex Karaki versus Boo Twilight. Actually, does he still have the Boo tag? I know he had like ZDX for a while. He kind of bounces around, but it's gonna be Twilight.
And I'm sure we're gonna see Ada from Crocky coming out. We might see the Orion pick in the tank. I know he usually saves that for 2v2. I think that's more dependent on what Twilight's able to do. And Twilight is immediately going to come in with Bodvar. No surprises there. He plays Hattori in 2v2, but we tend to really only see Bodvar in 1v1.
It's kind of his comfort pick. It's the thing that he kind of made a name for himself with. In particularly, it's that sword side air. He is so exceptionally good at punishing vertical recoveries. If Crocky sticks with his spear game, which he loves a lot, if he's going for those spear recoveries on the side, Twilight knows how to stay in line with them, stay horizontal, and find the opening for a nice side air kill.
Like Twilight is like when a normal person owns a Ferrari. You know, like they don't necessarily push it to the extent. They don't go out on a track and go 200 miles an hour getting perfect gear changes and things like that. They use it to go to the store. They use it to pick up their kids from school. And Twilight does that. Sword has an incredible kit, but Twilight is able to get the job done with just Sair. He's able to stay in third gear and do anything he needs to do.
I acknowledge the metaphor, and it made sense after you explained it, but that was just the weirdest decision of metaphors. It makes so much sense now, and you are 100% correct. Twilight not pushing Sword and like forcing absurd strings or anything like that. It's just very simple. He does what anyone could do, but he does it better and safer and to a degree smarter. And he's going to be going up against Crocky, sticking with the Ada, no Orion on Crocky, and this is going to be game one of winners quarters, Crocky versus Twilight.
Twilight does a handful of things, but he does them extremely well. Bodvar has been considered to be a jack of all trades, master of none. Well, Twilight is a jack of a few trades, definitely a master of none.
And one of those trades are the sword side air. Haven't seen a whole lot of it though. Crocky, very effective with the spear. We've talked about the sword spear matchup. Spear, very strong against sword, able to space out a lot of sword moves. And the Ada neutral sig. Don't see that a lot, except for in that particular situation, the edge guard.
Crocky making Twilight look a little bit uneasy right here. Just the simple neutral sig edge guard. Just something simple like that is able to catch off Twilight?
Oh, said it 1,000,001 times. We'll say it 1,000,002. The simplest things are working the best right now. They are not playing super high level meta, like fast falling, gravity canceled, turnaround, whatever. It's just standard, straightforward. And there's Twilight with the straightforward side airs that he loves so much.
There's the airs we were talking about. He just jump, side air. Jump, side air. That's all it took. He is in the orange though. He's getting a nice double down light to a neutral air. Went for the recovery. It did not connect.
Oh, what was that phrase I said yesterday? It was you know, don't fear the man who's practiced 1,000 punches once. Fear the one who's practiced one punch 1,000 times. Well, Twilight side air is that one punch that he practices 1,000 times a day. He doesn't do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 crunches and all that. He just does 1,000 side airs every single day, but Crocky gets underneath him. You can't side air someone from above.
Crocky's had not the best stellar performance that we were kind of used to from him in the past few months. I don't want to say he's underperforming, but he's just not up to the regular Crocky stuff that we used to see. But now this is a completely different Crocky.
It's a lot more aggressive Crocky. Generally, you know, he kind of gets griefed a little bit for having a sort of spear spacing nature, but there's a lot of aggression coming out. In particular, we saw it in the first stock. He went for the weapon toss into a gun pickup neutral sig. It's not spacing in like the standard sense. It is pushing hitboxes towards his opponent and forcing his opponent into awkward situations.
We saw Twilight stuck on the wall again. We saw Crocky trying to force Twilight into that neutral signature again. Twilight was low enough though. He wasn't gonna let that happen to him twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But Twilight, dude, he's in rough shape here.
You say that, but if Twilight can keep Crocky off of a weapon, Unarmed into the sword, not a fun time, all right? And Crocky is gonna be playing with that 3 defense, meaning that if Twilight can get, you know, just a handful of strings, maybe even knock Crocky into that mine that's on the right side, it's gonna add up. He's already gotten him into the yellow, and Crocky really hasn't been able to put damage on the Twilight on this next stock. Oh, but that'll do it.
And there's just a ground pound. Crocky didn't have to throw out any signatures that could be punished. All he did was jump and ground pound. That's one of Crocky's calling cards, is just killing with a simple like jump ground pound or a jump recovery.
I mean, it definitely works. We saw him get a down sig, I believe, earlier on. It's a great for punishing approaches, but if you're in the air, that ground pound, it's a giant falling hitbox of death. It's a falling helicopter upside down. It's an evil pancake. It covers so much space, and Crocky knows how to use it very efficiently, given the fact that he's like level 100 and something with Ada.
And ZDX Twilight right now. I mean, so I've seen Twilight stream, so I like if you've seen him stream, you've probably seen him get mad. You have to think that he's mad right now.
And that kind of frustration, that aggression is not going to be working out for him. He's got to regroup and calm himself down. That's one of the things that a lot of the Boo players have, is that they get emotional. They're very infested. Obviously, they all want to win, but if you start tilting, you start making those mistakes and start falling apart, and it's not going to be working out too great. But Twilight, known to use that anger to his advantage, and he is going full aggro onto Crocky, trying to take him down.
And Crocky's looking to elect to stay with those guns right now. There is a weapon on the field. He does have the option to try to go for that spear. He's pretty much a spear Ada, definitely over a gun Ada. Aurum, we saw before, tends to be a gun Ada, but that stomp there, Crocky is very close to death now.
Yeah, just another one of those, and he is going to be dead. Or even a downlight side air from the side of the platform, as long as it's not dead center, could be death. But Crocky doing a great job of keeping Twilight above him, but now he's unarmed. Got the spear. Nothing. Throws it away. He's just running away, but Twilight gets in, gets a nice downlight side air, and that was the proper positioning. Left side of the platform, goes to the left side of the kill box to kill.
Before that downlight stare that we saw Twilight do 2 jump dares, and I'm not really sure what he was necessarily looking for. Obviously, he knows that isn't going to kill. Maybe he was looking for a bounce off the bottom platform into a nair?
Well, jump dare is a great, like, if they're trying to stack on you on the ground, it's a pretty solid punish, but it's not really working out for him, and that's one of the pitfalls of the spear dare, is it's got a pretty small hitbox. Unless you are 100% accurate with it, it cannot do a whole lot.
He seems to be going for something though, because he keeps going for it even when it's not just a punish. Like, he is initiating with jump dares, and he has to have something in mind. I don't know if he has, like,
does he know he doesn't have an axe? Is that the problem?
Maybe not. Maybe he knows he doesn't. He may thinks he has axe and guns. He might think he's playing Brawlhalla right now.
He is going to be in trouble, though. He gets to the wall. No side airs from Twilight. Instead, he was trying to ground pound the target, but still, Twilight could trade this out. If an explosive plays, like, spawns, Twilight could easily trade this out, and it would be 100% worth at this point.
Now we're really seeing Twilight come alive. Some people get mad and they just tilt themselves into terrible play, but Twilight right now is using that anger, using that adrenaline to fire up and basically be a full stock ahead of Crocky right now.
Well, he's going to have to keep that aggression going, not only through the rest of game 2, but he's going to have to keep it going into game 3. There's the mine spawn. He could go for the trade, but no, he's looking for an unarmed kill. Doesn't even want to try to trade out. I mean, at this point, anything Twilight did could kill. A stomp will lead into a Sair or a dare. He just has to get above Crocky. He can throw out a dare. He can throw out a nair. He can throw out just a raw Sair. He can throw out any Bodvar sig or just a sword side air, but that's still not enough. What? What? Okay, that'll do. All right. I was very incredulous for a second that a 3 defense character survived at that health.
Sometimes, like, if you hit them to the right or the left, like, you don't have to kill them. They still can't get back, and they're gonna fall down below. But we saw Twilight kind of use one of the weapon spawns as kind of a trap for Crocky. Crocky had a weapon at the moment, but it was only guns. So you'd think that Crocky would probably go for the spear.
Well, now he has the spear. He's getting close to evening up the stocks. Here's a nice neutralite to punish the side sig from Twilight. He's playing a little bit more spacey now. This is a little bit more standard what Crocky's known for, but a nice double light into a side air. Oh! He did a dare?
And I was about to compliment Crocky because Twilight went from being a stock ahead to being not that far ahead, but Crocky's just gonna he's just gonna go out like that.
Well,
and now we're seeing that
switching it
Orion
up.
switch. We're seeing that Orion switch, that the buff in defense from 3 to 6. Basically, he's doubling his defense here.
1, brawl.
This is a strong pick. I mean, it's very evident Crocky likes the spear, so why not give himself a little bit of a defense boost? And at least with the lance, he can use it for throw setups, whereas with the guns, there's not a whole lot that he could do if he's not going to try to use the lights and the SIGs. Oh,
my
but
gosh.
This is the problem with the lance. It is very gimpable. Twilight very close to killing it, and that might be it. Yeah, recovery's punished. Ground pound will do it. Twilight takes the first stock in 30 seconds and has taken basically no damage. Actually, has he? Has he?
I think it's a weapon throw.
Okay, he's taken a weapons throw of damage. That's like 3 damage.
That's bad. We're gonna count it as a clean stock. That's just a huge opening for Twilight here.
That's like 5-second rule of damage. Like, that is still clean enough to eat. Twilight is still running away with this. He's taking almost no damage. Gets a nice down light, down air. Picks up a side sig as Crocky tries to reset. And they clash.
Nice clash right there. Crocky just is already in the orange. Twilight is barely in the yellow. I don't know what Crocky could do at this point. Last game, we saw him almost even it up, but like the lead wasn't this bad.
The biggest problem is Crocky started off with the lance, easy gimp. He got the spear, then he got clashed and then disarmed. Came back, picked up a lance, had to throw it away. Now that he's got the spear, we're seeing a lot more comfort as he's close to taking down the stock of Twilight, but it's just very late in the game for Crocky.
And there's another ground pound. I bet Crocky's kind of bummed that it sent Twilight to the right. If it would send him to the left, it probably would have killed. That's the Crocky special right there, killing with those spear ground pounds.
He now has the lance though, and I don't think Crocky really has a kill special with that. Instead, he's gonna mix it up, go back to the spear, gets a ground pound, and it goes the opposite direction. Dude. That is so unfortunate for Crocky. He is now getting desperate for this kill as he starts throwing out signatures.
I bet Crocky is screaming right now, Tyveris, fix your game.
I'm pretty sure Twilight is screaming, it is so easy though. Crocky.
Twilight hasn't died. This is looking really, really tough for Crocky right now.
He's finding damage onto Twilight, but at this point, he needs the kill. There's the recovery. We'll take a stock off. He's got to stick with the spear, clear the board. He's got the spears in hand. Can he keep Twilight off of any sort of weaponry and take this stock before he gets knocked into the orange?
Twilight's just avoiding that spear. Like, he's not even going to mess with it right now. Unarmed into spear is just so tough. If you try to hit it with neutral air, just spear has its own neutral air. It's just a 360-degree hitbox. Spear has spear neutral light, which comes out incredibly fast. It's so hard to initiate unarmed on spear. Twilight not engaging there, that's the smartest option.
I mean, even if he wanted to engage, he could have done it. He could have traded out. Any damage he puts on the Crocky with his stock is fantastic. Obviously, he doesn't want to throw away this stock and overcommit, but at the same time, he's got a full stock advantage. He can make some big risky plays if he really wants to.
But the thing is, Twilight doesn't go for those big risky plays. He goes for the downlight sighter. He goes for the steady play because he always gets it.
Oh! That was cute. Got the nice downlight down air, gets the right angle into the mine, and is gonna take down Crocky as Twilight comes back fierce and wins it 2-1 over Crocky.
Doing almost like 250 more damage than Crocky was able to do, completely dismantling Crocky's spear game. The incredible spacing potential that spear has is apparently no match at all for Twilight's understanding of spear spacing and especially the sword spacing.
Just really strong sword play from Twilight. We didn't see really a whole lot from his hammer, but just that familiarity with sword, that comfort is just It is the Snuggie that he goes to bed in at night. He loves that sword and he works it so efficiently. And coming up, we're going to be seeing a whole lot more sword as we watch Ren Anipop versus Boo Eggsy.
If you sleep in a Snuggie, you're actually a disgusting person because blankets literally exist.
Yeah, but you can't put your arms through a blanket.
But like, what you don't need. To
How am
move
I
around
supposed to
that
eat
much when you're
popcorn in
sleeping.
bed if I'm wearing a blanket? Then my arms get cold and my shoulders get cold.
You said go to sleep. You
Hey,
didn't say
you
eat
don't
popcorn.
go to
Also,
sleep.
Who eats in their bed? Never.
You don't
eat
get
in
you
your
don't
bed. That's
you don't go to
disgusting. You
sleep with a nice
there.
bowl of popcorn before bed?
No, you don't eat in the bed, dude. It's gross.
What about when I'm at my sports games and it's cold outside and I want a blanket on me, but I also want to cheer and clap for my team and I want people to be able to see me clapping?
Again, I'm not saying never buy a Snuggie for anything, but you don't sleep in a Snuggie.
What if I fall asleep at the game? But it doesn't matter. Anipop and Egg Soup, they don't have Snuggies. They have Gauntlets and Hammer as Egg Soup starts it off. Gauntlets gonna see a lot more success with these Gauntlets. I think Egg Soup was having a little bit of a warm-up when he was going up earlier on against Cody Travis. Now he's gotten it, and he's going full force on the Anipop.
Egg has hit his second win. He hasn't taken his Motrin yet. He is not on No Slept 34. He is hitting his second win, and he is ready to go.
Egg Soup, he's waking up. Might have gotten a jolt of adrenaline, a jolt of coffee. Oh, but that could be trouble. No, he's still got the recovery. Anipop not able to stuff it. If he had clashed, I think Egg Soup would have been dead.
Yeah, both of them are red. That would have absolutely been worth. But Egg is gonna get the kill, and Egg, his kill potential with Val just really hasn't been there today. He's been getting huge damage leads, but then he's just not been able to kill, and then his opponent catches up, and by the time he gets the kill, Egg's in red.
I mean, that's one of the pitfalls of Val. She's got 4 force. Aside from her Gauntlet and Side Sig, not a whole lot of force on her moves. Sword down Sig is mostly for damage. Sword Side Sig, it has a lot of mix-up potential, and it's arguably the most force of the sword moves. Sword neutral Sig, we've talked about it. It sends him into a really awkward spot because it goes to the corner. That's the farthest distance possible. Gauntlets, neutral Sig, unless it hits off the stage, not a lot of force. Down Sig, it's mostly for damage. Side Sig is the only force move. Like, it's Val just doesn't have a lot of force on her kill moves.
And like, we haven't seen him get potential with sword, and we haven't seen him get potential with gauntlets either. Like Addy Mestic, one of the people who can just gimp with gauntlets for days. There's a nice downlight side air, gravity canceled off the side. That's
And
what I
a
want to
side
see more
air.
from Egg. I want to see Egg kind of get back to that standard in a sword play.
Well, it's more, I think Egg needs to get a little bit more gimp heavy. He's known for being a little bit aggressive, known for going really interesting plays. We saw the gravity canceled downlights off stage on the side of the wall multiple times now. That's a great weapon toss into a pickup ground pound recovery, but he needs to get these gimps because, as we were saying, Val, not a lot of kill potential. Oh, and he needs to not bomb himself.
That's so tough for Egg right there. It seems like everything has been working against Egg today. He's having a hard time. I don't know if it's staying awake, but he's had a hard time killing. It's just Egg is in rare form in a bad way today.
It's definitely struggling. Egg Soup not getting. I mean, he's really strong technically, but when you're a little bit sleep deprived, when you're a little bit anxious, the technical skills are gonna fall apart a little bit, and we're seeing a little bit of struggle on Egg Soup to kind of come back into form. He still ended up cleaning up. He had one accident. He did 560 damage and only took 380, but still Egg Soup a little bit of discomfort right now.
But still, like in the end, we were getting the classic Egg, the explosive Egg. I don't know if he's like sitting at his desk and like nodding off, and then all of a sudden realizing, oh, I'm in a tournament right now, because at the end he immediately came alive, and he turned the switch on and killed Anipop in a matter of moments.
You know what I think will wake up Egg Soup? A nice little shadow step. Just throw one of those out. That'll help wake up the body. It's kind of like doing push-ups before bed. It kind of energizes you. I don't know. Whatever. Everybody's got sword. Anipop has switched it up. He's gonna be playing the Asuri. It's pretty similar in weapon sets. They both have swords, but it's gauntlets and katars. And by and large, a lot of people think katars are better than gauntlets. Why do you think they say that?
I think people's understanding of katars on their own it's just deeper than gauntlets. Gauntlets have been out for a little while, but like when you compare that to how long katars have been out, like that's a drop in the bucket.
That is very fair, as Anipop uses his giant bucket of signatures to send Egg Soup off the mat. Egg Soup coming back, has the sword and throws out the signature, gets interrupted, but is able to completely follow up the punish with a nice side air.
And we're starting to see Anipop get back into classic Anipop. He's been sort of focusing on the Bodvar, his sword play, his hammer play as well as of late, but Anipop was more or less known for having pretty insane guitar plays.
I mean, that's what I always remember Anipop. It's either guitar plays or sword gimmicks. Those are the two things that he was incredibly strong with. Egg Soup showing familiarity with Val, though, gets a nice gravity cancel side sig on the right to use that mix up as it shoots up the wall, and a great weapon toss across the map to take down Anipop.
Anipop's still staying alive, though. Egg is behind again against this Anipop Asuri. He's unable to really get any ground against this Asuri.
What?
I don't even know what that was.
That was down light into a chase dodge end sig. What?
Like if I wasn't still triggered from like Twilight's triple downlight yesterday, I don't. This is, and here are those gauntlet strings that we're seeing. If we could see him get those off stage, that would be bananas right now. And he's basically even this game up. This is the explosive Egg.
But that's what I was saying about the down sig for Val. It doesn't have a lot of force. He has much more kill potential with a standard down light side air. Granted, that down sig helped out because it added a whole lot of damage onto Anipop. But we're going to need to see a lot more explosions out of Egg, or else Anipop can even this up, and that is going to be trouble.
And Egg burning everything right now. He needs to be careful. That could have easily led to a kill, as all he would get was a jump from being hit.
Egg, I am impressed with Egg's recoveries with these gauntlets. He's using those side airs for a lot of horizontal movement, but still keeping a lot in the way of vertical movement just to avoid the punishes. He burns the recovery a little bit earlier than he did on the last time he tried to recover with the gauntlets, but still, just fantastic recoveries from Egg.
And there's back to that basic sword play, the downlight Sair. That is what is going to build up that damage. That is what is going to keep him ahead now.
I mean, it doesn't build up as much damage as a downlight recovery, all right?
That is true. Technically, not the most optimal.
Not perfectly efficient, all right? But Anipop able to clean up the stock only in the orange. Egg Soup needs to rack up the damage, but he's got the weapon set for it. Sword, generally able to space out the katars, but Anipop is no slouch on the katars.
And I think, like, Egg doesn't have a lot of experience with Val. He has some. Every single game is more experience with Val. We saw him 2-1 Cody Travis. Now we just saw him 2-0 Anipop. Egg is getting better as the day goes on.
It might be that he's just a little bit waking up as the day goes on, as it gets more into the later hours. But that was a fantastic, very standard edge guard from Egg Soup. He just comes up above Anipop and pops him with a down air, and that'll take him down. Egg Soup able to clean it up 2-0.
In this next game, this is winners quarters, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, this is winners quarters. We are seeing Remy against Pugsy here. This is, I guess, the 1v1 version of the grudge match of grand finals from last night at the Rivalcade 2v2. Remy and Boomy took out Pugsy and Egg Soup, and now Remy versus Pugsy. Remy, my boy from Sky, already locking in that Koji. What are we gonna see from Pugsy? We know he's been playing Koji.
He's been messing around. I actually wouldn't hate a Koji mirror from Pugsy. I think it would work out because Pugsy just kind of generally better in the neutral game, kind of a little bit more standard play style, whereas I think Remy would be sticking to those signature heavy bow play that he loves so much. But it looks like Pugsy's gonna be coming in with the Sentinel. I don't hate it. I think it's a little bit closer of a matchup. Sure, Qatar is a little bit struggling against the sword, but Qatar's against bow, not the worst thing in the world. Hammer against sword, it's a little bit difficult, but not the worst thing in the world. Hammer against bow, a little bit difficult, but not. I mean, I think it's doable.
I think Hammer against Sword comes down to a skill matchup. Like, Hammer can keep Sword away, but if Sword gets in, then Sword wins. And like Pugsy's skill with the Hammer is going to come from his months and months of experience playing a ton of Bodvar. I like that he didn't try to mirror match Remy with the Koji. I don't know how much experience Pugsy has with Koji, but I know Remy has mained Koji for a very, very long time, not just in 1v1, but 2v2 as well. Remy has so much experience with Koji.
Yeah, it's basically been since Koji's release, but Pugsy, I mean, we said it earlier, Pugsy doesn't really have a main. He loves to just kind of play wheel of characters, spin the wheel, and whatever it lands on, that's who he's playing. And it seems like the wheel landed on Sentinel. What do you think about it? Why do you think Sentinel is a good pick for Pugsy? Because Pugsy clearly has the counter pick in the sense that Remy basically wouldn't have played anyone else.
I mean, Pugsy actually said earlier in chat today that Sentinel is countered by Koji. So I don't know if Pugsy just believes in himself that much or discounts Remy that much.
So the BM pick?
It could be. I'm not sure. It wouldn't put it past Pugsy to do something like that. I would say Pugsy and Remy are probably tied with Boomy in terms of like memers and troll boys in the community. So I could definitely see that coming out.
I mean, he might think that he gets countered. Oh, that's trouble! Doesn't have the jumps. Remy survives. Pugsy bumps his head and is gonna fall down, but he's still pretty even. Remy is only in the red. Pugsy just has to pull out a kill move. That'll do it. No, it won't. I'm wrong. It was a little bit too low, but I mean, it's really close to killing.
That was a nice turnaround Sair from Pugsy though on the bottom. Like that was pretty much all he could do at that moment. He didn't have the option for the ground pound rest, but he's gonna immediately turn around, get the hammer side air, and kill Remy.
Bill didn't take any damage for cleaning up the stocks, and this is a little bit of a BM move if he is thinking that it doesn't counter it. In the sense that like Pugsy theoretically could just pick a better character for the matchup, but instead he's going even against Remy with someone that he thinks loses in the set.
And again, that could be just Pugsy thinking he's just flat out better than Remy. It doesn't matter what Remy has on his side, be it statistics or anything like that. That Pugsy's just gonna win because he's just better.
Well, he is showing it right now. Remy is in the red. Pugsy close to killing. Yep, side sig will do it. Remy has to come back and knock Pugsy around a little bit more. Pugsy not really close to kill percentage just yet.
And that being said, like with the quote-unquote statistical counters, it's not really a hard counter. It's mostly like a soft counter. It isn't like how Genji counters Bastion in Overwatch, where it's kind of this is how you beat that person.
I'm surprised you even knew that.
I honestly couldn't remember if it was Kenji or Genji. I just kind of went for a guess. But yeah, none of these counters are really hard counters that nobody can actually overcome.
Right, I mean that's kind of the thing, is that a lot of these matches, these mix-ups and matchups, they don't apply until the highest stages. Right now, Pugsy's showing that he is just a higher stage than Remy. He doesn't care about that matchup against Remy because he'll win it out regardless.
And we're seeing Remy be very, very far behind. Like Pugsy is just taking this and running with it. That ground pound almost hitting Remy.
Oh, the recovery saved by the weapon toss. Remy is gonna hold on to his last stock for a little bit, but still, Pugsy just has to press a button and kill.
A nice down sig. You don't see that down sig come out a lot. It's super readable, and as you see, Remy just went for another one. Pugsy immediately countered it.
But still no kills yet. Remy able to clean up the stock with a nice side air. It's gonna keep it even, but still, Remy has to not get touched in order to win this.
And Pugsy has that hammer. That is a very kill-heavy weapon. Is Pugsy just gonna start throwing out signatures? I don't think that's a terrible idea. Neutral lights aren't gonna kill, but that at least puts space between the two. That sends Remy off to the side of the platform for like a Sair follow-up or anything like that.
Still, that was a lot of force on a neutral light. That neutral light is generally for damage. I mean, it's got 3 startup frames, and that is compensated by the fact that it doesn't have a whole lot of force, but you saw how far it sent Remy, and Pugsy able to clean it up in the shenanigans with that Qatar, gets a nice side air, bouncing him off the wall, and taking game 1.
And there was a huge damage difference between the two. It was basically a full stock. It was 150, 160 plus damage between the two, and Pugsy was just able to play the quote counter matchup. At least in Pugsy's eyes, it is a counter matchup, and Remy's staying with the same character.
Do you think Pugsy is still? I didn't get to see character swaps. I think they went straight into it, so I think Pugsy's gonna be sticking with his Sentinel. Yeah,
Pugsy's still sticking with the Sentinel. I think this is a great choice. He was able to do so much work with that Sentinel. He didn't seem harmed by the counter matchup at all. It wasn't even an issue.
If Remy can make the adjustment this time. I didn't really notice a whole lot of bow plays from Remy. No big, bow gimps. Not a whole lot in the way of, Remy likes the bow side sigs and neutral sigs a lot of times. And the down, he likes all of the sigs, but I didn't really see a lot of it. And right now we're seeing a lot of sword versus Pugsy's Katars.
Yeah, it's mostly Remy focusing on that sword. Sword's another one of those weapons that's been out forever. So I think there's just a better understanding of it than bow. I know bow is very feared in the NA meta right now, but I don't think there's anyone that really plays a great bow. It's like LDZ's Koji, probably the best bow.
I mean, yeah, but are you saying that like LDZ's bow isn't good?
No, I'm saying that like LDZ's Koji is pretty much the only really great bow in North America. Like Remy's is fine, it's serviceable, but it's just it's not a standout for how much North American players fear the bow.
Okay, I think I get you. But Remy showing that Pugsy should be a little bit afraid of it, given that he just got a nice neutral sig underneath Pugsy. And regardless of whether or not Remy has a strong bow play, it's still something that should be respected because of just how good bow can be.
And even with Remy's bow, he's kind of playing bow like you would play sword into hammer. He's waiting for Pugsy to kind of to make a mistake and to have to spend a lot of time in recovery after he throws out an attack, and then Remy's there to punish.
Yeah, we saw twice Remy able to pick up a nice downlight, one followed up with a chase dodge neutral light. But it's finding the openings in Pugsy, getting him when he's caught inside those recovery frames. But now Pugsy is going to be switching to the Katars, something with a lot less recovery frames, and it's going to make it a lot harder for Remy to punish.
Nice dodge circle there from Pugsy, following Remy the entire way and finishing up with a nice dare initiation.
Pugsy is staying aerial. Remy wanting to punish with that neutral sig. He's just switching up the weapons, trying to keep Pugsy on his toes, just rotating between the weaponry so that Pugsy doesn't have time to adjust to whatever Remy is trying to do with each weapon. Down sig picks up. That'll kill.
I don't know if that was a neutral sig bait or if he was just expecting Pugsy to maybe dodge over him, turn around and do a dare. But regardless, the neutral sig follow up with the down sig is just that's enough to take out Pugsy. Those low recovery frames from Koji, that's where you're gonna see that 8 dex really come into play. That's one of the reasons so many people play Koji.
I mean, you just saw right there. Pugsy was high in the sky, and Remy basically threw out 3 anti-air moves, neutral light, neutral sig, neutral light, and they come out so incredibly fast. And a nice gravity cancel down sig at half jump height will kill Pugsy. And Remy with that bow, that is what I was expecting out of Remy. A lot stronger of a bow play.
And what's with the dramatic swing from last game to this game? Pugsy wins game 1 with basically his fresh last stock. Then all of a sudden, Remy's just gonna come in and get the 2-0.
It is Remy's bow play. It comes down to whether or not Remy will be able to pick up the bow, get those end sigs, punish Pugsy for trying to play this aerial game, and it's partly because Katars have to approach aerially. On the ground, they don't have a lot besides speed dodge and side light, and Remy is just punishing it with that bow, punishing Pugsy for approaching.
Yeah, you have the neutral light quote initiation, if you will, but that's really only if you happen to be right in their grill, or that's maybe to punish their approach. But if the option isn't there, then you're not going to take that option. But
now once again we are seeing Remy just trying to keep Pugsy on his toes. Just mixing it up, throws one weapon, gets a nice hit, throws it away, gonna switch it up, goes to a mine toss. Pugsy clears it, but it's just keeping Pugsy on his toes, not making sure that Pugsy knows, you know, if Bo covers a lot of anti-air, Pugsy will try to stay on the ground. Remy mixes it up, switches to the sword, and then you have the sword neutral light, which comes out so fast. I believe it's something like 4 frames.
And it really is keeping Pugsy on his toes, because Pugsy known to be a very, very aggressive player, always wanting to go in, ready to initiate, and Remy is just immediately playing that matchup. Remy is waiting when he needs to wait, he is initiating when he needs to initiate, and Pugsy always has to question what's about to happen. If Pugsy initiates here, is Remy going to try to beat it with frames? Is he going to try to spot dodge it? Or is he going to try to counter initiate?
But Pugsy gets the read, gets a nice gravity cancel neutral sig from the shenanigans. It's going to take down Remy. He's got to hold on to this stock if he wants to control the lead, because if Remy cleans this up, then we're back to a neutral game where I am a little bit confident in Remy's bow play to win out in that neutral. Remy fishing right now for a lot. He wants that kill.
Throwing out those tatami mats, man.
There's another one thrown out from Remy, but Pugsy nowhere near it.
I was actually just about to say we didn't see a side sig.
Not a kill.
We've been seeing tatami mats and we've been seeing neutral sigs, but we didn't see a side sig all of a sudden until just now. I don't know if that was a bait, so that Pugsy thought he could come in with a side light or a neutral light or a side sig, but it's more mix-ups from Remy.
But unfortunately, those mix-ups aren't working out great for him right now. Pugsy has been able to rack up damage despite the fact that Remy was basically just spending his entire first half of his second stock fishing for kill moves, but Pugsy just comes in, picks up a hammer, doesn't have to fish for signatures, just goes up and nares Remy into the sky.
Like this set it's so goofy because now Pugsy's a stock ahead. Like I literally don't know what is necessarily the difference between these two games.
Well, now we're seeing it. I mean, Remy, he played a little bit more sword heavy early on. He comes in with the second stock, is desperate to kill off Pugsy, starts fishing for kill moves, and then Pugsy is able to rack up a whole lot of damage, comes back and just very standard kills off Remy. If Remy can stick with his bow and just play it smart, play it safe, go for a lot of just very standard Koji bow moves, down sig, neutral light, neutral sig, just covering spaces, he might be able to win it out, but it is a little bit late in the game for it.
We're starting to see Pugsy kind of really adapt to Remy's playstyle. Pugsy's starting to sort of slow things down in certain parts and then speed up in other parts. But when he speeds up, he's throwing out moves at absolutely max range. So it's difficult for Remy to actually get in once the hitboxes already come out. He's so far away that Pugsy can almost back up and avoid any damage.
But Remy gets underneath Pugsy, gets a nice recovery. Still not enough to finish off Pugsy, and I'm worried we're gonna start seeing the same thing that we happened earlier on, where Remy starts fishing for kill moves onto Pugsy.
There's a nice gravity cancel neutral sig. That must have been on the very, very right edge of that hitbox, because Pugsy was a little bit above and to the side. He wasn't straight on top of Remy.
Remy though, deep in the red. Once again, Pugsy just needs to finish off the stock. He's going for really standard hammer moves, relatively safe. The most dangerous of them being that hammer side air, and we saw Remy get a punish on it, but Pugsy just lands, picks up the side sig.
And at the end there, Pugsy, you saw Pugsy, I guess, fishing for moves, but at that point, any move would have killed anything other than pretty much a hammer neutral light. If you got a stomp, you have a Sair follow-up that would have for sure killed. He was throwing out Sairs, so the Sair hit, that's going to kill. If he hit a dare, that would probably kill off the top. He wasn't going for hammer recoveries that would have ricocheted Remy off the platform. He wasn't going for neutral lights. He was going for pretty much any move in the hammer's kit that would kill, and eventually he just found it with the side sig, but he wasn't getting punished.
It was a lot more hammer play from Pugsy in game 3. Very smooth hammer play, was getting some solid string damage, and then the Katars to rack up a little bit of damage in between, but just a little bit more hammer was enough to help open up the bow play of Remy, and Pugsy ends up closing out in game 3. Congratulations, Spugsy. He's going to be moving on. A little bit of redemption after last night, but just saw Remen. We're going to be seeing his teammate from last night, Boomy of Skyward, going up against Stevenator of Renacentia.
We're seeing Boomy pull out that Azoth that he started really strong with last night, and then started having some trouble, so he switched to Barraza. I wonder if we're gonna see a similar thing today if he does have trouble with Steve's Bodvar.
Well, his axe play was pretty phenomenal. We saw some pretty solid gimps. We saw pretty solid bow play. A lot of signature spam from Boomy in the 2v2 last night, but it's not going to be as safe. Those signatures, he's not going to have a teammate to kind of cover and protect as you throw out those kind of long active frames, that bow side sig in particular.
Also, Steve can just be a wild card sometimes. You never know how he's gonna play. Sometimes I can beat him in ranked, and sometimes he's just on absolute fire and can take games off of LDZ. It's like Steve is just a wild card, so you never know how he's gonna play on any given match on any given day. There's no way. There's no way. Okay.
Oh, that was close. I was gonna wait and see what happened, but no big gimps on the left side just yet. They're going back to the neutral game, but Boomy a lot more aggressive with this bow. We see him get a down air and then try to chase dodge follow up afterwards. But he gets underneath, and the nair at the top of the platform sends Steve straight into the kill box.
And just Boomy, when he has that bow, you're going to want to see a lot of reads with those signatures. The bow signatures are very read heavy. The down signature has so many active frames. The neutral signature can cover a lot of area if you get the proper read. The axe signatures, however, they're more kind of chase signatures. With the side signature, you go like halfway across like all of Mammoth Fortress.
I think you're exaggerating that side sig a little bit, but regardless, Boomy has been so effective with his bow. I've seen at least a dozen of just like dare into a chase dodge end light, Sair into a chase dodge end light. He's loving that end light, and he's loving just the chase dodge follow-ups with that bow.
And that's the thing, bow can be so versatile. Like specifically with Azoth, you have exactly what Boomy's trying to do right now, which is get gimp kills. You can kill off the top with things like a high nair or a high recovery. Then you have signature kill as well. You have so many kill options, and you have damage buildup options. Bow is so strong, it has low recovery frames, and it looks like Boomy just really wants to focus on bow right now.
The biggest issue bow has, though, is that it's not the strongest in the horizontal game. A lot of the bow moves are either pretty close to the chest, especially aerially, right? The side air, it's pretty close to the chest. Nair, pretty close, hit stack. The dare has the longest range, but it's at an angle downward. If you can stay a little bit above and a little bit horizontal, then you can capitalize on those moves, and Stevenator needs to find that spacing onto Boomy's bow.
And it's going to be tough with that sword. Steve also one of those players, kind of like Pugsy, who's very aggressive, sometimes needlessly aggressive. And if you push it too hard, Boomy's going to be there to punish.
Boomy now, though, full stock advantage over Stevenator. Starting to throw out SIGs a little bit early. Stevenator not that close to kill percentage. But regardless, this edge guard means a big gimp.
Boomy just took that 2-0. Boomy just took that with 2 stocks right there. Game 1 with 2 stocks. Steve only able to do 283 damage. And Boomy was basically in the yellow.
No, it's all because of that voodoo skin. That Baron Samedi on the Azoth is too spooky for the Stevenator.
That's basically Boomy's first stock took 240 damage to kill him. That's absolutely insane stock extension from Boomy. He's helped out with that 6 defense, but that's incredible positioning. That's incredible recovery. That's fantastic play from Boomy.
And it's due in part to that bow play. That bow, he did a lot of safe moves. You know, bow in particular is pretty safe, but getting those Sairs and then following up with chase dodge, the speed dodge, it helps you rack up that damage a little bit extra, getting you know, stuff after the stuff. And then plus that, he gets the big gimps. He gets that offstage play to kill Steve early and get the kill efficiency with that bow.
Steve's still staying with Bodvar, though. He's still going to play the same matchup that he had so much trouble with last game. He's going to play the exact same weapons into Boomy's bow that was so destructive.
3, 2, 1,
I know Steve has other characters in the tank. I know he has a Cassidy in the tank. I know he also has an Asuri in the tank. I specifically told him not to play Asuri. I think that's the mark of a washed player when people switch to Asuri, because we've been seeing a lot of people who do switch to Asuri have not a lot of success.
Why are you ragging on Anipop right now?
Anipop didn't switch to Asuri. Anipop was Asuri, then he switched to Bodvar.
Oh, okay.
It's not Asuri players. It's people who like play Bodvar or other characters and then decide to main Asuri.
Oh, Steve had so much Gimp potential, though. Not playing Asuri. He's going to be playing Bodvar. Still has the sword, but he had Boomy off the stage. All he needed to do was avoid the Nair and get a hit, but Boomy catches him with a Nair, and it gives Boomy enough room to get back up to the platform. I like that Steve is playing a little bit more hammer. I would like to see him stick with the hammer. He was pretty effective really early on. Got a nice double side light into a Sair, but falls to his death thanks to the side air from Boomy.
Steve does have an incredibly strong hammer. I lovingly call it the Stevenator. Whenever you gravity cancel a Bodvar downsig on that hammer, you scoop him off the side of the edge. Steve got so many kills with that a handful of months ago. And he was one of the people who relied on hammer to build up.
Oh! Great toss. Great toss.
Boomy expected that to go over the corner. That kissed the corner.
I think it wasn't necessarily that Boomy wasn't expecting it. He was kind of watching it. He got the wall touch, but he just couldn't pull off in time to avoid the bomb toss. It was immaculate from Stevenator to just barely cover that wall. Fantastic play, but he's got to control his stock right now. He's deep in the red. He's getting edge guarded by Boomy right now.
We've also seen Steve throw that hammer quite a bit. I don't know what Boomy was going for with that turnaround signature.
Kill percentage. I mean, Boomy's getting a little bit sig happy right now, taking quite a bit of damage from Stevenator, but technically he can kind of trade it out. Steve pretty close to death if Boomy just connects with one sig, but he has yet to, and Steve is doing a fantastic job punishing up until that point.
Boomy, he just did 4 of those in a row. The third one hit, and then he just did a 4th one for BM. Like, Steve, you can't run into that. Like, he was punishing Boomy's sig spam right before that, and then he's just gonna fall victim to it.
Well, regardless, the sig spam from Boomy ended up giving Stevenator some room. It got Boomy pretty close to kill percentage. Sure, Stevenator is getting knocked around right now. He's got to pick up a weapon, and he's got to finish off this stock. But if Boomy keeps playing like that, playing kind of dangerous with his stock and throwing out those signatures, Steve might be able to take it out. But he's got to stop getting caught by the SIGs.
Steve is allowing Boomy to have so much space in between them right now, so he can start queuing up those signatures. Then Steve goes into initiate, and by the time he gets to even close to Boomy, there's already signature hitboxes out there.
But Steve picks up the downlight, neutral air, finishes off one stock, but he's so deep in the red, and I expect Boomy to start just hammering that heavy button. You're hearing it.
He's doing it.
You're hearing it.
He's doing it.
And the
you
dare.
don't necessarily see him come out there. You can hear it.
You can hear him trying to do it. Sometimes they're getting interrupted by Steve. Steve once again getting some solid punishes, but Boomy able to clean it up with that axe dare.
There's a down air from Boomy, and Boomy kind of made that look a little bit easy. Boomy coming out strong today with that Azoth. I think he slept more than Egg last night, but I don't think he got too much sleep. And I know he's been sick. Him and Remy both are actually suffering from colds right now. But he just kind of ran through Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it looked close. If you went pure numbers, right, it's 572 damage to 512, right? That is 60 damage difference. It looks close when you look at paper, but if you watched the game as we just did, a lot of that was Boomy kind of playing with his food, you know, throwing out a lot of signatures for essentially no reason other than to do it.
And it's just that's Stevenator's lack of capitalization on that. That's his lack of I guess mental wherewithal to notice that Boomy just did 3 side signatures in a row. chances are he's probably gonna do another one because he's done it like
No.
5 different times.
It's the mix-ups though. Nobody ever keeps doing the same signature, right? Because at high level you expected to get punished, but instead the thing you least expect is the thing that is the most straightforward. Doing the side sig. Steven Ader expecting maybe a neutral sig to punish the aerial approach as he tries to punish the side sig, ends up getting him caught by the side sig.
And with that, we're going to take a very, very short break. Go ahead and get some water, get a tasty beverage, freshen up your drink, maybe stop by the bathroom, powder your nose a little bit, rub some water on your face. But we will be back shortly with winners semifinals.
We have seen a pretty intense set so far. We have made it all the way here to the winners semifinals. We are going to be watching Pugsy and Twilight, but before that, let's do a quick recap of the insanity that has gone on so far. Let me try to pull up the bracket over here, do a quick refresh, because we've seen a lot of champions get knocked down. We saw Twilight versus Crocky. Twilight able to win it out just above him. We've seen Pugsy versus Remy just a second ago, and we've seen Egg Soup versus Annie Pop. There's been so many crazy people so far. Which one's your favorite one, Remy? What was your favorite set?
I want to say Cody and Egg Soup.
Really?
Aside barring
Is it because Egg?
Pick, it's that set had me like back and forth on the edge of my seat. You might have heard it creaking in the background, but just the way that Cody Travis was able to go neck and neck, head to head with Egg, like that, with Olger no less, like that's pretty nuts.
Much props to Cody Travis, but like I said, we're gonna be going on to the winners semifinals. It's gonna be Twilight and Pugsy. Pugsy is gonna be playing this Koji pick against Twilight's Bodvar. What do you think about this pick?
I think we're seeing that Pugsy, I guess, didn't want to mirror match Remy's Koji earlier. He has no problem sword mirror matching Twilight, which that's a monster in and of itself. Twilight just he lives with that Bodvar sword, but apparently Pugsy's not even worried about the sword v sword mirror, or he just thinks that his bow can dominate.
One thing to also note, Twilight and Remy have a sordid history. Remy we've talked about. He likes his Koji. I mean, Remy loves Koji. I think to a degree Remy might marry Koji. Twilight loves Bodvar, and they have played against each other so much that that matchup is ingrained into both of the players. But Twilight has consistently struggled against Remy's Koji.
It's maybe Remy just has Koji figured out. Like, I know LDZ, arguably one of the best players in the absolute world, but maybe Remy's really starting to get up there and get close to it. Maybe he's spent so much time with this Koji that he's really starting to come into his own.
Well, we're gonna find out if it's purely the Koji or if Remy really does have the answer against Twilight, because Pugsy will be the representative of Koji this time in this matchup between Twilight and Pugsy. Two blue boys. I'm sure they've had some practice together, but maybe not familiar with Pugsy's Koji, as his bow play's already knocking Twilight into the orange.
And there's another weapon on the field. Pugsy's not even attempting to go for it. He wants to stay with his bow. Yeah, he wants to 100% stick to it. He wants to abuse the spacing option that bow can have over sword.
And I like that he went with Koji over any of the other bow options. You know, he could have gone for something like an Ember pick or a Diana, but Pugsy, I mean, he's a Bodvar main at heart to a degree, right? Like when he goes full tryhard, you'll see him kind of bust out the Bodvar, and Koji's got a sword. It's got that shared weaponry. So if he starts struggling with that bow, he has the fallback of the sword.
And we've started to see Diana pick up a little bit of traction more with people, but we don't see a lot of Embers. We see Zaloxery occasionally play Ember, but he started to go towards the Roland a little bit more, and a handful of other characters over that Ember. So I'm glad Pugsy didn't pick Ember, and I like Pugsy's guns are pretty good, but he hasn't really focused on them in a while, so they're kind of washed. So I'm glad he didn't go Diana. I think Pugsy's Koji is just the obvious pick here.
Yeah, I mean, it stands to reason. Pugsy comfortable with both weapons, and his bow play, it was showing real strong against Twilight, but the second he got into sword versus sword, Twilight just more familiar with the weapon. It's the one that he loves to use the most, ends up beating out Pugsy and even up the stocks.
We saw Twilight get kind of a little bit dominated when he had that hammer in his hand. There's a weapon on the field. It looks like Twilight's not even going to attempt that hammer play anymore, even though hammer throws are an option. He's going to stick to what he knows.
Neither of them, they came in with a game plan in mind. Twilight's stick with the sword. Pugsy, stick with the bow, but Pugsy, as he deviates from the game plan, threw the bow away, and Twilight able to capitalize with the standard side airs into a side air.
It's systematic destruction, death by 1,000 cuts, side air after side air after side air. Eventually it'll kill. And Twilight, like we've said this so many times, if you've ever watched Twilight play, you know that he knows the side air game like literally nobody else.
I think part of the thing is Twilight plays the same essentially regardless of his opponent. He wants to kill with those side airs regardless of who he's going up against, and it works to a fantastic degree because he has made it work against literally everyone so far and every single set that we've seen so far, except Pugsy not able to get the gimp. That was a big opportunity.
Twilight has to be thanking his lucky stars that he didn't get gimped, and that he got like the last few frames of that recovery to go up against Pugsy's hitbox, or else Pugsy might have had some really great gimp potential there, and he would have sealed game one.
Yeah, but once again, Pugsy could have clashed it out, and it would have worked out in his favor. He even could have taken the damage and then tried to punish, but instead, a little bit of a missed opportunity from Pugsy will keep Twilight alive for a little while, able to knock Pugsy into the yellow, and Pugsy not yet able to finish off this stock.
You saw Pugsy kind of go up into the air. He was following up with those nairs to try and get Twilight a little bit higher so he could follow up with a recovery like we saw earlier. But then when he went back to the ground, all it took was that down sig, that tatami mat, slapping Twilight up into the air, and that was enough.
I mean, Pugsy is he's trying to control everything, right? He's mainly stayed on the ground. We saw a lot of down lights, a lot of chase dodge end lights, kind of pivot end lights. And then the second he's like, all right, Twilight, you're in the air. I just hit you with an end light. Well, guess what? I'm gonna try to go into the air and try to dominate you and juggle you with my nairs and recoveries. And there's one nair, and he wanted to go up, but Twilight able to interrupt with a weapon toss.
We always talk about Twilight spacing, but Pugsy's doing literally the exact same thing with that bow. He is keeping Twilight at a distance, and the spacing of the bow will just statistically outclass the spacing of sword.
That is, unless Twilight can find the proper position and get that horizontal slightly above Pugsy. He was making it work for a little while, had the edge guard, but Pugsy would just barely manage to get past it. But Pugsy took a whole lot of damage trying to get up. Side sig thrown out, Twilight able to dodge it. There's a side sig pickup from Pugsy, but it's not enough. But it's done a whole lot of damage. It's evened it up, and Twilight has no weapons to his name. This is going to be a hammer. He's going to want to throw it.
That Koji bow side sig that Pugsy is using right now, it comes through so smooth that you don't see it coming sometimes. It just is a nice little roll into the side sig. It's not a harsh step-by-step process. Yeah, it's just he's ready to roll out.
This time, not going to use the Autobots. Instead, uses the sword, gets him with the double slash side sig, takes down Twilight, evening up the stocks. But Twilight's on this hammer, which he characteristically does worse with. Oh, that is unfortunate. Unfortunately, Pugsy did not have enough damage on him for the side air. Usually, you start off stomp side light, stomp neutral lights, and then once they get closer to the orange, into the red, then you start mixing it up with the stomp into a side air or a side sig.
Yeah, that stomp just didn't pop him up high enough. It didn't quite have enough force for Pugsy's damage level, so that side air just kind of grazed over his head.
But good on Pugsy not to panic jump or panic dodge into it. Why,
Pugsy now the one throwing out those side airs, keeping Twilight stuck on the side of the map. Twilight's able to make it back, but he does have that hammer again.
Bike ball connects on the Twilight, just barely skimming the edge. That's the second time we've seen someone from Boo getting those perfect throws, not touching the platform, and taking down their opponent.
Twilight finally gets that sword. This is his catch-up time. He has to play safe here. He has to play correctly here. And Pugsy is still just dominating right now. It is basically a little bit more than a full stock lead in Pugsy's favor.
Well, this is where Pugsy likes to play, right? He's got that stock lead. He's got the health advantage. So he gets to kind of go a little bit aggressive, take a couple hits from Twilight, and not really care, because at the end of the day, he gets to come back with a fresh stock, and he's already knocked Twilight into the red.
And it looks like he straight wants to do this sword ditto right here. There are now two weapons on the field. I don't think he was using it as a trap because Twilight had sword. It's not like he was going to throw away the sword to go for hammer.
I don't know, man. You saw him get that down light. He's got potential now that Pugsy's in the red. He could get a down light side air. Does it with the sword instead.
Stripping the field. Pugsy, the RNG helping Pugsy out a little bit there. Dropping a weapon right in front of him. Twilight throwing away the hammer. He's just going to stick with the sword. It's bow into sword now. Ooh. If he can keep the aggression up on Pugsy.
But Twilight, with a nice reset, sees that Pugsy's going to dodge down. As he does it, Twilight picks up another downlight to add up a little bit more damage and put Pugsy into the yellow. And Pugsy's trying to play this sword game, and it's not working out for him, even though he gets a side air right now. Twilight has been able to add up so much damage due to his sword skills.
Twilight was so low, even though he was dodging like 4 out of every 5 hits, that 1 out of 5 hit was just pushing him further and further, and finally gave Pugsy the edge guard situation, that high up ground pound, and it was just too little too late. And Pugsy almost lost that sword ditto in the end. Twilight was so close to catch up.
Pugsy did really good with that bow play. It was really strong, was able to space out his opponent and kind of maximize damage. The second he went for the sword ditto, he struggled a little bit more, was not quite able to keep the same control and pacing that he had. But at the end of the day, Twilight could only use the sword. And if you are trading out with your sword and then doing better with your bow, it's going to be in your favor.
And now we're gonna see some more bow play here. We saw Boomy doing so much work earlier with his bow. I would think he's gonna maybe favor the axe more against Egg Soup, but we could see him bringing out that bow as well. Egg is really sticking with this Val pick. His regular sword play is stellar, but he's really been struggling with those gauntlets today.
I mean, he's gotten some solid strings with those gauntlets. Notably, there was that downlight into a chase dodge nair and trying to follow up. There's also been a couple mix-ups where he'll get like a dare into a chase dodge end light or a side light into a recovery nair, things like that. But at the end of the day, the gauntlets, they'll kind of just struggle against both the axe that Boomy has.
I think the weapon matchup is really going to play heck for Egg unless he can really just stay with that sword. But even so, axe has just larger hitboxes than sword. Bow can keep sword at range. It's really going to be dependent on Egg to get in with sword and to really get in with gauntlets.
Right now, he's got the sword. Boomy has the bow in hand. Egg Soup just needs to find approaches and be able to keep the pressure going. But Boomy, he's been able to rack up a lot of damage just by getting one hit, and you see him the follow-up. There's a nice side light after the dare.
And look at all that work that Egg just did. It looked like so much, but he's behind right now. Egg is now in kill percent. Boomy's just in orange. That just shows like the low damage on the gauntlets. Unless you're able to consistently get strings like that, it's gonna take so much effort to build up the damage.
He's got to try to fight the edge guard, but then again, it's edge guarding a bow, and Bow Sair and Bow Dare are equivalent to Qatar Sair and Qatar Dare. Both have a lot of force, and if they hit you into the wall, you're gonna bounce off and go down.
It's not even just the ground pound that you need. Like, ground pound has incredible force from Bow, but it's like the Dare and the Sair, their gimp potential is absolutely staggering.
Like Soup though, he's got to get a gimp. It's just, that is what Val does well. Gets a nice gravity cancel side sig, catches Boomy off guard. I think he was expecting kind of a ledge protect, kind of guard that lower area, but Boomy goes up, and Egg with that gravity cancel side sig covers the whole wall.
And Boomy, his axe is really coming alive here. His bow, so strong. The weapon matchup is really tough for Egg. And that ground pound, was that first one a rest?
The first one was a rest, the second one wasn't, but Egg Soup, he did a great job. Boomy went for the bomb toss. Egg Soup tried to keep the pressure on, wanted to keep it going with the weapon toss, but Boomy got above him just barely enough for the rest to come out and then finish up with a ground pound. Egg Soup now taking a page out of Boomy's book, throwing out quite a few side signatures.
Looking for that ground pound. It's not going to quite kill yet. He is in orange now, so if he got it low enough, it might kill Val now. Looking to chase with that side signature. And Boomy, he's just throwing out those signatures like it's going out of style.
I mean, every time his opponent is close to kill percentage, he does it. He just does it, and he gets away with it. He's got a full stock advantage over Egg Soup. Just gets taken down by that weapon toss. Just a little bit of a love tap, keeping him from touching the wall, but still, full stock advantage. I would not be surprised to see him just start swinging with the signatures. There's one.
And with that stock advantage, I love that Boomy went for that dare at the end. That would have been huge.
Big plays! Not able to get it. He doesn't get the wall touch. That would have been huge if he could have completed it and converted it into a kill. I mean, that's what we like to see out of Egg Soup. That is what he's famous for, is those huge plays, but unfortunately he wasn't.
If he could do that stuff a little bit earlier in the match when he's not on his last stock, if he gets it, that gives him an insane lead. If he doesn't get it, then kind of woe back the play style a bit, be a little bit more careful, and that's your catch-up time.
3, 2,
he's going in, go big or go home. Waits so there is only one opportunity to go big or go home, and was so close to going big, but he loses in game one. Kind of self-gimps, but still, he was pretty far behind. It would have been a rough climb for him.
And Egg is keeping that aggression going. Boomy just finally getting a weapon a little bit over 20 seconds into the round. And here come the signatures. Egg is very close to kill percent. Boomy!
But Egg! They didn't even edge guard. Boomy falls to his death. Egg just presence on the corner. Boomy falls down, I guess helping him out.
When Boomy went into that corner, it counted as the bottom of the stage. The head bonk, he just didn't have it. It's lucky for Egg that Boomy didn't have it, or maybe that was just Egg's knowledge, or else, according to Daiku, he would have had the SD after giving up that guaranteed edge guard.
Meanwhile, Boomy just swinging with that axe recovery, able to get underneath Egg Soup and take him down, and we're back to neutral, despite Boomy kind of giving a stock. Egg charging forward. He wants to just go in. If he gets Boomy off of the platform, he wants to try to go for the edge guard. Granted, it's against Boomy with the bow. If Boomy gets above, he's gonna arrest you with that bow ground pound, and it's going to do a lot of force. But I can't fault Egg for trying to go hard.
I love that when Boomy just hit that onstage ground pound and Egg was brought back up after ricocheting off the stage, he didn't, well, he spot dodged, but he immediately canceled it with a downlight. I love that he immediately went back in, went to build up damage instead of just dodging and wasting his dodge.
He comes back, picks up the axe, gets a nice down sig. Not gonna finish Egg Soup this time. Egg Soup, that was a stylish play, and if it had connected, I'm pretty sure that would have been kill. Just because the neutral stick has a lot of vertical movement and force, and they were at magnifying glass height. Going for it. Nope, not able to pick it up.
Boomy now in the orange. The big plays that Egg has done this game have been paying dividends for him. He's like, dude, Egg is really coming alive this game. It's not just one explosion. It's bits of explosion all throughout the game. Boomy has no chance to breathe because he never knows when it's coming.
I mean, it is a veritable fireworks show from Egg Soup, and he is very close to getting that grand finale for at least game 2. All he needs is one more big play, but he can't overcommit. If he does, it's gonna be trouble. He's going for the edge guard. Boomy not able to get the gimp. Gravity cancel, side sig goes to the soft platform, but it's not gonna kill. Also, how did he get that through the soft platform?
Player 2. I don't know. There were some goofy platform interactions at play there.
That was planned. That was 100% intended from Egg Soup, but he definitely knows how to do the Val side sig properly.
And Boomy is gonna lose that game. Egg looking pretty strong there. If he can keep that momentum up, keep the big plays up, keep the risks up, because based on last game, they're working.
Yeah, I really, it's just for my heart, I want that vertical gimp. We saw him try to go for it. He just needs to get a double down light, nair recovery into a gravity cancel, end sig, but it's not going to be easy. Egg Soup is going to start it off. He's got the sword in hand, and Boomy is going to try to play bow onto it.
Boomy needs to keep him at space. Again, spacing is key here. That second blast to the neutral sig taking out Egg. And
the Ghost Man gets the kill! Egg Soup not able to do anything about it. Takes a whole lot of damage.
Boomy is more or less fresh. He's not even like proper yellow yet. He's just starting to get there. Egg already creeping into the yellow. Here's the sword game.
Nope.
It doesn't quite happen. The dream is still alive for Egg.
I mean, Egg, you can take a stock lead, but Egg is just gonna try to come back. That's the benefit of that high risk play, is that, well, there's a lot of potential for a high reward if he can get those gimps. Neutral sig connects, sends Boomy off the map, but he's got to get a weapon toss or a Sarah to kill, but it's not gonna.
Dallas 4 Force is really just killing Egg right now.
Neutral sig is gonna be killing Boomy though. Clears the map. He wants to stick with these gauntlets. Oh, that I think he was going for a dare there, but he ledge cancels it onto the soft platform. We're seeing a lot more N6 out of Boomy.
It's just, he's throwing out so many signatures. Egg's not even in kill percent yet, and there's the back dodge. Egg follows it up. That's the unbridled aggression from Egg, and more strings coming out from Egg. Very close to that bomb. Egg still going in. Oh gosh, please, Egg, stop it.
I think he's a little bit worried about that bomb as well. It ended up leaving him open for Boomy to come in, knock him around, and pick up the kill with that cider at the end. But that bomb paid dividends in the fact that Boomy just got so much punish off of it, and Egg Soup kind of panicked around it.
Egg did get some nice catch up though. I mean, Boomy isn't kill percent, except it's gonna take a lot.
Nice side sig, not enough.
Sig still doesn't kill.
Grab that. Grab that.
I want to see Egg
Grab
switch
it.
to Hattori.
I think Egg he intends to stick with his Val. He was so close to kill. We saw him start up the ground pound, but Boomy able to interrupt with that end light, gets us sliding down sig, and this is trouble for Egg Soup as he is in the red. Boomy's in the red. He needs to get one stock and then go for a big play. Nice clash. I'll do it. Egg has to get a gimp.
He needs to get like 4 amazing strings back to back, or
That's
get
a great
gimp.
start. That's a great start.
What?
Egg Soup has done it with the biggest gimp of all time. Egg Soup wins it out 2-1 in the winners semis over Boomy. What?
Why didn't he do that before? He made it look so easy.
Held it. He held it. You can't just bring that out and just do it the whole tournament. You gotta do it once, and when it matters the most, Egg Soup does it. Launch the fireworks. He is going on to winners finals in an explosive show of gauntlet play.
If that's not on Reddit 16 times, if that isn't the whole like front page, I'm not even talking about like the just Brawlhalla subreddit. I'm talking about
All
like
of them.
all of Reddit. If that's not all of the front page on Reddit, I'm gonna be severely disappointed in everybody. Somebody needs to like get every frame of that, put it into a mosaic, send it to me. I'll put it on my wall. That's just the explosiveness of Egg Soup. That is what we talk about when we mean the explosiveness of Egg Soup. Flip the switch, light the fuse, bang.
And not to discount Boomy. Boomy, really strong showing, really solid play. I'd like to see a little bit more axe play. The axe play was shutting down Egg Soup when he was going for those gauntlet moves. He racked up quite a bit of damage thanks to those end lights. Went a little bit sig heavy, but just Egg Soup, it's those high risk, high reward plays. He went for a big gimp. Boomy not able to survive the mix-ups and expect and read the punishes and gets caught out, and Egg Soup survives.
All of the next games we're gonna see are teammates. We're gonna waiting for us in winners finals is Pugsy and Egg Soup, teammates from yesterday. We're about to see Twilight and Stevenator, used to be teammates, used to be clanmates. We're gonna see Boomy and Remy, also teammates.
Not to mention, Steve and Twilight used to be like literal 2v2 partners.
Yeah. But before Twilight was with Magma Bob, he was with Stevenator in 2v2s.
Well, we're going to be seeing them in just a little bit. Stevenator is going to be playing Bodvar. He might be taking it and saying, Twilight, just don't mirror match me. And you got to play someone else, because I already got the Bodvar. We can't have 2 Bodvars on the screen.
Yeah, I don't even think that's allowed. Definitely not in North America. There's no way. What? We see 2 Bodvars?
Unheard of. Never seen before.
You saw it here first, folks. Apparently, North America likes Bodvar.
A lot of times you think there's no way that I've never seen 2 Bodvars in the same room. I've only seen 1 Bodvar at a time, and it proves it here. There are 2 different Bodvars, both wearing the same skin, but one is going to be black, the other one is going to be white and black. It's going to be Stevenator versus Twilight, Bodvar v Bodvar.
Earlier when we saw this, we saw Ika win out with the white Orion. I wonder if Steve is going to win out with the white Bodvar here.
I'm not going to engage on that, because I feel like anything I say is going to get misconstrued.
I set you up for just somebody to take something out of context.
Exactly, but Twilight with that sword play gets a nice side sig onto Stevenator. Steve's recovering high, and that's exactly what Twilight wants. Gets a nice side air, needs one more. Ground pound not gonna work. Steve going for the gimp, but he saves Twilight and gets caught by the down air.
I think Twilight specifically just counters Steve's play style. Twilight's systematic, just kind of punish everything play style against Steve's just unbridled, just complete rush in, swing that sword, swing that hammer, see what hits.
Well, the problem is you cannot sword be sword Twilight. Like, you can't. It is one of the biggest uphill battles of all time. And I think Stevenator is just kind of underrepresenting his hammer play. His hammer play is actually not something to be slept on. It is incredibly powerful, and you see it there getting the kill, but he wants the sword.
Like, when you look at his hammer play and analyze it from just now, like, he threw a lot of hitboxes out, yeah. He didn't hit a lot of them, yeah. But when he finally hit it, he got a kill with it, and every time he swung, he didn't get punished for it. That's as much a part of his hammer play style as like the actual doing damage and hitting.
And now we're seeing why Stevenator likes his other weapon, though. That sword, he just got a double down light into an air, couldn't quite pick up the recovery, but that had a lot of potential for that vertical gimp. And if I'm Twilight, I'm thinking, okay, do not touch Great Hall. Just don't do it, because Steve is clearly getting these ledge cancels and the gravity cancels.
I don't know how often Twilight really goes for like the quad downlight on Great Hall. I think he's just content doing 3.
Ooh.
He's content doing 2. He's content with even only doing 1. Like he doesn't need those big plays.
Right. I mean that's kind of how Twilight is. He likes those just simple, straightforward, consistent damage. Just downlight side air, resets back into a downlight side air. Just keep going for that consistency. Meanwhile, Steve kind of wants that flashy play. He wants the big play, the double, triple, quadruple downlight into a nair recovery for a gimp.
It's basically just Twilight is a direct contrast of what we just saw from Egg. Twilight wants to get the lead early and hold the lead, and he's fine with doing that. Egg Soup is just going to do everything. He's going to be off the wall. Same thing with Steve. He's going to be crazy. He's going to be off the wall. Because when it comes down to it, he's able to sometimes get those gimps. Twilight doesn't want to risk that.
And this is the most we've seen out of Twilight's hammer literally in like the past month.
Nice downlight side sig. Steve's starting to get in the orange. Twilight's still in the yellow. We see Steve's going to want to rack up as much damage as he possibly can.
Avoid the recovery.
He went directly onto the hammer. When there was a hammer recovery, the hammer recovery didn't clash. Twilight didn't even have a chance to throw it out.
But the damage has been more or less evened up. Steve gets a nice dare, but he didn't want to follow up. Twilight was dodging, but I think Steve had opportunity there to at least add up a little bit more damage. But now that he's disarmed himself with that weapon toss, might be Twilight's game.
I don't like that throw from Steve.
I don't like that dodge.
Steve immediately disarmed himself. I don't know what he was going to try to follow up with if that weapon toss hit, but if it didn't, the nearest weapon was all the way on the right side of the stage. I don't agree with that decision from Stevenator at all. I would have liked to see him just throw out maybe a max range side air, hoping that would hit, then wait to get back on the platform and reset the aggression.
There's a slight little bit of a misplay from Stevenator as he threw away his weapon and left himself unarmed against Twilight. Twilight fully capitalized on it, cleaned up the stock, and Stevenator now is thinking about the character pick. He actually did reasonably well with his Bodvar in the sword dittos. He just kind of needs a little bit more cleaning up, needs to finish off the stocks a little bit early, and he's got potential here.
He absolutely needs to finish off stocks a little bit earlier. Looking at the damage numbers, he actually did like 62 more damage than Twilight did, even though he lost.
Well, now that Stevenator has lost a game, it is his turn to try to get himself fired up. He's going to be going in game 2 against Twilight. Is going to be do or die.
We're on Mammoth Fortress. No goofy things, no gimmicks. It's basically a normal map. You have that small platform, that soft platform, moving around a little bit, gives you a little bit of ledge cancel opportunity when it's in the middle. But it's at home to a lot of top players because Mammoth Fortress is simple and it makes sense.
Yeah, it's a very straightforward map. Stevenator though is playing the Hammer Ditto against Twilight, and that is where he lives. Stevenator is just better in the hammer game, and I would like to see him try to force that ditto, try to force Twilight onto a hammer, or at least play with his hammer in a way that Twilight isn't used to fighting hammer. Stomp side air!
Steve with an absurd lead right now. Keep Twilight weapon stocked. Even with Twilight on that,
I mean, hammer is basically weapon starved for Twilight.
If Twilight has a weapon, you want it to be hammer, especially if you want to be able to build up damage.
Oh, but Twilight is actually making this hammer work. Gets outside of that weapon toss, hits stun. Steve gets in, gets a stomp, but he couldn't follow up with the dare. Twilight a little bit to the side of it. Steve combo gets punished by the sidelight from Twilight.
Twilight's played with Steve long enough. He knows that's coming.
Coming back. Reset. Twilight, a little bit of a health deficit, but now Steve is fighting the mirror match against the sword and gets a nice punish with a downlight side air. Side stick thrown out. Twilight punishes. Triple recovery?
That could have been so much damage. Only one of them connected, but that could have been so much damage. It's like when you're playing guns and you hit like 6 nairs in a row. Like there's virtually no force there, but that is some serious damage.
I mean, damage aside, it's a little bit of what Boomy was doing earlier, where you just keep throwing out the same move. Your opponent never expects you to do the same thing 1,000,001 times. But Steve is looking for weapon toss setups for this kill onto Twilight, because Twilight is definitely in the red. There it is! Weapon toss into a pickup nair? I've never seen that.
And before that, he was going for the dare. Like every single time he threw and it connected, he was going for a dare, but Twilight would either back dodge or spot dodge it. But I guess that time it worked and he went for the nair.
Smart play from Steve, but Twilight comes back, gets a ground pound. Steve is going to be going down, and we're down to our last stock. Stevenator, one last chance to continue on in the lower bracket. Otherwise, Twilight's going to be continuing on closer towards that ticket to BCX.
I love that when Steve was using those hammer throws, he was staying like right above Twilight. He wasn't high enough for Twilight to really get like a jump nair or a jump recovery in terms of like frames, because none of them would come out quick enough by the time Steve already got that weapon throw off. That was just great positioning from Steve. That was going to be really hard to punish for Twilight.
It seems like Steve has kind of honed in on that, staying right above Twilight, right outside of those sword hitboxes, and then weapon tossing a lot of times was working out for him great. Ends up cleaning it up at the very end of game 2, and we're going to be going to game 3 against these two former allies, now turned enemies.
We mentioned it earlier, Steve's hammer play. It's really come into its own in game 2. I definitely want to see it continue in game 3. We're going back to Mammoth Fortress. Who is going to see a repeat this time? Is it going to be Twilight seeing a repeat of game 1, or is it going to be Stevenator seeing a repeat of game 2?
It is the saltiest of run backs. Stevenator seemed to have slowly started honing in on what exactly he needed to do towards the latter parts of game 2, but will Twilight now readjust against that vertical play of Stevenator?
And here come the hammer.
Big hammer.
Twilight's already disarmed. He disarmed himself, and now Steve drops the hammer for a sword. There's a sword on the field. That's going to be another sword for Twilight.
But Steve is just staying above him, going for these aerials, these dares, and these ground pounds. Now that he's unarmed, Twilight kind of trying to take advantage of it, gets a nice downlight side air, and you cannot recover high against Twilight. Those stairs are brutal, and Steve bumps his head. That is going to be the first stop going the way of Twilight.
Twilight used those weapons as a trap. Steve was disarmed, so he was at a weapon disadvantage. By using those as a trap, Steve was basically at a positioning disadvantage as well, because Twilight could just wait for Steve to try to go for him. And if not, okay, Steve's still unarmed, you still have the advantage. That's a win-win for Twilight.
That win-win ended up leading to a free kill onto Stevenator. Stevenator trying to make this hammer work, but it looks like Twilight has adjusted, knows exactly what Stevenator's trying to throw out. Side lights as Steve tries to start throwing out that downlight. He knows that Twilight's getting close to kill, but he needs the combo for it.
Twilight's now gotten Steve into the red. You saw Steve kind of jumping, throwing out a lot of Sayers, hoping to, I guess, get a kind of early kill on Twilight, who's like just now starting to get into the red. But Twilight was just overspacing them, waiting for the Sayer to whiff, and then going into punish.
Ooh, but Twilight ends up getting in onto Steve with a downlight side air as Steve tries to recover, and Twilight has so many stocks to his name that even if this Mind Toss connects onto Twilight, it's not going to be enough.
Somehow Twilight did that neutral sig, hit with the second half of it, and was just centimeters away from that mine, but it didn't explode.
He's precision to a T, and I mean, you've got to be precise if you're gonna be hitting stairs for days like Twilight does.
Twilight right now, dude, the 3-stock dream is still alive.
It is most definitely alive. Stevenator is getting into the red. Twilight, this needs to finish this off. That's gonna do it. 3-stock going the way of Twilight in commanding fashion in game 3.
What? Well, it's just this is as mind-blowing as Eggs Gimp on Boomy last set. Like, how do you have a set that is tied 1-1? Twilight had Steve's number. Then it looked like, oh, all of a sudden Steve switches it up with the hammer. Twilight can't adapt, and then flip the switch in between rounds. Something happened, and Twilight just comes out with a 3-stock. He completely just realizes everything that Stevenator did, and he knows how to punish it. He now knows how to just completely demolish Steve's hammer.
I think the message against anyone who has to run up against Twilight is, if you're gonna kill him, be ready for him to be fired up in the next game, and you got to kill him even harder, because he gets fired up so hard after losing one. Stevenator was able to use those weapon tosses to great effect, but game 3, Twilight was like, I know your game plan, and I am going to punish it wholeheartedly, and gets a big 3-stock onto Steve.
Twilight only did 479 damage. That's like averaging 150 plus per stock. That's what exactly is the red range? Is it 150 or is it 140?
150 is the start of red.
Okay, 150 is the start of red. That's basically Twilight killing Steve literally the second he procs into kill percentage. That's absurd efficiency. That is robotic efficiency.
I mean, we've said it before, Twilight is very precise. But we're going to be going on to the other side of the lower bracket. It's going to be two teammates, Boomy and Remy. They both won the 2v2 last night. Unfortunately, now it's a 1v1, and they're going to be fighting each other. Boomy is going to be playing Orion. What do you think about this pick?
Boomy was like one of the first people that said to me about Spears' ridiculous spacing game. Moves come out quick. They cover so much territory. They have pretty dang good force. It's Boomy's lance isn't bad. Like he's played Roland. He knows how to throw it. He also knows how to use all of Lance's kit. But Remy's Koji is scary.
Yeah, Remy's Koji is definitely not something to be slept on. It's a dominating force, and I don't know if Boomy's picking this specifically as a counter against Remy, or if it's just Boomy didn't really want to play his standard characters, but he's going to start it off. He's got that spear that you were just talking about, and Remy's going to be starting off with the sword.
I know that Boomy, for some reason, likes Lance
Orion
into bow.
strats. Orion strats? Is that his plan? Is to go for the Orion strats? But Remy gets a big vertical gimp. Did he get touched?
No, that's a clean stock for Remy. That's a gimp off the top onto Orion. 6 defense. That wasn't even a signature gimp off the top. That was just a nair.
Boomy comes back, picks up a lance. I guess he woke up, realized, okay, I can't just gravity cancel neutral sig and kill you. You're not that bad of an opponent. And sends Remy into the red, but Remy's coming back, gets a gravity cancel neutral sig, and is looking to get another kill onto Boomy. There it is! Rested.
Yeah, I don't... Like, I like the move that Boomy just did. That turnaround neutral sig. Like, I think... Like that was a little bit of a cheeky option. I love that Remy just spot dodged it and hit that ground pound though. That was fantastic. Just like knowledge of Boomy's trajectory.
I mean, they're teammates. They know exactly what they're trying to do. I assume to a degree that Boomy was trying to mix it up and say like, okay, I'm gonna play something different, something that you are not used to playing against. But Remy apparently is 100% honed in on exactly what Boomy's doing, and Boomy is not gonna survive this regardless of Remy's status, and that is gonna be a very clean 2-0 for Remy.
Boomy like needed something big at the end of that game, like at least for his like mental and emotional state. If he got that stock off of Remy like with the dare at the end, Boomy still would have died. He still would have lost the game, but at least that would have been something that he could like slide into his pocket and be like, yeah, I still got it, my dude.
It's a nice little consolation, but unfortunately consolations don't win games. Game 1 very cleanly going the way of Remy after a huge gimp and then full-on aggression.
I have no idea who he's gonna go into. He's going into Vrax.
He had some style in Lance plays. I don't hate it. And now he's going into an Ember. I kind of hate it.
I know Boomy's been playing Ember as of late. He hasn't really been pulling her out in tournaments, but specifically he loves playing Katars, and he thinks Bo is really good. He likes the versatility of Katars, and basically the way that you play them is you don't really have a plan in mind. You initiate, and then from there you decide which branch of, I don't want to call it a flow chart, because the connotation of that shows that there's like a pre-planned thought in mind, but it's just you kind of go from there. You based on where they dodge, you follow up your attacks.
Well, Boomy's coming in. He's got the Katars. Once again, I like Katars on King's Pass. It's got a lot of potential inside of that shenanigans, but we haven't seen a whole lot of fighting inside of the shenanigans, just because, I mean, I think everybody else expects those Katars to kind of dominate that shenanigans area.
I think Boomy's Katars are going to struggle against Remy's sword a little bit. If he can get in, he can rip Remy to shreds. But Remy's been pretty good at spacing. He's been good at spacing with the bow. His sword isn't too much different. And the 3 defense, I think that's just going to hurt.
Oh, but Boomy gets a nice dare to finish off the first stock of Remy. We're not going to see a repeat of the Pugsy physic where he gets just a clean dare onto the opponent's dare. Instead, Boomy's going to connect and take the first stock, and he's going for more damage onto Remy, but Remy picks a nice down sig to give himself some breathing room.
He was looking for that neutral sig. I think he expected Boomy to immediately come back and initiate right at a diagonal angle with a dare.
Ooh, nice grab, gets a stare. Remy survives.
That side sig didn't hit. That was such a quick turnaround, and that's the thing that Boomy loves about Katars. It's the low recovery frames, so you can miss a signature and then immediately turn around.
And we know how much Boomy loves those signatures as he throws out a couple neutral signatures. He kind of, it's like Egg in the sense that he goes for kind of greedy things that, I mean, in the sense of signatures are a little bit greedier than regular light attacks. They do more damage, have more force, and are a little bit more punishable. But Boomy does it a lot and has been getting punished to a degree for it. Ground pound, dare. Needs more. Not gonna do it.
He wants to gimp with those dares. That Sair might be enough. Remy still had to dodge to get back.
But still, lots of damage put out just because Remy is trying to survive and make his way back up the platform. I'd like to see Remy kind of play out the neutral. It's where he has a little bit of an advantage as Boomy gets the hot step onto Remy.
I think that just wasn't the map for Remy. I think Boomy just had the better matchup there. You saw him take Remy all over the map with those Katars. Even when he would whiff signatures, it didn't matter. He was there to immediately follow up with those low Katar recovery times. He was able to output damage so fast. He was able to throw hitboxes. He was able to gimp. Boomy was able to do anything and everything on King's Pass. I would like to see that banned out immediately from Remy. And
there's the immediate ban.
First thing.
But I'd like to point out, Boomy's switching to Lucian. Why would you mess with success?
I think with the banning of King's Pass, that's going to force the more standard neutral game, which I think Remy can win out. specifically with regards to Ember, but I think like we saw Boomy's guns yesterday with Barraza and how absolutely ridiculously versatile they are. He throws out every move in all places. Like you see a lot of gun players throwing out dares and ground pounds when their opponents are on the edge. Boomy does everything. He does literally everything everywhere. You're never safe.
Well, he's trying to space out Remy right now. Remy with this bow, waiting for the opportunity, but Boomy dodges forward, gets a dare. I don't think that Sarah was meant to go that way.
I think Remy's at a loss right now of what to do. I think he doesn't know how to play against this. I don't know if this is Boomy's ode to Memoria, but he's playing Lucian and he's throwing out a lot of just jump fall away Sayers.
I mean, it's very different from what we've been seeing from Boomy throughout the tournament. Now it's a lot safer. It's a lot of, you come at me, I'm going to put out some hitboxes, and if you come in, you're going to have to get through all of that. But Remy finds the approach, gets inside, gets a nice Sarah as Boomy's unarmed, and then is going to take down the first stock of Boomy.
Remy knows that like it doesn't matter what playstyle Boomy brings out, he doesn't have the experience to outplay Remy in the playstyle that he knows. Boomy can play passive, but he doesn't have enough experience with it to play it at the maximum level.
Remy is abusing that lack of experience right now as he's trying to make approaches on, outranges the side stick. Boomy trying to style with a gravity cancel side stick, and that is going to be another kill going the way of Remy.
This ode to Memoria is not going very well for Boomy.
He's playing it in the wrong key right now.
I think it's a G minor when it's supposed to be in F major?
C major? Regardless, Boomy able to hit the proper note, pick up the recovery onto Remy, but Remy's coming back fresh stock as Boomy's on his last one.
Now we're seeing a little bit more aggression from Boomy. He's realized that he's on his last stock and that he's trying to play on the wall. His guns are so strong on the wall. I would say probably one of the strongest set of guns in terms of edge guarding. Not even just for the kill, but just to build up damage. Boomy can do wonders on the wall, even when his opponent's in the yellow.
But Remy is 100% aware of that, is completely respecting, hasn't really gone in the wall. Boomy comes up, gets a little bit of damage onto Remy, but when it comes back to the neutral, Boomy's just struggling against the bow play of Remy. Ooh, the signatures.
Remy's gotten this far playing this way. Boomy has just all of a sudden changed things up, and he's expected himself to adapt to it. And he frankly had trouble with it, and he wasn't able to do it.
Remy gives him the thumbs up as he takes down Boomy. 2-1 is going to be continuing on, says goodbye to his teammate. But I don't know how I feel about that Lucian pick. That was I think very awkward.
I'm not saying there's 100% a reason that we don't see a lot of Lucians, but I think there's some reason that we don't see a lot of Lucian players. There's a reason that Memoria plays the way he does, and not a lot of other people play that way. Stair spacing on guns, it's definitely gotten nerfed hard since the way it used to be. It's not as easy as jump Sair anymore. It's tough. It takes time. It takes knowledge. And Boomy's gun knowledge is kind of about everything else, not necessarily Sair spacing.
I mean, he had a pretty solid gun game last night, but now that it's a 1v1, he just wasn't really able to get Remy to approach him. Really, that's what it came down to. Remy was very patient with his approaching. He wasn't kind of smashing his head against the gun wall. He waited for the right opportunities, outspaced with his own side sigs, and just dismantled the guns.
Remy just kept playing the way that got him here so far, and that's the way he needed to play. Boomy just tried to change it up and wasn't ready for it.
Well, with that, Remy is going to be continuing on. He's going to be fighting Twilight, the winner of the last losers quarters match that we just saw. He took down Stevenator, and now he's going to try to take down Remy as they go to Mammoth.
And this is losers semifinals. We are getting real close here, ladies and gentlemen, to the whole end of the dang show. And who sent Remy? Who sent Remy into losers?
Let me find it on the bracket. I will answer that in just a little bit.
It was Pugsy.
It was Pugsy.
He sent Remy 2-1 into the lower bracket. Now he's gonna have to deal with Twilight, though. I think he's gonna have trouble with the sword dittos. I think he's gonna have to do what Steve did in game 2, which was rely on his other weapon.
I just realized Pugsy actually took down both of these guys. But like I was saying earlier on in the Pugsy versus Twilight match, Twilight and Remy have a lot of history against each other. In particular, they have fought this match a million times before, and Remy is starting it off, already getting the kill with that bow play, and gives a thumbs up and saying goodbye. Says, I've won this match so many times. This is just another drop in our history pool.
And he starts off with the taunt too. Like, he wants to get in Twilight's head, and Twilight has a hammer right now. It doesn't look like Twilight's wanting to change though.
He's sticking with the hammer. But Remy able to spot dodge as Twilight throws out the end light. Remy gets a falling nair to send Twilight up, but he threw away his weapon, and Twilight has advantage, but Remy gets past, dodges the side sig, and punishes with a nice downlight side air. Remy just knows exactly what Twilight's gonna do. He's perfect spot dodged so many of Twilight's attempts to kill him.
Remy almost a full stock ahead now. He's looking actually very strong on the sword ditto. My guess is Twilight will come out a lot stronger in game 2 if game 1 keeps going the way that it's gone right now.
Yeah, that's usually what ends up happening. Twilight gets a little bit more fired up between games, but he's got to finish game 1. He's got potential, doesn't pick up the recovery, and both of them are just sitting in the red, but a full stock difference between them. Side air will clean it up.
And now Twilight has back to that sword. The second he got that side air hit, he threw the hammer away, picked up the sword. It's damage time. It's catch-up time.
But Remy waits out Twilight, gets a jumping side air. I know they nerfed the cooldown, but they didn't do anything about the startup. So Remy just gets to pop up, get that side air, but the sword from Twilight is getting a solid juggle under Remy. Down sig.
Up this game, but the down sig, even though Remy was on the right side of the stage and it sent Twilight up and left, it was still enough to kill. Remy's still holding on to that lead, not even red yet.
That down sig, it covers so much space in front of him. It covers the front, it covers a little bit above, and if it misses, guess what? Remy just gets to throw out a neutral light thanks to that 8 dexterity of Koji.
There's just so little lag time there that Remy can make mistakes and cover them up. Remy can even bait with attacks that Twilight thinks are mistakes, then Twilight initiates, and Remy's already ready to punish.
That is the problem that Twilight has to face. He's got to decipher the code. He's got to figure out, is this a true attack? Is this a bait? Or do I have to wait for both baits to pass and then punish? Can't punish the side sig.
I think Remy just hit Twilight like 6 times without even being touched.
But none of those 6 times are the kill time. Twilight has potential to kill off Remy and even up the stocks again, but he's been a full stock behind for the entirety of this game. Oh, just over the mine.
Nice side
going
air,
deep,
wrong
going
side
deep,
of the
recovery.
mat. Went for that hammer recovery. Twilight back with the sword. Same thing as last time. It's sword time, it's damage time, it's catch-up time.
Fortunately for him, a spike ball spawns for Remy. He's got to keep that juggle. Remy's got the sword. He's got slight advantage right now, just due to his familiarity with this sword play. Going for those side airs, but Remy gets the one punish he needs, a downlight side air to finish off Twilight.
Remy just hit a spot dodge, turn around, downlight Sair. Homie just beat Twilight with the Twilight special.
It's not Sharingan per se. It's just he's fought this match so many times. I'm sure to a degree Remy sleeps and dreams about this matchup between Remy and Twilight. He knows when to spot dodge it. He knows exactly how to punish it.
I want to know if Twilight is going to immediately turn around. That's what we've seen, is game 1 cannot go his way. The next game will immediately go his way, and he comes out and dominates it.
Well, he usually gets fired up in between games, but so far, not a whole lot of fire right now. A little bit of a burning ember. He's trying to get aggressive onto Remy, but he's also got to respect those spot dodges of Remy, because every time he's gone a little bit too hard, Remy just is able to perfect dodge it and punish.
And now Remy has that bow. He was outstaring Twilight with the bow earlier. They were both in the air, and Remy was just outspacing Twilight.
Ooh, but Twilight able to clean up the stock, gets a nice side signature, gives him the salute. Twilight is firing himself up with that, gets a down light into a down air, can't follow up off of that ledge.
And this is what we saw against Steve. Twilight took game 1, but then when he lost game 2, he came back and 3-stocked Steve in game 3.
Ooh, but Remy not having it. Gets a nice side sig, not seeing a taunt yet. I guess Remy is not ready to pop off, wants to make sure that he has a secure lead before he can do so.
Twilight immediately tries to initiate with that hammer throw. He then picks up the sword, but Remy is here to just constantly throw out those hitboxes.
Oh, but he gets max range on that dare to hit Twilight. Twilight is trying to outspace Remy, but even though Remy's throwing out these moves, Twilight's just not really getting the punish. That was perfect spacing. He positioned just alongside that neutral sig. Great job from Twilight, but he's gonna need a whole lot more than that.
Downlights there. Twilight still managing to hold on this little bit of a lead. He takes the stock. There's another salute. Remy might have thought he was in Twilight's head after that first game, but it's not even close now.
Said it. I said it earlier. If you're gonna take a game off of Twilight, be ready for him to come back swinging twice as hard. You've got to shut him down early and shut him down quick. But Remy not too far behind. He just needs to get a big signature, maybe, you know, a down sig to finish off this stock of Twilight. Thinking about it, the side sig will do it.
Remy was just there to throw out so many options that Twilight couldn't initiate. He threw out a down sig, he threw out a neutral sig, he threw out a neutral light, and then he finally threw out another down sig, and that one finally hit. Twilight just, there was no safe option because Remy was just cycling through just hitboxes to throw out.
I mean, that's the advantage that Remy has with that 8 dexterity. He's got lowered cooldown compared to other characters. He gets to just throw out moves, and while he can get punished for them, it's a lot harder just due to the low recovery time.
That reminds me of like back a long time ago, back when Flesh Vortex would play Lord Vrax, and that was before there was a real big cooldown on Vrax's signatures. You would see him cycle through all of Vrax's gun signatures in such a short period of time.
I mean, you don't see it with Cassidy, I'll say that, all right? Remy comes back. Twilight is still not able to finish off the stock. Remy's the one in the red. Twilight drops the downlight down there. Too much damage on Remy means Twilight can't get the true combo kills, but the weapon toss might be enough.
I'm surprised that weapon toss can kill. The neutral light sent Remy from the right side of the platform almost off the screen, but Twilight's there to follow it up. Twilight almost putting out an extra 200 damage compared to Remy, tying up the set. Is he going to keep going with that momentum? Has he figured out Remy?
Well, he's definitely fired up. He's going a lot harder, trying to space out the moves of Remy and punish properly, and he's doing a pretty solid job, but it wasn't a large difference. Remy was still not too far behind throughout most of that, whereas in game 1, Twilight was essentially a full stock behind. And they're going to do a repeat. They're going back to Twilight Grove. It's going to be Twilight versus Remy here in game 3 of the loser semis.
Twilight immediately stripping the field, picking up the hammer, throwing away the hammer, going back to his sword. Remy with a nice downlight neutral air. And now it's
a little bit of damage.
Sword dittos again.
Remy gets an opener, gets a nice side light. It's a little bit of damage, but Twilight answers back immediately. Side light, side air, and they're staying even, trading blow for blow right now.
it's just so patient from both players. Neither one wants to make the mistake because the way these games have been going, when one person gets the lead, they hold the lead and that's the game. The first game, it was Remy who got the lead. In the second game, it was Twilight who got the lead. Nobody wants to give up that lead.
Well, like we said, this is the regional qualifier. Only one person can win. Nobody is going to want to go home by any means. And right now, Twilight has the advantage, but can't finish the edge guard. Remy wants to turn it around, but is not going to be able to do so just yet. They might be going back to the neutral. Red light. Chase dodge not enough. Side sig doesn't pick up. Remy getting a little bit more aggressive, starting to throw out signatures. Side sig saved by the island for Twilight. Picks up the sword. Wanted to punish the dodge in, but the neutral sig will punish the aerial approach from Twilight. And Remy has the lead. Will he be able to hold on to it for the remainder of the game?
At this point, this is basically a game of inches. Remy is just barely holding on to that lead. Twilight hits the nair. That's enough. There's the salute. Back to a dead even game. If it keeps going like that, however, Remy's going to win because he was the first person to get the kills. Twilight will run out of stocks before Remy does. It's just so incredibly close right now.
Well, it's been completely nullified. Twilight had weapon advantage for a little while, but it's now back to neutral. They're back to trading out. Twilight trading out a little bit ahead of Remy, but now that Remy's got that bow that he loves so much, might be seeing a little bit of a difference here. This might be the inch maker. Weapon toss into a neutral light. Remy getting a little bit greedy with those signatures. Twilight still trading evenly with Remy. Gets open with the sidelight, but Remy comes back with a recovery. 1 for 1 every single time.
Remy's been using a lot of spot dodges because that really gives him the best positioning to be able to immediately punish. Twilight's already in his range whenever Twilight initiates.
There you see that 8 dexterity playing. Goes for a side sig. Twilight tries to approach aerially, immediately throws out a neutral light. But this is dead even.
Neutral air. I would think another one might kill Remy.
Remy is thinking something similarly. Oh, the down air is going to do it. He is going to salute. The lead that Remy had earlier on is taken away, but Remy, and he closes this out. No, Twilight is starting to gain the lead. Just that little bit of damage is enough.
There's more damage. There's 2 recoveries. That might have just been the game right there.
I mean, it really might have, given how incredibly close this has been so far. The fact that Remy is not able to finish off this stock of Twilight, still not able to finish off this stock of Twilight, could be the death of him.
Other than that side air,
That'll do it!
Twilight was untouched other than that side air. Twilight started it with those recoveries, hit a few more recoveries, built up that damage. Remy had 0 answer for it. Absolutely 0.
Really well played from Twilight.
A ridiculously patient set between the two. When it comes down to just inches, centimeters, millimeters, something like that, every single step you take could be the one that gives your opponent the lead. Twilight's going to be Saren you, dude.
But Twilight continues on, ends up taking the stocks off of Remy in game 3, and we're going to be going up to grand finals. It's going to be Pugsy and Egg Soup in a best of 5 set, and Pugsy's going to be sticking with this Koji.
Yeah, this is winners finals here. Twilight is waiting. I'm sure he's probably scrimming against someone right now. He wants to stay warm. He doesn't want to cool down. He doesn't want to come down off of that adrenaline. But first, we have Pugsy and Egg Soup, 2 very aggressive players, 2 good friends, 2 teammates, 2 clanmates, but they're fighting for the plane ticket now. It doesn't matter who gets second. It's all about first place.
Only one person will be getting that plane ticket. Will it be Pugsy? Will it be Egg Soup? Or will Twilight make the lower bracket run and come back to finish off the entire tournament? We're going to find out in just a little bit as Egg Soup bans out the map, and they're going to go to a small black arcade.
The boys from Sky may have won the 2v2 last night, but we now have a top 3 all boo. Pugsy, Egg Soup, and Twilight.
Oh, those boo. Well, they're starting off. Weapon spawns. Pugsy's the one to pick it up, but Egg Soup going unarmed is already getting some solid damage out, but immediately Pugsy answers back with his bow play. This is a lot faster paced already.
Pugsy immediately going in. He's not trying to space out as much as he was earlier. He's ready to initiate, and he's ready to really force those low recovery times onto Egg. And look at the early lead that Pugsy has.
Less than 30 seconds. That ground pound from the bow. It's slow. It's not great hitbox, but when it connects, it has so much force, and Pugsy uses it to his advantage to get a huge early lead. But Egg Soup is the Gimp God. Do not count him out just yet.
That 6 defense that Val has is just looked completely outclassed by the force of that bow ground pound when Egg was an orange.
Oh, that was close. Egg Soup was pixels above that tatami mat. There's the tatami mat. Egg Soup is in trouble. Pugsy gets another one.
Another one. DJ Khaled out there, the biggest fan of Pugsy now.
Another one.
I don't know what Egg can do. Like the gimp he did on Boomy was godlike, but there's no way he can get 3 of those in a row.
I got to agree with you. It's going to be very difficult for Egg Soup to get even one Gimp at this point as Pugsy takes him down 3-0 over Egg Soup. This is not going to be looking like a long best of 5 if Egg Soup cannot make the adjustment against Pugsy's Koji.
Like, compared to the game that we just saw, that was a minute and 35 seconds in total.
Yeah.
That is so incredibly fast. Pugsy was able to just pick apart Egg piece by piece and just, honestly, he just completely dominated.
Absolutely dominated performance from Pugsy. Absolute mastery of this character against Val. He knows the matchup through and through, and Egg Soup has got to figure out some way to approach onto Pugsy and rack up more damage as Pugsy continues to juggle Egg Soup into the sky.
Egg just really hasn't been able to convert anything with those gauntlets so far. Pugsy's sword has kept him so much at bay. It's been able to space him out, and it's been able to put out damage way faster than Egg's been able to. But he does get the kill with the sword, and all of a sudden, Egg has a lead now.
He has a lead, but Pugsy wins out in the neutral game, you know? Like, Pugsy just is showing a real strong Koji knowledge. And that dare and one more hit could be enough. Egg Soup not going to land on the soft platform, but Pugsy not able to edge guard. That was a down dodge.
Pugsy, I wanted to see Pugsy follow up with a ground pound after Egg went through the soft platform. I don't know if Egg had anything left. I don't think he had a dodge at that point. Pugsy might have gotten the guaranteed edge guard.
Well, that little bit of drop is going to be able to keep Egg Soup alive. Pugsy's still not able to finish this first stock. That Nair will do it. Stock's evened up. Health actually not too bad, especially given the fact that Pugsy has weapon advantage, and he just needs to get, 1 or 2 hits with this bow. Oh, but Egg Soup gets a weapon and is going to be playing the gauntlets, playing the safety of that down sig.
We haven't really seen a lot of ground pound play from Egg with those gauntlets. Like, normally there's like this standard ground pound.
There's one
that pretty much every gauntlet player goes for, but we don't see a lot of that from Egg. The standard gauntlet play just doesn't seem to work at these high competitive levels.
We're also not seeing the standard gauntlet combo. Usually it's the downlight, sidelight into a dodge read. Instead, Egg Soup goes for a downlight into a chase dodge nair with a follow-up afterwards, but he gets a solid gimp onto Pugsy, gets a nice ground pound as Pugsy burns a lot of options going low, but Pugsy just has to come back and pick up a weapon and finish it off the side air. Not enough.
We saw both times.
Tommy
Most
Matt.
of the damage that Egg was able to do was with the gauntlets. He was building up the damage with the gauntlets. Then when Pugsy came into kill percent, Egg found a weapon spawn, picked up that sword, and was able to kill with a sword. He did it both times.
The sword again. Pugsy gets up nair real close to that soft platform. Surprised that didn't just cancel out into a neutral light. Regardless, I think it would have worked out for him given that it was stacked and it has an upward hitbox.
Now Pugsy's starting to pick up speed again. That train is starting to get a rolling. There are jumps coming out so fast from Pugsy. Fast falls coming out. Hitbox is coming out.
That is rough for Egg Soup. He had a lot of gimp potential, but it's on the left side. The left side is the only side of small blackguard with a soft platform. Is he gonna make it back? No, the side air from Pugsy cleans it up. That is game 2 going the way of Pugsy. But as I was saying, Egg Soup, he's got gimp potential on small blackguard, but he's got to do it on the right side. That is also the correct side because there's less survivability on that side.
And even though Pugsy still won that game, we're definitely seeing Egg start to catch up. We saw Egg sort of come alive. He's starting to get that explosiveness back in his game. It didn't seem like he lost too much momentum from that 3 stock that Pugsy got in the first game. Is it going to be too little too late? Is Pug going to just come in and swipe this 3-0?
I don't know. Pugsy is looking commanding. Egg Soup had a stronger position in game 2. It wasn't a 3-0 or a 3 stock, but still, Egg Soup, I don't know how I feel about the fact that you have left small blackguard on the map again. I would have liked to see a kind of a shipwreck force.
I still want to see Egg switch to Hattori.
He's not doing it. Instead, he's going ground pound heavy. Welcome to Ground Pound Halla. You have just gotten your ticket down to Ground Pound Town. Egg Soup gets the first stock off of Pugsy.
And there we go. We saw the ground pound game. That directional ground pound, the only ground pound that you can steer left and right in the game. And Egg was able to use it to gimp Pugsy.
But those gimps, those are one-time things. If Egg Soup tries to do it again, I think Pugsy is going to be ready for it. He's going to be able to dodge it and punish it. And we're seeing Egg Soup switches it up. He's going for a more sword-heavy style of play, but he gets caught by the side air from Pugsy.
And then he immediately throws his sword away. Now he's back to gauntlets. He got one gimp. There's another ground pound.
But positionally, these ground pounds are not going off of the platform. There's a dare. He throws the gauntlets away. Wants a sword pickup. Can't get the dare, though. Oh! That was styling. Goes for the side stick. Lands on the platform. And Pugsy spot dodges it. And Egg Soup just picks up the quick neutral light.
Pugsy just has that quick positioning. His spot dodges are great. They aren't always what he uses. He doesn't primarily always spot dodge. He does directional dodges as well, so you never know where he's actually going to punish you from.
Pugsy has slowly been able to even it up. Egg Soup gets the nair, but isn't chasing afterwards. There's another nair, but Pugsy turns it around, gets the Sair. Egg Soup doesn't have it. Pugsy with the Sair cleans it up, and that is another stock going the way of Pugsy. And at this rate, Pugsy's looking at the 3-0 in winners finals.
That bow game in the air on the edge of the platform, if you're in orange, it is so scary to deal with. Things like dares, things like Sairs are just able to send you at the most awkward angles and with a ton of force that if you're in orange, that can lead to just a ridiculously simple gimp.
Well, Egg Soup, the Gimp God, is going to be trying to get more Gimps. Able to clean up the stocks, keep it even. Staying even blow for blow in health. Gets a nice downlight into a recovery. Optimum damage. Can't get 2 double downlights, but still. Recovery is a better option than Dare or than Sair.
Downlight drop the Sair follow-up. Both players in orange. This is a ridiculously close game.
He got the downlight a little bit low. Egg Soup was slightly below the platform, and just due to that, the force was not enough for the Sair. But this is, like you were saying, an incredibly close match. This is blow for blow. Egg Soup, slight health advantage, but he just weapon starved himself.
Nice neutral light. Pugsy not throwing out a lot of signatures just yet. He's still trying to build up that damage, that 6 defense that Val has. You need to get him a little bit into red before you can actually kill with just your run-of-the-mill signatures, especially if you're on the middle of the platform.
This is one hit away for either player. Pugsy gets a recovery, almost got the second recovery, but the weapon toss is going to interrupt it. Side sig does it. Egg Soup is not going to get 3-0'd in the winners finals. Barely takes it out. 41 damage difference between these guys.
Pugsy started well above Egg. He got the 3 stock. Then Egg caught up. Egg had 1 stock left in game 2. Now Egg has pulled ahead of Pugsy in game 3. Is he going to be able to stay ahead?
You're looking at the trend graph? You're looking at the trend graph?
Yeah,
right
it's just it's a step-by-step catch-up, and now Egg has moved past Pugsy. The tortoise is beating the hare.
I guess you can make that statement, but I would very much not consider Egg Soup a hare by any stretch of the imagination. Egg Soup is going a lot more aggressive here in game 4. They are 1 game away from Egg Soup going down the loser's bracket, and he is going full aggro.
We are really starting to see Egg Soup kind of come into his own with those gauntlets. He's really starting to use them as a damage-dealing weapon, exactly the way they were intended to be.
And as it gets closer to the 7-minute mark, they are even. Deep red. Egg Soup gets the first stock with the side sig, and the trend graph is showing Egg Soup has the lead.
Egg throwing out those triple recoveries, taking a page out of Twilight's book. There's 4. There's 5.
Get more?
I'm sad that we don't have part of the creed here to count not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
But we do have part of the creed for these diamond edge guards that Egg Soup might be able to pick up. No, Pugsy gets past. Egg Soup has got the sword in hand. Pugsy, no weapon. Gets a side light to knock Egg Soup off of the map. The amount of force behind that side light, that side air will finish it off.
And Pugsy has a nice like orange damage worth of lead right now on Pugsy. Is this gonna be shades of Twilight and Remy, where the person who gets ahead stays ahead? Egg Soup and Pugsy are both so extremely volatile and just explosive players that I don't think any lead is guaranteed.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, Egg Soup might have the lead right now, but if Pugsy doesn't get a big gimp on Egg Soup has the potential to, I don't know, bomb himself or make a mistake, miscount his jumps, but he chases hard with the ground pound and gets it onto Pugsy, and he's looking real strong right now in game 4.
Managing to hold on to this lead. Egg Soup has gimps in his pockets, and now he has the lead in his pockets so far.
Egg Soup's gonna need to put out more damage though. Pugsy has gotten him into the red. Pugsy's looking for the kill, and if he can do so, it's gonna be an even final stock.
Egg looking for more damage recovery. Now he has those gauntlets.
Mix up.
He perfectly waited out that neutral sig, brought Pugsy to the edge.
And regardless of if he loses his stock here, which it looks like he isn't gonna do, he's added up enough damage onto Pugsy that he's not gonna be in bad shape as they get to the final stocks. Gets a nice side sig. Pugsy is gonna get ground pounded. Game 4 going the way of Egg Soup, and if the trend graph shows anything, are we gonna see a 3 stock going the way of Egg Soup in game 5?
Egg Soup getting further ahead of Pugsy. Pugsy switching to Sentinel needs a little bit more of the defense going his way, I guess. Also, he's gonna have Hammer. He's gonna have Katars. The Gauntlet Qatar matchup is a little bit iffy. How do you feel about it?
I think it's slightly in Qatar's favor. Um, I kind of asked you about it earlier. There is that just general familiarity with Qatar's over Gauntlets. Qatar's having been around for longer, just more people have been able to kind of play around with that meta. But just the hitboxing of Qatar's is just a little bit better. They're a little bit longer. And if you're trying to approach Qatar's with Gauntlets, I mean, things like the neutral light will just win out in priority.
I think that Katars and Gauntlets, they both have different moves that have a lot of movement in them. The Gauntlet Sidelight has more movement in it than the Qatar Sidelight, but then the Gauntlet Dare has less movement in it than the Qatar Dare. The Qatar Dare has, or sorry, the Qatar Recovery has more movement in it than the Gauntlet Recovery. So they both have movement just in different places, and I wonder which one is going to be able to get in on the other.
Well, Egg Soup, we saw it just a second ago, was trying to get in with those gauntlets. Pugsy immediately gets a big Qatar string, and then Egg Soup is unarmed, and Pugsy takes full advantage of it, knocks him around. The simple character switch, Egg Soup was downloading Pugsy on the Koji, but he's got to up his download speed right now because Pugsy is running with this right now.
I think Egg might be getting Comcasted because Pugsy has his number. But Egg's coming back in damage. He's able to kind of get those strings. He's able to not let Pugsy approach at all. He's not letting Pugsy build up any real steam. It's been just kind of one hit every now and then.
Nice side sig is going to take down Pugsy. But like you were saying, there hasn't been a huge explosive play from Egg Soup just yet. It's a lot of little ticks. There's a nice gravity cancel neutral light into a recovery pickup.
It is a spacing game right now. Egg Soup knows that Pugsy, on just flat numbers alone, Hammer has the better spacing options. So he's over spacing everything that Pugsy does and waiting for his chance to strike. Sort of like a slowed down version of what he did with the Shadow Step, where he just kind of goes back and forth really fast like a hummingbird.
That's what you think of as fast as hummingbirds?
Yeah. They got real fast wings.
They do beat their wings incredibly fast. Pugsy able to split the difference, find the hole of the needle, gets a side air, sending Egg Soup just barely underneath the island to take the stock lead.
And now we're seeing Pugsy do what Stevenator was doing to Twilight. With that hammer, he's approaching from straight above Egg. Sword doesn't have a lot of great anti-air potential when it's just really, really low to the ground.
I mean, you're right. The best anti-air is usually like the Twilight style of anti-air, which is just to go air to air, go for those sword snares and try to punish, but it's not the best option right now, as Egg Soup is in the red on his last stock. Pugsy still on his second stock.
Pugsy really using those throws to halt any momentum that Pugsy has, not letting him initiate. He's switching off his initiations with throws, with hitboxes, with kill moves, with damage moves. It's just mix up, and Egg doesn't know what to do right now.
Ooh, but he dodges just underneath Pugsy to get that stock. Don't count Egg out yet. He still has the Gimp potential. He's got the gauntlets. We've seen it, but Pugsy will definitely respect it. Egg's kind of fishing for it going to that wall. Dare will do it.
The simple thing was a dare. Pugsy is going to take it 3-2. It almost held to the graph. It was close, but Pugsy's able to take it 3-2. The signature kit wasn't a huge issue for Egg. He was able to kind of get out of the way of most of them. He was very careful with his initiation game, but Pugsy's hammer was able to put out damage, and it was able to kill.
Really well played from Pugsy and Egg Soup. That simple character switch at the very end just completely threw Egg for a loop. He was not ready for any of it. His gauntlets got beat out by the Qatar play, and then the hammer play was just great for shutting down the approaches. Egg Soup will be continuing on. He'll be going down to the lower bracket to fight Twilight. And Twilight, I what do you think? Because Twilight's going to be going straight in for the Bodvar. Egg Soup's going to be sticking with this Val. How do you like that matchup?
I think this is going to be tough for Egg. I think the weapon matchup is really gonna hurt him here. He has sword into sword, but it's a sword ditto with Twilight. That's really, really tough. And you have like gauntlets into sword. Sword has just better spacing. It has larger hitboxes. It has more range than gauntlets does. And then definitely hammer basically goes double for hammer. It's gonna have those gigantic hitboxes. It's gonna have so much range. If Egg tries to rely on gauntlets, he's gonna have a really tough time getting in.
That being said, once he gets in, I have confidence in my boy Egg to push Twilight around a little bit and potentially get some big gimps. Has anyone ever gimped Twilight before?
I mean, I'm sure it's happened.
I mean, like, as of late, obviously, at some point in time, somebody has probably gimped Twilight, but like, when's the last time you remember Twilight getting gimped?
Every time I've caught Twilight's stream recently, it's him been doing My Little Pony karaoke. So
always?
Yeah, I haven't seen him stream a lot of Brawlhalla lately. I don't know. He's got to be tough to gimp. He has to be so difficult, incredibly difficult to gimp.
Well, if anyone can do it, it's the man, the myth, the potential legend, Egg Soup, the gimp god. Will he be sticking with his vow right now? He's kind of thinking about it. He hasn't just straight locked into it. Twilight is already locked in the Bodvar. No surprise here. Egg Soup, he's had the Hattori in the back pocket, but he's just been sticking with his vow.
The fact
do you think
that he's
a Hattori would be better?
I absolutely think the Hattori would be better. I think overall he's just better with Hattori in every single way. If he hasn't switched by now, Twilight might be the one to make him switch, but I don't know why he wouldn't have switched for Pugsy.
Well, at this point, it is do or die for Egg Soup. You know, it's the lower bracket. He cannot afford to lose a set. So if it gets to, you know, game 3 and he's already down 2-0, I would hope that he would pull out the Hattori and kind of say, all right, we'll go back to the mainstay and try to win it out, and maybe even warm up that Hattori for grand finals, hoping that he can beat out Twilight.
I mean, he was down 2-0 to Pugsy in winners finals and didn't bring out the vow. Of course, it could just be in the back of his mind. He says, well, I always have losers finals. That is always an option. I still have the last resort of Hattori if it gets to that point.
I thought you were about to make like a we'll always have Paris kind of thing. Like, well, I'll always have Hattori. But no, you're right. He's still got another set that he can kind of play around with if he decides to go for that Hattori. But even against Twilight on the Bodvar, I don't know if Hattori is enough. He might have the advantage in the sense that Twilight loves that sword and the spear. I mean, he can out-Sair Twilight's sword technically, but I don't know.
I think Egg needs to really focus on that spear. I think he needs to switch to Hattori and 100% focus on that spear. Only fight the sword ditto when he absolutely has to, or maybe only when Twilight has hammer. But even when Twilight has hammer, his hammer is starting to come alive. He's starting to really get the hang of that hammer. It's getting better and better as time moves on. And even when he does have it, he doesn't have it for long because there's a weapon spawn around the corner. He's ready to throw that hammer and pick up a sword. And it may be 80-20 in favor of Twilight's sword, but like his hammer's still doing work.
Yeah, his hammer is definitely started to find its place. He's kind of started playing it more, especially we saw it in the set with Steven there. He kind of started sticking with it. We're starting to see it more and more. I still think he's better with sword, but the fact that he's at least showing some comfort with hammer and some familiarity with it is definitely going to help in the long run if he gets stuck on that hammer.
I think Egg's going to stay with Val the entire time. I think there is absolutely nothing at this point that's going to make him switch, or he would have already switched.
I still think that maybe when it comes to like if he is down 2 games to Twilight that he might make the switch, but it's Twilight. Twilight gets more fired up, so usually you want to try to get an early lead, and let's see if Egg Soup can get that early lead with these gauntlets, trying to get some gimps onto Twilight, but Twilight gets past. He's gonna try to stay on the platform, try to fight that neutral against Egg Soup.
And Egg cannot get in on him right now. He's brought Twilight barely into orange, like just a little bit past yellow, but Egg is already very red right now.
There's the approach. He gets a nice downlight dare. They are so even. And the dare! Twilight gets the first stock. Cleaning it up. Egg Soup is going to be coming back. No weapons on the board. One is going to spawn. It's a bomb.
And Twilight is already bringing the damage.
That'll clean it up.
The bomb spawned at just the right time. Egg was able to throw it down and had a perfect force trajectory, not bouncing Twilight off the stage, nothing getting in the way, sending Twilight straight down and to the left, 45-degree angle. That's what he needed. Twilight was in the orange.
And just like that, it has been completely evened up. And Egg Soup, with these gauntlets, is showing his familiarity. We just saw him do a nair into a gravity cancel downlight, into another nair. There's a gravity cancel and sig, and he switches it to a different set of gauntlets. The last ones were too bloody.
And he's already gotten ahead. Maybe I was wrong about the gauntlet sword matchup. Egg is, I guess, he's had almost a full tournament's worth of experience with Val now in terms of 1v1, and maybe that's just what he needed.
I mean, I would agree with you. It's a bad matchup, but it's Egg Soup. He can make bad matchups look like good matchups just by his knowledge with the characters, his technical skill, and his ability to approach in ways that his opponent is not expecting. And there you see he gets a nice nair to finish off the stock, but Twilight needs to finish off Egg Soup. That Sair is not going to be enough.
With Eggs having trouble to kill today, you have to think that that bomb, that was a godsend. And I think that if he didn't have that, this game would be going a very different way right now.
I absolutely agree. That bomb toss is what kept Egg Soup's hopes and dreams alive. But now he's got to hope for another dream bomb because Twilight has cleared the board again. Every single time Egg Soup is off, Twilight makes it incredibly hard for Egg Soup to get any sort of weaponry, and he punishes Egg Soup for just playing unarmed.
And there are 3 weapon spawns on the field right now. Twilight not worrying about wasting time, stripping the field.
Is that an X pivot end light?
I think it was. I don't really know why.
Hey, it worked. He got the damage out, got the double down light Sair, but he's going against Twilight, the Sair King. Unable to keep the edge guard. Twilight gets past, and now we might be seeing some Twilight Sairs. Nope, we're going to be seeing a ground pound. Egg Soup, does he have the jumps? He's got the Sair to get to the wall touch.
And he was going into that wall with the Sair. He wanted to reset his jumps, but he didn't want to waste his dodge, and Twilight is going to take it out with a nair. Twilight did like an extra 160 damage. That's basically what it took. That is the defense buff that you see from Val. If Egg was a Hattori, that damage would be unnecessary, and we might have seen Egg lose that a little bit earlier. But I mean, the name of the game that we saw last set was Egg is Mr. Ketchup. Like, you give him time to download you, he's gonna get you. It's just a matter of time.
Not to mention the fact that Egg Soup has just phenomenal recoveries with those gauntlets. We saw it just a second ago. He burned a whole lot, literally everything, except it's gauntlets. He can just side air and he gets his wall touch. He knows those gauntlets, he knows that recovery, and that little bit of just weapon knowledge is helping him stay alive inside of this set.
And we see Twilight with a hammer, and Egg is just completely dismantling him. His knowledge of sword just trumps Twilight's knowledge of hammer.
Twilight has got to be thinking about that weapon spawn. Egg Soup knows that now that Twilight is disarmed, it is his opportunity to clear the board. There's a weapon spawn, but Twilight has got to get through Egg Soup, or Egg Soup's just gonna miss. Imp potential. Sair, that'll do it. It'll give Egg Soup the save as well as the stock onto Twilight.
Twilight almost really had to get there. Like, that was very, very close. If Egg didn't get the side air priority there, he might have been dead, and that could have been huge for Twilight.
Egg Soup, with the little bit of luck, it's keeping him in it. Those little moments are exactly what Egg Soup needs, and it's what he takes advantage of. He gets a nice weapon toss, but can't follow up with a pickup dare. There's again for Twilight.
that was 4 sidelights. Oh.
In my head, I just started playing rolling around at the speed of sound. Like, I was just like, Twilight's just, he's just doing it. He's just going. Double downlight recovery, optimum damage for Egg Soup.
Not seen that many sidelights since my days in silver.
Oh, chat, give me some O's. That silence. Twilight is in the red. Egg Soup is in the orange. Gets a nice recovery on the Twilight. He's racking up that damage, but he still needs to finish off the stock. And with Val, not the easiest thing to do. Nice clash. They both went for the Sair, but Twilight ends up winning out.
Yeah, Twilight was there to just his was faster. He was faster on the draw, and he was ready, and he won that fight.
Egg Soup goes forward, gets a downlight Sair. He's still very close to death, though.
Twilight with the Sair, Egg hanging on with that 6 defense. Is Twilight gonna get another Nair?
Oh, not able to do so. Egg Soup just outside of it, gets the rolling run. Went for a Nair, not the recovery, but he's gonna start juggling Twilight, and all of this damage is icing for this stock.
Egg, it looks like he may have caught up in terms of understanding how Twilight is gonna move and how he can beat him with gauntlets and sword.
Egg Soup is getting handled by this sword play. That's the difficulty of gauntlets into sword. Sword just kind of outspaces all of the movements. Egg Soup just didn't have any opportunities to approach on a Twilight, so instead he backs up, switches weapons. He's got the sword. He's got potential for any sort of juggle that he wants to. If Twilight mispositions, Egg Soup could get a high gravity cancel neutral sig.
And it looks like Egg is leaving the horn on the field, and he's leaving the weapon spawn on the field. He's not gonna try and kill with gauntlets, and I 100% agree with that. That is great forethought from Egg, and his sword play is what is winning these games. And there we have it. Egg Soup ties up this set. It is 1-1.
I still kind of wish he went for the Hattori pick at this point. His sword play is what is keeping him in this. His sword play, his optimal double down light recoveries are doing the damage that he needs. His gauntlet play was strong in game 1, but you're slowly kind of seeing it fall off as Twilight kind of recognizes, okay, I can just neutral light basically any of your approaches. So I'd like to see to see Egg switch to Hattori, because at this point he's basically a one weapon character.
He's having little bits of inspiration with the gauntlets. He's having little pops of damage onto Twilight, but by and large, it's the sword that's building up the lion's share of the damage, and it's the sword that's really killing Twilight. And I think he would have so much better luck if he went back to the Hattori. But if he has his heart set on Val, he has his heart set on Val.
I mean, if he's gonna make the gauntlets work, this is his opportunity. Basically completely punishing Twilight for not having the sword. He's gonna be able to do so again while Twilight has the hammer, but Twilight has got to be thinking about the weapon toss. He gets a sidelight. I'm surprised he didn't immediately throw it and pick up that weapon.
Twilight, he's definitely understanding his hammer better. He knows its limits. He's not 100% relying on his sword, but he's not completely discounting that his sword is stronger.
Now we are back to the sword mirror, but Twilight just generally better in it. Has already been able to rack up quite a bit of damage. Got a nice double dare onto Egg Soup. Gets a ground pound dare, not able to follow up off the bounce, and wanted the side sig kill, but Egg Soup nairs. But there's a side sig. Got it.
Egg has a little bit of a lead. Nice bomb right in front of him. I wonder if he was hoping Twilight was going to sidelight into it.
I mean, bare minimum, it's a line in the sand, and given that there's no weapon spawns just yet, it's not the worst line to have. There's the spawns, but Twilight clearing the board, keeping Egg Soup completely starved, but that spike ball is apparently all Egg Soup needs. He gets the gauntlets, gets a nice dare, not able to follow up after the downline.
Egg's initiations with the gauntlets, he's had the most luck with the downlight. The range of the downlight is definitely Gauntlet's kind of best spacing move when you're on the ground.
It's deceptively long. A lot of people do not expect it. Usually, you're used to seeing kind of sidelight approaches, but Egg Soup is making that downlight work. He's also getting a lot of dares out of his gauntlet. Nice chase alongside Twilight. Going for the back touch, trying to get outside of the mix-up, but Egg Soup 100% knew it, chased alongside him, and got another neutral light for extra damage.
Those two Somp side sigs from Twilight brought Egg from yellow to orange, but he's still basically a full stock up. Egg, and there's a third one from orange to red.
Yo, it does damage, but it is not enough to kill the 6 defense. Egg Soup goes for the gravity cancel neutral sig. Twilight nowhere near it. There's another one. Twilight a little bit closer, but still not gonna connect. It's not the worst play in the world. He's got the stocks to throw, and Egg Soup has yet to throw it.
Egg still alive.
That'll do it.
Egg with a little bit of a lead, if he can hold on to it, which he's been doing.
Just the lack of weapon spawns for Egg Soup. There's the finally he picks up the weapon, but he can't follow up after the downlight opener.
And there's another initiation. He gravity canceled that downlight. That is what he needs to be initiating right now with. Or Twilight's just going to beat him in terms of frames, or he's going to beat him in terms of spacing.
I'd like to see Egg Soup's going for a lot of these chase dodge nairs after the downlight. I'd like to see him just go for something standard, go for the side light, and try to read the dodge. But he gets the sword, and that's exactly what he needs for the kill, as he gets a nice nair onto Twilight.
Egg Soup taking it 2-1. You saw him do the downlight Sair at the end. I really wish he would have done a downlight Sair. I think that would have killed for sure. And it's things like that's why you see the lower damage numbers on Twilight, because he knows exactly when you proc into red, that's when he needs to do the double downlight Sair. That's when the double downlight Sair and only the double downlight Sair will kill.
This needs that little extra bit of damage, but to be fair, Egg Soup is still playing Val. That is a relatively low force character, and Twilight just swinging those sidelights.
Twilight's on that hammer. Egg Soup has really been beating that hammer so far.
I mean, it's not necessarily Egg Soup beating hammer, it's just Egg Soup beating Twilight's hammer, because Twilight, every time he plays hammer, it's kind of the weirdest options. He'll go for a downlight into a side sig. He'll go for, we just saw 3 sidelights. I think that was the most sidelights we've seen out of him with that hammer so far. It's just not standard hammer play.
That side signature that he started with on the platform was so clean. And then it took him this long to finally finish up that stock, even though Twilight was in the red the entire time.
Yo, that's the Val force, all right? You give Egg Soup a break.
It's tough.
It is tough to get kills with Val.
Hattori has 4 force as well, but I think Egg's just better with her signatures. She doesn't have as many kind of goofy signatures that like kill off the top or anything like that. Her signatures are more straightforward, or they send somebody down like the sword neutral sig.
I was 100% thinking, and the sword neutral sig is a great killer when it comes to that Hattori, but it seems like Egg Soup he loves this Val. He's making those gauntlets work. He got a pretty solid string just a second ago to tick Twilight into the orange, but he still has to finish stocks, and that's the one area where if Egg Soup is gonna stick with this Val, he's got to clean that up.
Egg almost really strengthening his lead until almost a full stock. He's getting real close.
Side sig! Slide charged off the side.
More than a full stock. Egg about to take this 3-1. That uppercut still not enough to kill. Egg holding on. Finally, the nair. Having to kill Egg Soup off the top. He's just wasting time.
Now Twilight, I think we're going to see a lot more defensive play from Twilight. He's going to force Egg Soup to make approaches. He knows this is do or die. He wants to win this out. He wants to go to the grand finals to fight Pugsy, and you're seeing it. He's staying on the ground where you have a slightly higher move speed, and he's just going to the side, waiting for Egg to make an approach and punishing every time.
He's just completely staying on Egg's side, where he definitely has the range benefit with that sword.
Sig picks up though. Second one, not gonna pick up despite Twilight kind of falling through it.
That was very close to sending Twilight through that soft platform. Like that might have killed.
Yeah, I mean, bare minimum, it would have set up for an edge guard, and Egg Soup with those gauntlets. He's got ground pound potential, or he's got the nair into ground pound potential. But Twilight comes up, gets a nice downlight dare, but can't finish off yet.
Egg shadow step for just a minute right after Twilight got onto the platform. I didn't really know what he was going for. It could have
he's
been
waking
a little
up.
bit of a style move.
He's waking up.
Egg has some room to play with right now. Twilight is very much in the red right now.
There's no weapon spawns. Twilight has been able to take advantage of the fact that Egg has been starved, but this time Egg is able to get the spawn. It falls off the soft platform, and now Twilight's staying on the wall. And unfortunately for Egg, that soft platform stops him from getting the side sig off. Instead, he gets the down air. Real plain and simple, waits for the timing, and just cleans it up.
I love that Egg was just baiting Twilight like he wasn't going to do anything, but Twilight was moving in a very, very predictable pattern. Egg just timed it out. He knew exactly when his hitbox was going to peek over that corner, then jump, hit the dare. That's a fantastic mental game right there. That is Egg's mental game winning out over Twilight.
Really intelligent play from Egg Soup, but we're going to be going on to the grand finals. Egg Soup, he's got to win a best of 5 set. Then he's got to win another best of 5 set in order to win it out. Otherwise, Pugsy is going to be going to BCX. He won the first BCS. Pugsy won it, and he's looking to win another BCS regional and just get more favoritism at BCX. But Pugsy's playing Scarlet. What is this pick?
Pugsy plays Scarlet. Like, Pugsy legitimately plays Scarlet. When I was talking to him about, all right, give me like your top 3. He gave me Scarlet, he gave me Asuri, and he gave me Bodvar. The Scarlet is not a surprise here. He knows a lot about Hammer from the times playing Bodvar. He knows a fair bit about Lance. He definitely understands about throws. He knows how strong the Nair is. I'm sure we're gonna see a ton of Nairs coming out from Pugsy. We might see like the second hop of that Lance recovery that a lot of people don't do. But yeah, definitely don't be surprised when Pugsy's Scarlet is more than up to snuff.
This is it's a surprising pick. Not a whole lot of Scarlets. I think so far this tournament we've seen one. Princess Salt played Scarlet. Was there another one?
Nope, that's it.
Yeah, Scarlet just not really popular in the 1v1 setting, in part due to the fact that Lance generally predictable. Lance going into this sword, going into the gauntlets, what do you think of that matchup?
I think gauntlets and the Lance, that's gonna be tough. It's gonna come down to Egg's ability to read Pugsy's Lance, whether that be the hitboxes from the actual like light attacks, heavy attacks, or the throw hitboxes. I think it's gonna be tough for those gauntlets to get in though. I think Pugsy's gonna keep him at distance with throws. He's gonna keep him at distance with Lance down signature. He's gonna poke a lot with the neutral light. He's gonna did I already say he's gonna throw?
You could just say it a couple more times because
he's gonna
throw. Think he's gonna throw. That is Scarlet 101. I mean, we know Hattori 101, neutral sig. We know Orion 101, neutral sig. Scarlet 101, throw. That is it. We're going into the map banning. I like that Pugsy is denying Great Hall. Great Hall favors a sword. If you don't have a sword or you are not confident in your ledge cancels, do not let that map get through.
I think Pugsy's also maybe a little bit worried about the air game, maybe the Gimp potential from Gauntlets and Sword, and specifically the Gimp potential from Egg Soup. So he took Shipwreck immediately off the table with those tiny sidewalls.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that Pugsy kind of lives on Thunderguard Stadium. I think a long time ago, Pugsy used to just tell anyone, just don't pick Thunderguard because I will beat you on Thunderguard. That is his home turf, but Egg Soup is going on to it. He's got the gauntlets, but Pugsy with these weapon tosses can kind of interrupt the approaches of Egg Soup.
And we're already seeing Pugsy. Pugsy immediately retreated from that edge guard situation, came back up on the platform, and picked up the hammer.
With this hammer, he's starting to knock Egg Soup around. Gets a nice dare. Can chase up, but can't get high enough. There's a nair. It doesn't matter because he refreshed his jumps, and that'll do it. That'll take down Egg Soup. That 8 force of Scarlet. It's so devastating.
Like, it's absolutely brutal, especially like when you hit multiple nairs in a row. I think there was a gif a long time ago of Pugsy in tournament just gifting someone off the top with jump nairs.
I believe it, all right? Because because he is hitting nairs for days, and Scarlet with that 8 force means that he's gonna be hitting the nairs the hardest, and it's gonna be swinging the farthest. But Egg Soup trying to knock him around. Pugsy does have 5 defense for the 4 force of Egg Soup, but this bomb toss is gonna do it.
I don't even
Shadow
know.
step.
That was a very simple. Dude, he hit the Occam's razor with that bomb throw.
Are you proud that you know what that means now?
Yeah.
All right, this is great. I'm glad I got to teach you something last night.
I learned
But
a
Egg
thing.
Soup's gonna need a whole lot more razors if he wants to shave down Pugsy's health. Pugsy is only in the yellow, Egg Soup in the orange, like about a 50 damage difference between the 2 players.
And you're seeing Pugsy start to initiate with those side lights. I think he might be looking for the true combo, the side light neutral sig. I don't know if it'll kill right now. That 8 force, like that's a big number. Tied for the highest force in the game. Oh, he was looking for like an impromptu Russian Mafia there.
That'll do the dare though. The dare at the top of the map. He doesn't need the Russian Mafia, instead just goes high. Egg Soup trying to get a gimp from below, but it's the hammer. The hammer just really good at turning around vertical positions.
And that's what Thunderguard can do in that middle shenanigan zone. If your player's on the soft platform, you can reach up and dare him straight down.
But a great option coverage from Egg Soup. Uses the down sig. It covers an entire line inside of that shenanigans area, and then he follows it up with a ground pound underneath as Pugsy tries to punish him from below. And they are even in stocks and pretty close to even in health, except for that neutral light and that side light. That side light. And that stomp and that dare, and now Pugsy is running away with it. Egg Soup going high again. He's got, I mean, gotta respect that if you go high, Pugsy can either get above you, get a dare, or he can get a nair. He tries to go for the Russian Mafia, but he drops it.
Drop the Russian Mafia there. Scarlet, the best hammer in the game, is kind of in contention between Scarlet and Cassidy. Pugsy believes it's Scarlet just because the Cassidy signatures, the down signature, kind of goofy, and the side signature and neutral signature are kind of readable, and he believes that Scarlet's signatures are really what carries that hammer. And right now we just saw Scarlet's hammer absolutely devastating.
Are you in game right now?
No,
okay.
my game had an issue as well.
Okay, I'm gonna restart mine. But yeah, hammer it's a really good weapon. I got to agree with them. Scarlet's hammer signatures are a little bit better. Cassidy's, the down sig, kind of predictable. The side sig actually pretty solid. It comes out pretty fast. The neutral sig just doesn't have enough force on it to back it up. So when you're going, you're just hitbox to hitbox, then I would say Scarlet is stronger, especially given the fact, I mean, obviously 8 force is stronger, but Cassidy is 8 dexterity. You get to just kind of keep swinging, running around the map, and just keeping pressure on top of your opponent.
Well, regardless, Pugsy coming in 1-0. There's an immediately really strong showing from Pugsy. Keep in mind, Pugsy's coming from the upper bracket, so he only has to win 1 best of 5. Egg Soup is the one who has to come back and run the gambit, run through a possibility of 10 games at max. That's so many games after what he's already played, after what he already played yesterday, after his lack of sleep from yesterday. At minimum, he has to play 6 more games.
What? To win?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was like, not overall. Pugsy could still technically just win this, but you're right. If he wants to win this, which I'm sure he does, he has to win 6 games minimum, and that's hoping Pugsy doesn't win any games in between that next 6.
Still sticking with Val. Pugsy's still sticking with Scarlet. We have no shenanigan area. We didn't really see any shenanigan play, though. We mostly saw Pugsy completely dominant in the airspace.
Well, if Pugsy dominates the airspace, Egg Soup seems to say, I'm going to take it out from underneath the airspace, gets a nice little recovery into an air. I'd actually like to see Egg kind of play the ground game against Pugsy. That's one of the big issues with Lance. It doesn't have a lot of approaches onto the ground. Sure, it can cover a lot of airspace, but like I said, not a lot of ground movement.
And actually, I'd really like to see Egg, I mean, he won't switch to guns. At this point, we know he won't switch to guns. But I'd like to see guns into hammer, guns into lance. I think guns have a very favorable matchup against both of those weapons. If Pugsy wants to live in the air, you can hit him with nairs, you can hit him with surprise recoveries, and that can maybe halt any weapon throws that he has coming in.
Or you can just hit him with a surprise gravity cancel down sig. Egg Soup sends Pugsy into the sky. That adds up so much damage, but still no kills. Side light, second side light, recovery from Egg Soup. Reads the dodge. Great play from him.
That was a ridiculous gravity cancel. Turn around side light. That was an incredible read. Like, it looked really simple and it wasn't like a 10 move string, but that was actually an incredible read.
I mean, that's very high level from Egg Soup to read the dodge from Pugsy. That's something that, I mean, I know that Effie does. But regardless, they're going forward. Pugsy trying to dodge around, but Egg Soup, he's got that move speed. It's helping him put out pressure onto Pugsy.
Now, Pugsy already beat Egg before. Egg had the time to catch up, and he has a lead here. But even when they had the best of 5 before that gravity cancel down sig made so much
the clash!
Pugsy in the clash! And another clash! Or the weapon throw interrupted that side fight.
Those clashes are working out for Pugsy. Pugsy was the one who was close to death. He was on the brink, but Egg Soup just not able to finish off the stock every time it clashes and Pugsy survives. That is a good thing for Pugsy because that is more damage onto Egg Soup's second stock.
I think that weapon toss might have just saved Pugsy. That gave him an extra jump when he got bonked with it.
Oof. Egg Soup trying to get the big reads. There's a nair from Pugsy to finish off that stock. He might be in the red, but he's been in the red for so long. Egg Soup is just struggling to finish the stock, and that is the Val curse. Down light, side air picks up.
He almost drops it. The second swipe of that side air hitting Pugsy, taking him out. This game's still incredibly even. Last time when Egg caught up in their previous set in Winners Finals, Pugsy then took the next game.
I mean, that's the thing about Pugsy. He gets to switch any character he wants. If Egg Soup slowly starts downloading this Scarlet, well, guess what? He can just switch back to that Sentinel again. He goes for the read, but this time Pugsy's ready for it. Just recovers above it.
We're seeing a lot of throw combos from Lance. We're starting to see them with Hammer. Just throw into neutral light, throw into neutral light, throw into neutral light.
Egg Soup wants this kill, though. Pugsy still trying to add up a little bit more damage. We're seeing a lot of throws. There's a throw into a recovery attempt, but Egg Soup gets it with the dare to finish it off, and that is going to be game 2 going the way of Egg Soup. We are tied up 1-1.
Egg tying up the set, doing basically 100 more damage than Pugsy was able to do, but that's absolutely required from Egg. With that low force, that's what it takes to be able to kill Scarlet. And now Pugsy switching to the true main, Bodvar. Pugsy's not playing around anymore.
3, 2, 1.
You're seeing that character swap to the big boy Bodvar. It's this is what I said. It's his tryhard character, right? Like when Pugsy is actually taking you seriously, he'll bust out the Bodvar and try to run house.
Seeing those throw combos really come through right now. Oh, and the hammer recovery. What's so neat about Pugsy's hammer game is he has such a strong just knowledge of the move set. He can beat you just by flat out hitting you with a hammer, but he can also throw into it as well, and you never know what to expect from Pugsy.
Right, when we were seeing the Scarlet, it was a lot more throw heavy. Now that he's switching to Bodvar, we're seeing a lot more just standard, I'm going to hit you with it and just kind of chunk you down. But Egg Soup diving deep, goes for a gravity cancel neutral, covers a lot of space, bumps his head, but he still survives. And Pugsy is going to turn it around. Egg Soup, does he have the jumps? No! First stock going the way of Pugsy.
Pugsy saw that gravity cancel signature coming. He wasn't going to go back and touch that corner to reset his jumps. He still had some jumps in the tank. He didn't need to be readable and go back there. Egg would have for sure killed him.
Egg is going to be able to clean it up that time. Gets a nice downlight side air. But the same thing we've been saying throughout all of Egg's sets holds true. Egg Soup does a great job of putting out damage, a great job of putting out pressure, but at the end of the day, those things don't win games. It's kills that win games, and Egg Soup, unless he's getting big gimps, is struggling to get kills.
And every time he tries to gimp, Pugsy's just there. Even when he gets onto the edge, he just throws out a hammer recovery that immediately puts Egg below him, and that gives Pugsy the advantage.
Egg has hit 3 out of the 4 recoveries he just threw out, by the way.
That's the thing. I mean, he did that with sword recovery too. He did it onto Twilight. He hit like 3 sword recoveries in a row.
Yo, it's the mix-up right now. Seeing a lot more gravity cancel signatures getting thrown out as they get closer to kill percentage again. Pugsy not quite getting the right move select, but that dare is the correct option as he gets Egg Soup sent to the skybox.
Every time we see Egg in the air, I want to see him get back down to the platform as fast as possible, especially if Pugsy has that hammer. Pugsy's juggle game with the hammer has been insane. That's what won him game 1 on Thunder Guard with Scarlet. That's what's keeping him in the lead right now. His juggle game is absurd.
Yeah, I think Egg Soup, he can dominate the edge guard to some degree. He's definitely dominating that platform, but the second he goes too high to the sky, Pugsy can turn around. We've seen him get those dares high. We've seen him get that nair juggle, and Egg Soup has got to start recognizing that and respecting the air game of Pugsy's hammer.
We call Egg like king of the goofy gimps, but so far like Pugsy has had very little trouble contesting Egg on the edge. Egg has been forced to kill Pugsy off the top or with signatures on the main platform.
I mean, that's the pitfall of gimps, right? Gimps, it's very read centric, and if you are not getting those reads, then you cannot get those gimps. And Egg Soup, unfortunately, is not getting the reads onto Pugsy, but Pugsy not able to read that secondary dodge that Egg Soup has. Egg Soup gonna survive for a little while as he burns a lot to not touch the wall.
Oh, that's just tough for Egg. That's not the first time we've seen him try to dare into the wall, and he's just not close enough.
A slight little bit of positional errors. Egg Soup, maybe nerves are getting to him. I know he was nervous before this tournament even started. I'm sure those nerves have just been building throughout the entirety of these sets. And now that we're in grand finals, his heart has got to be pounding out of his chest.
This is literally like possibly Egg's last chance. Egg has to win this game. This is a best of 5. Pugsy is up 2-1. To stay alive in this tournament, Egg has to win this game. He has to win another game, and then he has to win 3 more games.
That is rough because once again, Pugsy, if things start going awry, he can just swap characters.
I don't know. I don't think Pugsy will swap characters at this point unless something really just goes wrong. And I mean, Egg does have the option here, but Pugsy has immediately just turned it around. It looked real bad for Pugsy. He was in red, Egg was in yellow. Looked real rough, like a huge lead for Egg. But then all of a sudden, they're both in the red now. It's kill percentage for both of them.
I would not be surprised if Pugsy still switched to the Sentinel. Bare minimum, that Sentinel was a wrench in Egg Soup's game plan. I'm sure Pugsy he loves his Bode Bar. He is a Bode Bar main through and through, but he has those options that at the very least it's gonna throw off your opponent and kind of put them on the back foot before the game even starts.
I think Scarlet is an option to go back to. I mean, he still, from him, he has a Surrey in the tank as well.
No, but that's wash strats, isn't it?
It truly is. Like nobody who is like a Bodvar main who switches to a Surrey, nobody does well with that.
Well, Pugsy might be able to do well against Egg Soup, just given the fact that Egg Soup is kind of technically playing off character, given the fact that he's known for his Hattori. He put his Hattori on the map, and now that he's switching it up to Val, there's gonna be some growing pains. Sure, he's doing fantastic. I mean, he's gotten to grand finals, but it's still not his Hattori.
I haven't noticed so far what Egg's actual character level is with Hattori, and oh my gosh, Pugsy is gonna solidify himself a very nice lead with that neutral sig. We don't You don't see a lot of Bolivar neutral SIGs just kind of thrown out. You see them a little bit in 2v2, but it locks you in a very readable animation for a very long amount of time.
I mean, the last time I remember somebody who really liked the Bolivar neutral SIG was like Clippership going for those reads where he expects you to dodge through him, so he just does the neutral SIG in the opposite direction. But regardless, Eggsoup is pretty much close to death, and this is do or die. He has got to win this and then win the next one if he wants the reset.
That side SIG was a really good start there. Can he get the Gimp? Throws the weapon toss down. Weapon toss doesn't connect. Goes for the edge guard. That doesn't connect either. Pugsy weaponless right now.
Oof. Eggsoup not able to take advantage of it just yet. Sure, Pugsy has no weapon, but Eggsoup needs this kill right now. That'll do it. He's in the orange. He's got to keep Pugsy completely weapon starved. He's got the gauntlets. This is his best opportunity.
Pugsy has to be very careful here, but Egg also has to be very careful. There's a sword
Opened
from
up.
Pugsy.
All string.
Here comes the damage strings from Egg. Egg just needs to get in. Pugsy's keeping it at bay. Here comes the juggles that we saw Pugsy do so well earlier. Earlier it was with hammer, now it's with sword.
Bomb toss connects onto Pugsy. That's going to be a little bit of damage. Spike ball not going to connect, but Pugsy's got this hammer. He's got control of the platform. He's got the downlight, but he drops the dare.
He dropped the dare. A Sare might have killed. The health is very close to even. Pugsy in the orange. Egg very red right now. Egg able to get the weapon.
Got under. He wasn't able to keep Pugsy from picking up the hammer, but he's evened up the health. He's got to be careful, though. If Pugsy picks up the dare, he's clearing it. Pugsy almost touches the mine. Ooh. Side SIG! Eggsoup's done it! He's still alive!
It's going into game 5. You saw when Pugsy was in the air with the hammer. Egg hit the one recovery. He didn't follow up with another one. They were so high, the dare would have picked him up and killed him. Egg showing an extreme amount of patience, control, and knowledge. And that side signature was able to keep him alive in this tournament. Keep in mind, second place doesn't matter. Second place is worthless. It's all about first place. If you're not first, you're last.
Eggsoup gunning for that spot. He's already put out damage onto Pugsy, and they're doing the run back right onto Mammoth. Pugsy knows what he needs to do. He's going to be sticking with this Bolivar against Eggsoup, but his hammer play, devastating.
And he's just outranging Egg at every single chance Egg has to get in. Finally, Egg's able to get in. Hits that recovery. Egg in orange right now.
Switching up, he gets the gauntlet, gets a nice downlight into a chase dodge, end light, gets the ground pound. Eggsoup takes the first stock.
There's the
He's looking for the
that
reset.
We've been waiting for. I said it before that Eggsoup is the John Cena of Brawlhalla. He doesn't win every match, but when he has to, he is able to bring it out. This is big match Egg right here.
Somebody start calling in the trumpets. Eggsoup has the first stock. He's already adding up damage onto Pugsy, keeping him completely starved of weapon. Bomb knock out Eggsoup, still keeping Pugsy off of weaponry, trying to chase after, but Pugsy's gonna give himself room with that unarmed recovery.
And Pugsy just has no answer to Egg right now.
I think we're gonna see a character swap if Eggsoup gets the reset.
Is that it? Has Egg just completely figured out there's a downlight Sare? It doesn't kill. He started just a little bit.
Ground pound will do it!
Are we? There's like he can't. There's no way.
It's
Egg
not
is just gonna
happening.
first stop.
It's not happening, but regardless, he's looking strong and he is looking for that reset. Doesn't get the chase dodge that time. Falls into the gravity cancel down SIG, but regardless, Eggsoup's still in a strong position against Pugsy right now in game 5 of the grand finals of this US East regional qualifier.
Pugsy's been doing such a great job of not getting caught in a lot of gauntlet strings. Definitely not in the basic strings. If Egg starts with a downlight, he dodges immediately.
That was very goofy. Eggsoup was burning a lot to keep pressure out onto Pugsy, but hadn't yet touched the walls. Doesn't get past, and is going to be getting gimped. Pugsy only in the orange.
Any gimp you can get, Pug can gimp better.
I believe that was a commercial.
It was from Annie.
Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense too. Regardless, Pugsy is in the orange. Eggsoup is gonna try not to be orphaned. I believe that's what Annie was about. Is that was that? Is that what Annie's about? What is Annie about?
I don't know.
Okay, well, whatever. Egg Soup needs to finish off this stock, though. He's getting close to the orange. He's getting punished by Pugsy.
An Egg Soup victory means a bracket reset. A Pugsy victory means a plane ticket and a hotel in the good old US of A in Atlanta, Georgia in November for Brawlhalla Championship Expo.
I mean, Egg Soup, at this point, he is the representative of the US of A. Pugsy is actually Canadian.
You say that like it's a bad thing, and that clash just saved Pugsy.
Bomb toss! Not enough.
Pugsy alive!
Not enough. He's gotta respect the hammer. Pugsy burned a lot. Egg Soup bounces a little bit too late. It's gonna go off the soft platform. Reverse sword. This is do or die. Egg Soup spot dodges. Avoids the nair. Side air. Pugsy, no weapon. Egg Soup charging forward. Not gonna get it. Pugsy gets past bomb toss. Gonna bounce down. Oh, it's bouncing. Egg Soup gets the bomb. Egg Soup's reset it. We're going to another best of 5. Barely every single time at the very end of a game, Egg Soup gets it, and we are now at a new best of 5. It is refreshed, and we are going at it. Pugsy going straight in.
Nobody other than Egg Soup is going to try to catch active bombs when it is his last chance to reset the bracket in a tournament where second place doesn't matter when both players are on their last stock in red. Nobody but Egg.
And that is Egg's specialty, doing things that nobody else expects. Got the gauntlets versus Pugsy's hammer. We are just seeing more and more. They just want to finish this out on Mammoth. And they're just trading so close, and Egg Soup has just been barely able to eke it out twice in a row thanks to explosives. But he side lights into the side sig.
Pugsy. That bomb not going to do him any favors.
Gravity cancel down sig. Pugsy just underneath it, but not able to punish. Gets a stomp side air. That'll finish off the first stock, and Pugsy has the first lead in a while.
That hammer disappears. He's able to grab another one, though it spawns. Word to the sidekicks for bringing that one in. Nice grounded dare there. There's another side
They both
sig.
went for gravity cancel side sig.
This is just icing on the cake for Pugsy right now.
And Egg Soup still has to get a lot more damage onto Pugsy. That I know we've said it 1,000 times, but Val is struggling to get kills, and Pugsy is what?
I don't know.
That connection issues?
That might have been.
I know he was having connection issues yesterday. Bomb toss goes for the wall, but it doesn't connect onto Pugsy. I'd say it's getting thrown down on both sides.
Pugsy might be having connection issues. He's throwing a lot right now, and I don't think he's really looking to follow up. I think it's just to halt momentum and kind of keep Egg at bay while his connection stabilizes.
Yo, we take those though. Egg Soup, he's evened up the stocks. Pugsy's still showing a little discomfort. This is, I mean, Egg Soup, he's got to take full advantage of this little bit of connection issue with this gauntlet play. Try to get the biggest strings possible, and he's making it work. Pugsy has yet to get a hit except for that ground pound into a weapon toss.
These are strings that we haven't seen Egg get hardly all tournament. Now he is coming alive. He is just linking those strings together. He is using those gauntlets to their potential. He is
Ooh, the big spike ball for us.
That's it. Egg Soup.
Egg Soup opens up with a downlight, but doesn't follow up.
That sidelight almost killing.
Egg Soup has a lot of damage on him right now. Pugsy just needs something with a little bit more force than a nair to do it. He's trying to chase high. There's a sword nair. That'll do it. He's going to clear the board and stick with the sword. And he falls. Uh-oh. Oh, he makes it back. It's over.
Yeah, I think Pugsy's definitely having trouble right now. That might be why Egg is able to get these monstrous gauntlet strings that we haven't seen him get before. But Pugsy, a fighter through and through. Like he's not gonna give up here. He's not gonna let this take him out of the fight. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna keep pushing onward.
I mean, he's gonna try to finish this game out as best he can, but unfortunately, connection issues just a little bit too much. All things considered, though, he still got Egg down to his last stock despite connection issues.
Yeah, it was still a very even game. I'm sure it's not just an issue where he runs off the edge and dies. I'm sure it's connection issues throughout. Something is wrong with his internet right now, but he's still like he's still doing his best, and he was still very even in that game, and he was ahead of Egg until he actually started having the problems.
That was, I mean, there was a total of 3 damage between it, and wow, Egg Soup, what a champion. Just said he's not taking that game. He is not gonna take that. I know I take those, but Egg Soup says I don't take those. If I'm gonna be the representative of US East, gonna be sent out, I want to have earned it.
Nah. I said Egg Soup was the John Cena of Brawlhalla. Everybody loves him out there. The way he plays, he wins the big matches, and dude has a heart of gold.
Unfortunately, the rules are rules. Egg Soup, he tries to be the champ, but he cannot not take it. It's already on the scoreboard. It's in the history books. Egg Soup wins game 1. Unfortunately, according to the rules, there is a 10-second window at the very beginning of a game for you to you know, SD down and restart and fix your connection. Pugsy's connection started happening closer to the mid-range, and that, I mean, it's a bummer. Egg Soup tries to be a champ about it, tries to be generous and say, just don't worry about it. We'll just do a fresh best of 5, but rules are rules.
Pugsy doing a quick restart here. If he can get the connection back stabilized, I think he should still keep running forward with this Bodvar. It's the sword is contesting Egg's sword, and it's beating Egg's gauntlets, and the hammer is beating Egg's sword and beating Egg's gauntlets.
At the end of the day, it's still real close between these two. They got, I mean, sure, the last game was kind of wonky due to connection, but there was a 3 damage difference between the two of them. In the game before that, they were both in the red, and literally one hit either direction would have been a kill. Game before that, same situation. They are just at the red line, close to the finish line every single time, and just barely trading out.
And you still have to bring in, we talked about it earlier, but Egg has to be exhausted at this point. I know the EU guys were super tired last night towards the end of the 2v2 to the point that they were like, they were taking naps and saying like, wake me up when we have to play. Like, you know, Egg is tired now, and that has to be wearing on the quickness in his decision making, how quickly he can physically move his hands, and just how well he can play overall.
I mean, we've seen a couple shadow steps, right? He's kind of exhausted, but he's still able to keep that technical ability. He's still getting the entirety of his gauntlet strings. So sure, the exhaustion is burning on him, but like, I don't think it's burning enough that Egg Soup is not gonna play out to the best of his ability.
Oh yeah, the way it is right now, just it reminds me of like Michael Jordan in the '96 NBA Finals when he just had the horrible stomach flu. And I don't know if you've ever had the flu before. Like, the flu is not just like a worse cold. If you have the flu, like you're bedridden with the flu. But Michael Jordan was able to go out and put up an incredible game. I don't know how many points he put up, but it was a bunch. And he played out of his mind. And I think that's somewhat what we're seeing from Egg today. He's playing so strong with a character he's not the most experienced with, not the most familiar with. He's physically exhausted, but he's still coming out here and going toe-to-toe with literally the best that North America has to offer, and that's nothing less than what we expect from Egg Soup.
To clarify, it's the best that US East has to offer, all right? Just saying. But you're right, in the sense that Egg Soup is playing like a champ. He's got a champion's mentality, to say the least. I mean, like, Just what a great guy. Seriously, I do not have enough nice things to say about Egg Soup. He is playing fantastically, and obviously give it up to Boomy and Remy. Both of them are fighting through sickness right now as well. They were able to fight real hard. Remy taking 4th place, Boomy tying for 5th place. It's definitely a lot of minor personal issues are coming through, but at the same time, Egg Soup is playing phenomenally.
And here comes, it looks like Pugsy's back. I don't know if his connection has been 100% solved. We're definitely going to see here regardless. Pugsy's back and he's ready to play. We're seeing him switch to Koji, though.
I told you. I told you that we will be expecting a character switch. I know his board bar was close, but I am by no means surprised that Pugsy is switching characters because Egg Soup, I mean, he kind of downloaded the board bar. He at least knew bare minimum what it took to stay even. At this point, Egg Soup now has to readjust to a new character, high dex, and a bow, right? I do not disagree.
Sword in the bow is going to be tough. Gauntlets in the bow is going to be even tougher. This might be what Pugsy needs to kind of just get that early lead and just run with it.
That being said, Egg Soup did play against Pugsy's Koji a little bit earlier in the tournament. It was in winners finals. He ended up slowly picking it apart, getting a nice 2-0, but that's what you're seeing. He doesn't have to adjust too hard. Pugsy already getting taken down. First stock going the way of Egg Soup.
I think Pugsy still might be having issues. We saw him, like, the second he spawned, he immediately, like, went in between the island and the main platform. But it looks like it's stable enough for him to still get that kill, to still even it up, and to keep this game neck and neck.
Actually, Egg Soup a little bit behind despite the early lead. But he's finding the openings onto Pugsy's bow. Pugsy gets a nice neutral light, but we're not. I think he's. That's one of the problems with character switching is there's going to be a growing pains for yourself as well, where you hit a move but you're not quite ready with your follow-ups the way that you would if you just stuck with one character.
It's basically an issue of who can adapt faster. Can Pugsy adapt to the Koji playstyle faster and make it work, or can Egg adapt to the way Pugsy's playing and make that happen?
Looks like Egg Soup is the one making the adaptations right now. Pugsy might be able to clean up the stock with the bomb toss. Going underneath, not going to bounce just enough, but that mine hits perfectly. Can he get the gimp? That side air? That'll do it. Egg Soup knows it. Starts side airing toward the wall.
And Egg looks like he's been getting a nice lead every time. He's been killing Pugsy when Egg's in orange, but then it's just been such a quick turnaround from Pugsy. I don't know what that is, but if Pugsy could play like that the entire game,
it's just it's once again it's very close. It's just Egg Soup kind of getting the first stock, just barely. He gets that slight early lead. He isn't really able to capitalize off of the early stock, but it's enough that he's been one stock up consistently. Side to connects though.
Pugsy's starting to get on the border between red and orange. Egg Soup in
Nair!
orange right now. The Nair! That's
Player
just
2 wins.
Just the quick Nair when they were so high in the air. The damage difference coming out, it's about 130, 140 difference between the two. And Pugsy
Sentinel.
switching back to Sentinel. This is interesting.
I mean, this is the pick that kind of threw Egg for a loop at the very end of winners finals. Egg Soup hasn't really had time to play against Pugsy Sentinel, and maybe that is exactly what Pugsy needs. But at the same time, Pugsy seemed a little bit uncomfortable on that Koji. He just was not following up. Oh, he is gonna do it correctly this time in the first 10 seconds. Recognizes it, and we're gonna be restarting it.
Is it a connection issue or a map issue?
I guess it could be either or. Regardless, we're going to be replaying this game in just a little bit.
If they went to King's Pass, that was Egg's choice. I think that's a great choice to kind of turn Pugsy Sentinel on the edge, because like, okay, you can do goofy stuff with your Sentinel Katars. Well, guess what? We're on King's Pass. All bets are off. I can do goofy stuff as well.
I'm looking at chat right now. Pugsy is saying he's having some connection issues. We might be seeing another reset. Meanwhile, that actually does not work in his favor in the sense that this gives Egg Soup to kind of mull over that Sentinel, you know, kind of think about how is he going to make the approaches. He's played against Pugsy's hammer, both in the way of Scarlet and Bodvar, not so much in the way of Katars. So we'll see how he can make the approach onto to Pugsy.
Yeah, it was Pugsy that sent Egg Soup into the losers bracket in the first place, and it's this run back where Pugs had to adjust so much, not only with the connection issues, of keeping those aside from everything else. It's Pugsy's been through so many character switches, and Egg has just been logging in more hours on this Val, getting more and more comfortable with her sword, with her gauntlets, with her signatures.
And you are seeing that comfort right now as he juggles Pugsy into the sky. Can't finish it off with the gravity cancel neutral. Pugsy able to interrupt, but now that Egg Soup is unarmed, the Katars might have a chance, but Egg Soup immediately disarms him with an unarmed string.
That's just unlucky for Pugsy right there. Just the second that he might have had a moment of unarmed in the Katara would have been a great matchup for him. He doesn't have those Katars anymore.
Egg Soup is going to be trying to stick with the sword, but Pugsy gets above him, gets a nice ground pound, and that is going to be a lead for Pugsy. Hopefully his connection will let him push this lead. He's got to respect the bomb. Egg Soup going deep. Is Pugsy going to grab it? No, not in time.
I love that Pugsy just like chased Egg down there with the unarmed ground pound.
Whoa! He just used the hammer toss to explode the mine, and that did the damage. That is high level. Bomb toss!
Oh! If Egg would have been any more damage, that could have been a gimp there, but Egg is going to say, hey, you want to do something complicated? I don't care. I'm just going to walk up, drop a bomb on you, and it's going to kill you.
That evens it up. Egg Soup just a little bit behind in health, but Pugsy, he knows the Sentinel's got some solid signatures. Starts off with a Sentinel side sig and a great ground pound vector to send him into the shenanigans, but not long enough for Egg Soup to stay down there.
And we're starting to see Egg Soup ground pound a little bit more. He's really going for those gimps now. But Pugsy has just... He's interrupted so many of them, but there we have another
ground
gimp.
Pounds.
There's another unarmed ground pound kill this game in the shenanigans zone, this time going the way of Egg.
That was a gauntlet ground pound into a weapon toss unarmed ground pound, but Pugsy answers back, stocks evened up. He's got the weapon advantage, but he's got to push this advantage. No, he throws it away.
Pugsy was waiting on the wall there. Egg kept going further, deeper into the push-off column, and Pugsy just dropped off the wall and hit a simple ground pound. That's the third unarmed ground pound kill we've seen this game.
Welcome to King's Pass, aka Shenanigans, the map. But now they are playing it out in the shenanigans. I like the Katars in that shenanigans, but I guess Pugsy doesn't like it that much. Instead, wants to fight the neutral.
Yeah, Pugsy immediately retreated and went back onto that right platform.
Egg Soup now at the deficit. Gets a nice recovery. Can't keep it going, though. One nair. Can he keep the juggle? Egg Soup gets past.
Confused why he went for the nair there instead of a ground pound. A ground pound would have killed.
I think it's just hitboxing, maybe a little bit of prediction on his part to try to read Egg Soup going high. Side sig does it!
Signature.
Are we going to a game 5?
Pugsy's bad connection, he doesn't care. It doesn't matter. He is ready to win this game. He wants to get on that plane. He wants to come to the old red, white, and blue, and he wants to represent all of Canada at the Brawlhalla Championship Expo.
Well, this is they're going straight back to King's Pass. Apparently, they're like, all right, Mammoth, it's not working out. It's just not working out. Let's go to King's Pass. And I like this in the sense that Pugsy's, he's got the advantage. I think you were saying it as well. Those Katars, those hammers, it's really strong inside of that shenanigans play. So I like it.
And here Egg is starting off with a possible gift, but Pugsy turns it around. Egg's able to get back, reset his jumps. Egg coming in with that nair, sending Pugsy down below.
That turns it around. Pugsy doesn't have jumps. That is going to be a big gift for Egg Soup. He has next to no damage, and that was less than 30 seconds. But
that's big match Egg right there. That is big match Egg.
What?
He's doing amazing, incredible gimps when he needs to. Are we gonna get another one here?
Uh-oh, Pugsy gets up, gets the nair. Egg Soup with the Sares keeps himself alive. Pugsy wants the dare, but Egg Soup gets a recovery. Ground pound. Pugsy is gonna get the wall. They are just going at it inside of that shenanigans.
Egg is bringing out these big gimps exactly when he needs to. If Egg wins this game, he wins the bracket reset. He wins the entire thing. This is when he needs to bring those out, and this is when he brings them out. The rest of the time, he just wins with standard play and keeps his opponent guessing a little bit. But then when he has to, he brings out these absurd gimps.
That's a great down sig from Pugsy to punish the approach onto Egg Soup. That's not enough. He's gonna need more than that. That early gimp from Egg Soup is just giving himself a huge health lead, almost a full stock lead if he can clean up this stock onto Pugsy.
Egg is holding that bomb. He wants to make Pugsy feel uneasy and not know when it's coming. And there it is. He got behind Pugsy. Pugsy went into the side sig, locking him into that animation. And Egg Soup just threw the bomb, easy as pie.
At this point, it is going to take a gimp from Pugsy in order to win it out. On the plus side, it's King's Pass. There's shenanigan options. If anyone can get a gimp on a map, I mean, King's Pass is your best bet.
Yeah, everything that Egg has done to Pugsy this round, that could turn around and go the other way in a heartbeat.
But Egg is throwing out those neutral six. He's still trading out, but Pugsy cannot afford to trade at this point. He needs kills, and he needs to not take damage for it.
Oh no, did Pugsy?
No, he's good.
Pugsy's able to get
it
it back.
It's a bait.
Egg's hot on his heels, though. There's a dare, though. Egg going back onto the platform, not looking to follow up with a dare or a ground pound.
Pugsy looking for the neutral sig, not quite enough onto Egg Soup. One more hit. No, can't get the nair. Side air, can't follow up off the bounce, but that nair. Egg Soup goes so high, but it's still not enough to kill. 6 defense might as well be a million, but that nair will finish it off. Pugsy is in the orange. He's about the 50% mark of damage. Not the worst shape, but also definitely not in a comfortable spot.
On his last stock, Pugsy really didn't take a lot of damage in order to convert that into a kill.
Egg Soup is going weapon toss heavy. Great side air, sends him under the shenanigans. Second ground pound. Egg Soup gets past just barely. One more would have done it.
Pugsy read the wrong direction. He expected Egg to go to the right lower platform, not the left.
Sorry, Liz, that's great damage. Look at their health. Top right corner. Pugsy, red. Egg Soup, not too far behind, about 20 damage difference.
Almost even, and Egg's issue today has been killing. Oh, not
that is
right
it.
There. Egg, I can't believe he was able to get Pugsy with just a single dare all the way up, almost at the top of the shenanigans zone on a Sentinel, no less, with Val for force, no less. Egg Soup, pack your bags, brother, because you're getting that plane ticket and that hotel room to represent US East at the Brawlhalla Championship Expo.
And that is a great showing from Egg Soup. Able to clean it out. He got the reset. Was able to clean it up in grand finals over Pugsy, winning it out. I believe it was 3-1. And I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the road that Egg Soup had to go through. He fought the likes of Cody Travis and Annie Pop. He ended up beating out Boomy 2-1. Goes into the winners finals. Loses to Pugsy 3-2. He was taking down the Koji, but then Pugsy switched to the Sentinel. Egg Soup goes down to the lower bracket, fights his way through, takes down Twilight 3-1, comes back, gets the reset, and then wins it out 3-1 against Pugsy.
Egg Soup was unwilling to switch away from that Val pick. We were talking about how he was having trouble killing all tournament, but every single second he was playing as Val, he was learning something new from her. That was experience. That was just practice time. That was game time. He was probably watching his replays, watching his game film, understanding the character better, and we saw him run it back and win against Pugsy with the bracket reset.
Really well played from Egg Soup. Fantastic play from Pugsy. Unfortunately, He couldn't quite settle on quite the right character. We saw him kind of go through the gambit. We saw Scarlet, Koji, we saw the Bodvar, we saw the Sentinel in the very end of it. He tried all sorts of things, but at the end of the day, Egg Soup was able to close it out against Pugsy. Really great play, but unfortunately only one person gets the hotel and ticket, and that is going to be Egg Soup. He's going to be the representative of the United States Eastern server. He will be going to BCX. Pack your bags, Egg Soup, because we'll be seeing you there. And on the plus side for Egg Soup, I'm sure that is a huge morale boost because he is going to be going into a tournament tomorrow, the Battle Brawl Invitational. He's going to be mentoring somebody, and who better to mentor than the person who just won a tournament, right?
Yeah, this is the 8 streamers from Twitch TV and 8 Brawlhalla player mentors from the Brawlhalla community into a tournament to see not only who is the best player, but who is the best coach, who can teach their mentee the best and kind of get them up to speed and translate as much of their skills down to their student as best they possibly can.
And Egg Soup clearly has a lot of skills to go around. Good luck in that tournament. And once again, thank you to everybody who is watching. I'm Designated Asian.
I'm Sparky878.
And as always, we like to thank everybody who helped us out. BMG, all of the admins behind the scenes. I was about to say your name, but White Sheepy, Sloshula, Sticky Soul Cassidy, Zenigan, part of the Creed for streaming, and obviously, once again, all of BMG. Thank you, the community. I already said my name. He's already said his name, so there's nothing else to say except peace!